Louisiana, southeastern Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana.
Alrighty. Well, apologize for the late start. It is 1:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And it seems as if the line is now firing off on all cylinders. So I apologize for the late start, everyone. Looks like some tornado warnings have been or have expired. So it's not as much as 11 tornado warnings, but we do have a substantial amount of tornado warnings that have been issued throughout much of the state of Louisiana. Good news here is for everyone. The good news that I have seen, for the most part, from me looking at all the radar while I was setting up, is that it doesn't look like has been really any tornadoes that have formed. There is one cell that I am watching very closely that could have produced a brief tornado. But other than that, right now, it does not look like a whole lot of stuff has produced at this time. So that's the good news. All right, that is the good news here with this event. However, the bad news with this event here, guys, is that we have 7 tornado warnings. All right, I'm just going to be completely blunt with you all. We have this many tornado warnings. And, you know, if this is what's happening right now, we can only anticipate what's going to happen later on. And we mentioned how this entire line is going to be an entire wall of wind. And the thing of it is here is that it's not just wind. I said there could potentially be some significant tornadoes in here. This is probably the big window of opportunity for this entire line to produce tornadoes. From here all the way over towards the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, this is the big window of opportunity. So for the next 2.5 hours, there is going to more than likely be a lot of tornado warnings. And if that's not the case, then some very strong straight line damaging winds in upwards of hurricane force. A new tornado warning just got issued. Listen in.
Tornado warning for northwestern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana, northeastern Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana.
So, if ever I hear that, I'm going to stop what I'm talking about, and I'm just going to allow them to talk because, let's be honest here, all right? Whenever we have this many tornado warnings, all right, it's going to be hard for me to talk about every single tornado warning and say as to which one is new or not. So we're going to, you know, try and go through as much as possible within a short period of time. All right, so we said in the beginning that this is all of Louisiana. All right, if you're new, this is a ongoing tornado outbreak right now that is now starting to move on through central portions of Louisiana. All right, so if you know anyone who lives in Louisiana, if you know anyone that lives in Mississippi, downstream, even into Alabama, all right, I'll show you guys here. This is the risk for severe weather today. All right, I apologize for not making a video this morning. As I said on my Twitter, I wanted to get a little bit more sleep to come in full strength for this live stream here today because I kind of had a feeling that I was going to need it. And lo and behold, my hunch was right. And so here we are. We have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in the dark green, a 2 out of 5 in yellow, a 3 out of 5 in orange, and a 4 out of 5 in the dark red. All right, so if you know anyone who lives in the yellow, the orange, or the dark red, you need to tell them that this weather is coming towards them. All right, share this live stream with them, with friends and family, and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that like button down below. We're already at 400 viewers already. If all 400 of you hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already, because this is going to be a pretty significant day. All right, this is going to be a pretty significant day. And just for reference here, you know, I just want to outline the entire state of Louisiana for everyone. I'm going to outline the, well, actually, here's the entire state of Louisiana. and I was going to do Mississippi here in a second, but I was going to do Mississippi and then outline it with Louisiana, but we're going to actually split it up here. All right, so here's Mississippi, here's Louisiana. All right, so you see, the further to the northeastern portion of Louisiana you get, the more into the red you are. Same thing with east-wise as well. Look at the entire state of Mississippi, everyone. As the red moves over to Mississippi, practically everything is in the red. The only place that isn't in the red is this little area over here near Pearlington. Everything is in the red here. The entire state of Mississippi is in the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 4 out of 5. And much of Mississippi's in the 15% chance for tornadoes as well. Look at this red area too, once again. So, this is, you know, this is a day to really watch out for. And it's not even, you know, just Mississippi that's going to get this activity, all right? Remember, we have so many tornado warnings over here. We'll talk about that here in a second. And we also have areas over here in Dyersburg, Memphis. Memphis is a big city. Jackson, Lexington, Savannah, Bolivar. We actually have some cams out there, so we'll see if we can actually see anything from over there. But this is the event here that we are expecting today. We just got a new tornado warning. We now have 9.
Tornado warning for Central Grant Parish in north central Louisiana, southeastern Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
So, here's the thing, everyone. I'm not going to be able to talk about every single tornado warning as they come out, all right? Every single new tornado warning. I'm going to try, but there's going to be so many tornado warnings that it's just going to be really difficult for me to, you know, really keep up with every single one. So what I'm going to do, all right, from now and onwards, I'm going to start north, work my way south, and then as soon as I'm done with the southernmost tornado warning, I'm going to go back north again, okay? So everyone just follow along if you guys can. If you hear your parish, all right, because all of this is in Louisiana at this time, then, you know, please seek a sturdy structure if you haven't already. I'm also going to real quickly make it so that bots don't infest our chat. And I'm going to put a slow mode on. So there you go. That's for the safety of everyone. That's for the safety of everyone. So let's work our way from north to south. North to south. Okay? We'll start up here. Towards the I-20 corridor, we have this line of storms that are tornadic heading off towards the Monroe area. So Monroe is a very populous area. There are actually, there's actually a college up there. And they actually have a radar over there that could potentially tell us as to what some of these storms are doing. So I want to actually take a look at that and see if we have anything of interest. So we'll pull this radar up here from the college radar. And we'll see if there's anything moving on through. Not exactly in range quite yet, so we can't really see what's going on there. So we'll just use the radar up here. So we have a couple of tornado warnings, all right? Jackson, Bienville, and Lincoln parishes, you have a tornado warning still in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then there's also a new tornado warning that was issued just about 10 minutes ago from for Jackson, Union, Ouachita, Bienville, and Lincoln parishes. That'll be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That includes areas of the Chaudhry and the Calhoun areas, as well as Eros and the Chatham general vicinity. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. Moving down to the south just a little bit, there is a tornado warning over here for Natchitoches Parish, That actually just got canceled for you all, but Bienville and Wynn parishes, you have a tornado warning until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you guys need to watch out for that. If you're in Sykes, Walker, Chatham, areas out in front of that towards the U.S. Highway 165 areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I'm looking at this entire line to see if there's any sort of rotation, or at least if I can find any. And there is one right here just due south of Ruston. So due south of I-20 heading off towards the I-20 corridor near Monroe. So if you live near Monroe, anywhere near Monroe, specifically west of Monroe, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions because you do have a tornadic storm that more than likely could potentially produce a tornado that's heading off towards your area. So please watch out for that if you guys can. We do have also another area of rotation that is approaching the city of Chatham. So if you live anywhere near Chatham, Louisiana, you need to get into your safe space right now. The storm is right in front of you. It is going to hit you. You won't have any time to look outside because the tornado will more than likely be right on top of you if it does spawn. So you need to get into your safe space right now if you haven't already. Chatham, Louisiana, get underground now. Moving off down to the south, we do have a tornado warning over here. This is for Natchitoches and Wynn parishes, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour. Looking off at the velocities, because radar isn't really going to tell us a whole lot. We do have some embedded areas of rotation right about here, to where the green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So right near the town of Atlanta, just to the south of Winfield and actually approaching the city of Winfield. If you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions in Louisiana, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Moving down to the south, this is approaching the Alexandria metropolitan area. So let's get to a closer radar. We do have a new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for West Central Rapides Parish in central Louisiana. Northeastern Vernon Parish in west central Louisiana.
All right, so that's Vernon and Rapides Parish in Louisiana. You do have a new tornado warning in your area, according to the National Weather Service. So moving off down to the south, we do have a tornado warning here. This is for Natchitoches and Sabine parishes. That will be in effect, or at least it looks like it is. It probably, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, there's the latest update. So now that kind of just got... That just got expired. So here's the new tornado warning, and wow. Wow. That's a heck of a sell. So, reading it out here, this is for Grant and Natchitoches Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's also a sleeper cell that's to the north of this. So we do have some rotation here. To the north of the tornado warning. That could potentially be tornado warned. You can see the hooking characteristic right within over here near the Alola area. So if you live near Alola, as well as near Dry Prong, Georgetown, Tulos over here in Louisiana, you also need to watch out for the potential of something tornadic. But let's get down to the main reason of why this is tornado warned. You can see this big embedded hook right within here and how it's starting to wrap around. And so areas near I-49, near Lena, Colfax, Boyce, Aloha, you need to get in your safe space right now. This thing could potentially be trying to produce a tornado here relatively soon as this thing continues to wrap up. I'm looking in the upper portions of the atmosphere to see how strong the rotation is. And in the upper portions of it, it's pretty strong. It's just towards the ground, it's having a little bit of difficulty trying to fully register. So that's kind of the good news here, from what I can tell. I don't see any debris at this time. That is the good news. But there is a heck of a hook right within here. So if you're near Flatwoods, Boyce, Zimmerman, Lena, get into your safe space now. This is, there's probably going to be a tornado that's going to form from this here soon. And if you know anyone that lives over there, you need to get there now. Do have also another tornado warning just due south of it for Rapides and Vernon Parish. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. We also have a tornado warning over here, once again, on the northern side of Rapides and Vernon Parish. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. There's another cell here that just went right over Hicks, right next to the radar. Big hook right within here. Let's see if this thing actually does have a bit of rotation, and it does. If we backtrack here to try and see, this thing potentially could have even produced a tornado. Let's see if it did. It's super hard to tell when you're this close to the radar. I know that, sounds anticlimactic, but that's kind of the case here once you're this close to the radar. Let's try and look in the upper portions of this. I don't see it quite yet. Let's see if it is updated. Yeah, that could be, if that actually is still consistent. Yeah, that could have been a brief tornado that went on through over here near the State Highway 28 area and the State Highway 121 area north of the Fort Polk radar. So this is near Hicks, this is near Simpson, this is actually east of both of those areas, and this is approaching the Seeper, the Gardner, the Otis, the Leander, and the Henston areas. So if you live over here in Louisiana, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions because a potential tornado just spawned off near the radar site, and it is starting to move off into your general vicinity. And further past this, all right, past this, guys, you can see that the city of Alexandria is in the crosshairs of this entire line, all right? Regardless if it's still producing a tornado, this entire line that is tornadic is moving off towards the city of Alexandria. So if you know anyone who lives in the city of Alexandria in Louisiana, you need to tell them to go ahead and just really monitor the weather, because if they get a tornado warning issued for their area, they need to have a plan in place. So tell them that if the warning does get issued, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. Tell them that's what you need to do. Share this live stream, copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family on social media so that we can continue to try and get this information out on multiple social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You know, and not even just Alexandria. All right, we'll zoom out here, and then we'll get to the other tornado warnings here in a second. But we have a huge risk for severe weather today. All right, we have a giant 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here indicated in this red area. And this covers up practically an entire state and some. All right, look, the entire state of Memphis here is covered in this giant red risk. And that is the threat for significant weather, whether it's significant tornadoes or hurricane force winds across the area. So really need to watch out for this. You need to go ahead and share it with friends and family if you haven't already, because this is going to be a heck of a day. I will be continuing to cover this live as this continues to move on through. So please be sure to stay tuned with this coverage as this continues to, increase in coverage over the time of the day. Also, to help me spread this with more and more people, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That actually helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So if you hit that thumbs up button, if you hit that like button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information on this platform. So please be sure to do that. Please be sure to do that if you haven't already, because this is going to be one of those type of days. And if you see anyone new that comes in towards the stream, that comes into the stream, please be sure to tell them to do that. Please be sure to tell them to hit that thumbs up button so that we may be able to continue to get this information out as well. Let's go back down towards the tornado warnings now, and let's move a little bit further south. Here's the new tornado warning. This is for Beauregard and Vernon Parish. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. You see that we do have a bit of a hook system, or we have two hooking systems here. We have one that just left the warning box, and then we have another that's approaching near the DeRidder, or actually a bit further towards the east of DeRidder, where the Air Force Base actually is. So if you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. If you're east of the Air Force Base, if you're near the Fullerton area near Pitkin, as well as areas near Leander and the Melder area, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions if you haven't already. You know, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That's going to be a phrase that I'm going to continue to repeat throughout the majority of the stream here today. And so, if that sounds pretty repetitive, it's unfortunate because I need to, continue to say it over and over again. But that's what I have to emphasize here, is that if you're under a tornado warning, you cannot take it lightly whatsoever. You need to continue to try and, take this and treat this with the utmost respect. Latest scan just came in, and yeah, there's a couple areas of rotation that are still going. There's also a cell over here down towards DeQuincy. This did have a tornado warning way back when. We'll go back down here and see what's going on. And yeah, we do have a bit of a arching characteristic, maybe the potential of a embedded supercell within this line. So that is something to watch out for. And there is rotation on this too. So don't be surprised if this thing also becomes tornadic or has a tornado warning on it here. You can see Ragley, Reeves, Dry Creek, Longville, I should say, Mitty, Oberlin, you guys need to go ahead and watch out for this cell. This thing could potentially become tornado warned here soon. And if they do issue that tornado warning, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure. So that's the furthest southmost storm that I'm talking about here. There's also another cell here. There's actually another cell that probably could go tornado warn, and this is near the Lake Charles. Excuse me, I need a drink because I'm gonna be parched, and it's already what, 20 minutes into the stream. Could be another tornado warning here that's near the Lake Charles area. The Edgerly, Sulphur, Bowler areas. This thing does have some pretty significant rotation too. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be, and this is heading off basically towards the this is the State Highway 27 area. All right, so if you know anyone who lives over there near Bowler, near Sulphur, Edgerly, as well as areas near Gillis and Moss Bluff, north of Lake Charles and north of I-10, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. So we'll see if that goes tornado warned. We'll see if the cell near DeQuincy turns tornado warned. I'm hoping it does not. But this is, definitely not a good scenario here to see as to whether or not it does. So we'll continue to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. We'll head back to the north, all right? So once again, all right, I said in the beginning of the stream, what we're going to do is we're going to basically go to the northernmost tornado warn, and then we're going to work our way south. We're going to keep going on this path to where we go to the northernmost one, we talk about that, and then we keep working our way south through every single tornado warning, trying to talk about every single area instead of just focusing on one cell. So, if you guys see your parish, all right, because we're in Louisiana right now, if you hear the name of your parish that got called and you're under a tornado warning, you need to stay in your structure no matter what, all right? I'll tell you when you guys are in the clear, but there is a lot of stuff that kind of just went on through. We're also getting reports here near Jonesboro of a Dollar General damage. So this is in Jonesboro, Louisiana, due south of Ruston, and it's from this tornado warning that just moved on through. We'll talk about this tornado warning here. Speaking of which, this is a tornado warning here for Jackson, Union, and Wachita, as well as Lincoln parishes. That'll be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can see the rotation here. Reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It's about to cross over the I-20 corridor in between Ruston and Monroe. So if you guys live anywhere near Ruston, Monroe, Richwood, Sterlington a little bit later on, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Even the Downsville area, Point, Calhoun, Chaudron, you need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible, because this thing has done damage in the past. This storm has done damage in the past, and if this continues on this trajectory, we could potentially see some more of these cells on that level potentially do damage there as well. You see, here's the rotation that we are talking about, and then you can take a look and see the spectrum width. This measures the turbulence in the atmosphere, and of course tornadoes do cause turbulence, and so we do have that, or at least what it looks to be turbulence here within this area. So this is something to watch out for as this continues to move across the I-20 corridor. So if you live over there, Point, Sterlington, Spencer, Downsville, areas near Monroe, west of Monroe, or north of Monroe, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Moving off to the south, we do have a tornado warning over here for the general vicinity of Atlanta, Louisiana. This is for Natchitoches and Wynn parishes. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, so another 7 minutes before this thing could potentially expire. If you guys live over there, you need to go ahead and, continue to stay in a sturdy structure if you haven't already. They're also issuing severe thunderstorm warnings for these lines as well, all right? So it's starting to become more widespread. It's not just the tornado warnings anymore. It's now the severe thunderstorm warnings as well that's creating widespread wind impacts. And as we've said in our videos before, It's expected to continue and move on through, and it'll become more of a damaging wind, but a hurricane-force wind threat as this moves off in towards Mississippi. So this is definitely something to watch out for. We're going to have to continue to monitor that very, very closely. Apparently schools have been canceled. That is the good news here. That is very good news. Better safe than sorry, in my opinion. You guys might be a little too far south to see like the main risk, but hey, at the same time, you know, once again, it's better safe than sorry in this instance. All right, I do think that that is the best way to go, especially with any sort of weather. Any sort of weather, that is what you need to do. New tornado warning, listen in.
Tornado warning for northeastern Jackson Parish in north-central Louisiana, eastern Union Parish in north-central Louisiana, northern Washita Parish in north-central Louisiana, southeastern Lincoln Parish in north-central Louisiana.
So that is basically for the cell that was over near Calhoun, the I-20 corridor, new tornado warning that now includes the areas that we mentioned before. Once again, Sterlington, Point, Fairbanks, Calhoun, areas north of Monroe and west of Monroe, as well as the Haley, the Spencer, the Marion areas, as well as Downsville. If you live over there, all right, if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or even tornado at this point. All right, let's move down further to the south. We said the tornado warning in Atlanta is probably going to expire here soon. It looks like the main portion of the tornadic aspect of the storm has moved out of the warning box. So if there is going to be a tornado warning, it will be issued for areas near Columbia, Clarks, Ola, and Sykes. But as of right now, it does seem a little bit too discombobulated to really get that activity. Moving off down to the south, back to these tornado warning storms near Alexandria. The city of Alexandria is about to get hit. So regardless of which tornado warning you're at, the one thing that we can all conclude is that this is heading towards a big populous area in Alexandria. Alexandria, Louisiana is a big populace here. Let's actually see how many people live real quickly. I'll pull it up on my side view. Alexandria, Louisiana has 47,000 people that live over there. All right, 47,000 people. And that's a lot for this portion of Louisiana. So if you guys know anyone who lives near Louisiana, specifically Alexandria, areas along the border of Mississippi and Louisiana near that Mississippi River, you need to tell them to really watch out, because these storms are more than likely going to become tornadic. Let's see if I can get storm motion from warning here. If I can make things better. I can identify some rotations, so things are a little bit easier for me to show you all as to where these storms are at. We have a sell-off here near the dry prong area. This thing is starting to rotate. You see reds moving away, greens moving towards once again. The little jutting characteristic is what I'm a bit concerned about. You can see how it starts to kind of become a little bit more straight line right within here. And that's kind of what I'm a little bit concerned about in regards to the potential for something to be tornadic. You can see how it also is trying to hook off right around there too. So that's the reason why there could potentially be something tornadic up there. Moving off down to the south, there's a cell that's rotating that's moving right over I-49 right here, right over Boyce and Zimmerman. All right, so if you know anyone who lives near Boyce, Zimmerman, Creola, Dry Prong, Pollock, Antonia, Bentley, any of those areas in Louisiana that I just called out, you need to tell them to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space right now. All right, share this live stream with them, share it. You know, even share this live stream of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to get this information out to more and more people. And it's just all about trying to share the information. All right, we have 7 tornado warnings right now, and we got to continue to try and spread it with more and more people. So we do have rotation over here, and they are approaching those areas. Once again, of Boyce, Dry Prong, Bentley, Creola, Antonia, and Pollock. Here's the rotation in itself. You see the reds moving away, greens moving towards. It's not exactly super well-defined, or at least to most people, it may not be super well defined, but you can see that there is a hook right within this area. The rain's starting to get wrapped around, and it's starting to get pulled into where the actual area of rotation would be. So this is something to really watch out for as this continues to move on through, and this could potentially end up trying to tighten up later on. Moving down to the south, There's a couple other areas where there's rotation. There's one over here, so we can see there's another hook right here near the Cyper or the Seeper and the Gardner areas. This could potentially head off further towards the south of Boyce, heading off in towards the Alexandria general vicinity, and maybe even towards the north or the west of Alexandria. So if you live near Boyce, Alexandria, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, because this storm's going to be moving on through. Let's actually take some timings from this cell specifically. And according to the warning, this is going to approach the Alexandria area in a half an hour. All right, so that's how much time you have before these tornado warnings are going to be on your doorstep. That is the main cause for concern here, especially as this moves on through. Take a look at the velocities, because this just updated again. I don't see anything that tells me that we have anything in progress, so that's the good news here. But regardless, I mean, there is a lot of activity here that is trying to surge on through. So Alexandria, all right, if you know anyone who lives near Alexandria, Louisiana, I'm going to continue to toot this horn. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. We also have a storm further south of Seeper, near the Leander areas, Hineston, as well as the Calcasieu areas. If you live over there, you could potentially be having something tornadic. You can see the rotation in the area. These reds are trying to jut out, and these greens that are trying to surge in behind this. So something potentially could be trying to form over there. We'll have to continue to see as to whether or not that actually materializes. But as of right now, that one looks to be relatively tame at the moment. So that is the good news with that cell. Regardless, we're still going to have to continue to watch out for that. There's also a cell further down south over here near Pitkin, near the Fullerton areas. This has a little bit of rotation here, an embedded supercell. This will be approaching the Elizabeth and the Pitkin areas, as well as areas near Glen Mora, Forest Hill, Oakdale. So if you guys live over there, you got to go ahead and tell people to take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Moving down further to the south, we don't have any tornado warnings in this area here, but we do have some areas of rotation that I do want to talk about. All right, so if these do end up going tornado warn, I want to be the first one to tell you guys about it here. And we do have some areas of rotation. So the cell that was over near DeQuincy is off near the Ragley areas at this time. It does seem to be a little bit more kind of, you know, discombobulated more or less. It's now actually more towards the Dry Creek area, and you can see how there isn't really as much of a hook anymore. It's now more of a straight line here. So that cell is not as strong as we once talked about. There is a cell down further south, all right? This is near the Bueller area that we talked about, heading off towards the Bueller, the Gillis, and the Moss Bluff area. There is rotation here, all right? We have these reds that are moving away, these greens that are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is what we would look for. So we do have something here that could potentially spell out as something tornadic. I think we have some sky cameras over in Lake Charles. I remember when I was covering Lake Charles before, there was some sky cameras. I think they were looking off towards the south and west, however. So I can't really say as if they're going to really be of extraordinary help. And we do have a view over here, but this is of southern Lake Charles here for the most part. So I can't really say what's going on for that. We're going to have to just tune back in whenever those storms are coming on through. Back down to the south and west of Lake Charles. This is going to be approaching the Lake Charles area, all right? The city of Lake Charles is probably going to see this, you know, batch of storms regardless, all right? There is an area of rotation right here. There is an area of rotation right there that is going to be heading off towards Lake Charles. You can see a little bit of a hooking characteristic right within there, and this is going to be moving off right in that general vicinity. So this is something to watch out for. All right, if you know anyone that lives in Lake Charles, I highly recommend telling them that they need to be weather aware, because there's a storm that could potentially create a tornado warning here soon. You can see there's a little bit of rotation, these reds and grays moving away, greens moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. You can see earlier it actually had some really strong rotation. And I can't tell as if there was a brief tornado. It might have became really rain-wrapped, actually. And did it even hit anything? It went over a lot of swamp and or farmland, so it wouldn't be able to really pick things up if it was on the ground. But still, regardless, this thing does have a bit of rotation. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that as this moves on through. New giant severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And, you know, if you're along the line here, or if you're out in front of the line, that's going to continuously be the same notation here over and over again. There's going to be a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's going to be a lot of tornado warnings, and it's just going to be that way throughout the majority of the stream here for the most part, or at least all the way up on towards you get towards the Mississippi River. That's when things are going to be more of a severe thunderstorm warning threat with some embedded tornadoes. So let's go back off to the north, all right? Luckily, as of right now, we only have 3 tornado warnings, all right? Luckily, as of right now, it has calmed down a little bit. But let's talk about the cell that has went off near the Calhoun and Monroe areas. So the furthest northmost tornado warning. Once again, this is a tornado warning for Jackson, Union, Ouachita, and Lincoln parishes. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If it's currently right now kind of, you know, stuttering, the storm has lost a lot of its character. If we're trying to find the rotation here, we have a little bit of greens moving towards the radar, a little bit of reds moving away. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation could potentially be, heading off towards Point and Sterlington. If you know anyone that lives over there near Point and Sterlington, as well as areas north of Monroe, I highly advise you to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if you haven't already, and get into a sturdy structure, all right? Stay away from windows. And if you have a basement, go to it underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Looking down a little bit further along, we're trying to see if we found any more rotations possible. There is a couple areas that I'm watching out for. One near Sykes, heading off toward the Bosco and Richwood area. There could potentially be something trying to form. A lot of strong greens trying to surge into the line, maybe jutting out some of that reds to create that counterclockwise spin. We go to the reflectivity. Yeah, there is a little bit of a hook there. You see how it's not as pronounced of a hook, but there is something right in there. So that is something to watch out for, potentially something to watch out for near Bosco and Riverton. So if you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to stay weather aware as well. Further off to the south, near the Winfield area, there is some rotation that's over here that I notice. A big hook that is right within this area, very much so rain wrapped too. So if you were trying to chase this, if you were trying to look for the tornadic rotation, and you were chasing it, you know, in real life, you wouldn't be able to really see it because this thing has surrounded itself in rain, and you won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of you. So here's the rotation in itself. See greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is heading off towards the Kelly, Clarks, Columbia, and Riverton area. So if you know anyone that lives over there, also let them know that there could potentially be something tornadic off into that general vicinity, as there could potentially be a possible tornado with that. Moving off down to the south to this tornado warning over here. This is to the northern side of I-49 now. Has a really pronounced hook on radar for the most part, and has consecutively had a really pronounced hook approaching the Creola, Dry Prong, Antonia, and Pollock areas. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If we take a look at the velocities here, you can see there is a little bit of rotation. It's relatively weak at this time, but you do see reds moving away and greens moving towards. So right in the middle, there is counterclockwise spin, indicating some potential tornadic rotation right within that hook. So that's the main reason why I have not given up on the cell quite yet. There is still something here, and that's the reason why if you're over there in Pollock, Antonia, Bentley, Creola, Dry Prong, you need to heed the warning of the National Weather Service. Moving down to the south, there's an area near Gardner. All right, this is starting to move out of the warning box here, so there might be a new tornado warning here, and this would be for the city of Alexandria. All right, if they do issue a new tornado warning, this would be for the city of Alexandria. You can see There is some rotation here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards once again. So there is rotation right over Gardner. If we look at the correlation coefficient, I do not see a tornado on the ground with this one, but there is quite a hefty hook. Look at this hook right within here. So the rain's wrapping around, the inflow's trying to stream in, and the convergence of those two factors could indicate that there is some sort of rotation right within that area. So that is something to really watch out for. If they do issue a new tornado warning, it'd probably be for the city of Alexandria. Moving off to the south, there is a tornado warning over here that is, that was a part of that area near Gardner, Rapides, and Vernon Parish. That has a tornado warning here. For the next 6 minutes, this will be in effect until 1:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Hazard would be tornado, of course, with radar-indicated rotation. This cell doesn't really have as much rotation located inside the box anymore compared to what is outside the box. So if they were going to, continue to warn for something tornadic, it would have to be stuff that's outside of the warning box right now, because anywhere that's in this tornado warning right here, Hicks, Simpson, Sieper, Leander, they're pretty much in the clear. But areas near Hinston, Otis, Calcasieu, Melder, areas near Willow Glen and Alexandria, of course Gardner, as I mentioned, they are not out of the risk, so they need to continue to stay weather aware as this continues to move on through. Moving off down to the south, we do have some areas of developing rotation, possibly. One to the north and east of Pitkin, another one just due to the south and west of Pitkin, approaching the Elizabeth area, and that is something to watch out for. Two areas to where there could be a potential hook. You can see one right here, and then another area right here, not as evident as the one to the north, but still, there is areas to where the line could be trying to jut out. There could potentially be something tornadic there. We do have a new tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Allen Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
So there is a new tornado warning here. This is for the cell that was off near the Perkins area. This is south of the cell that was over near Longview. All right, so this is a separate cell that is developed here. Bit of a hook that is developed on this cell too. You can see how there is a bit of a rotation right over here. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, even almost pinks and yellows moving away as well. So there is some rotation right within this general vicinity. Let's take some storm motion to see as to if it's a little bit easier to see, and it is. So red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, near the Reeves area, heading off towards the north and east towards Oberlin, as well as Mitty. So if you know anyone who lives over there, well north of Lake Charles, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
Yep, so that's Rapides Parish. That's the city of Alexandria right there. The city of Alexandria now has a tornado warning. I've told you guys, I said, if you know anyone who lives in the city of Alexandria, they need to watch, all right? We've been watching this storm like a hawk, and there is good reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for this populous city. So you need to tell people, if you know anyone who lives in Alexandria, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, all right? Share this live stream with as many people as possible on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you know people who live in these areas, share this live stream with them. Also, be sure to hit that like button down below. All right, I'm going to say that a lot, and it sounds gimmicky, but if you hit that more and more people will be able to see this content because they'll click on the live stream and they'll see that this stuff is happening. And if they live in these areas, this information could be crucial to them. So please be sure to help spread the word. Help me continue to get this information out to more and more people. We have 860 people watching at this time. If everyone, if you think about how if everyone spread the information, we can reach so many people. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to do so, all right? Because this event is not expected to stop after this. And the big thing here is that I'll zoom out real quickly, and I'll show you what our event is supposed to be like today. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and if that wasn't enough, with how large this 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale is, we have a giant 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here that practically covers the entire state of Mississippi. So if you know anyone that lives in Mississippi, you need to tell them to be weather aware too. As a matter of fact, there's some areas that already even have a tornado watch. All right, 90-60 probs of a tornado which is absolutely insane. 90% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 60% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes that would be EF2 strength or stronger. So, you know, we got to continue to try and spread this information to as many people as possible if we haven't already. Because my goodness. So yeah, there's that new tornado warning that is for the city of Alexandria. All right, and this is heading off right into that area. Would not be surprised if this thing tried to develop here. All right, this thing does have a lot of things that are telling me this thing is trying to intensify. A lot of these air currents here that I typically look for, and a lot of spin. Yeah, this thing is trying to materialize more and more. So this is a bit concerning here. This is a bit concerning for the city of Alexandria, as there is something that is trying to develop right within this area. Look at this. Big hook right within here. Big hook. That is a monster hook right there. Classic supercell signature. Classic, classic storm that is trying to wrap up more. You can see it's trying to build up all that rain. It's trying to consolidate it right within this area. So you can see how widespread it is here. And then it starts to curl it right within this area, right there. And it's trying to channel all that rain in towards where the rotation is. And this is a classic supercell. This is a classic supercell. So if that doesn't tell you all you need to know, I don't know what will, because this is a tornadic storm that is heading straight for the city of Alexandria here in Louisiana. Let's move off down to the south real quickly. We'll head off to the cell that is tornado warned near Reeves. This does have a bit of rotation with it. You can also see it's congealing that rain and trying to wrap it around here. So that is something to note, but it's not as well defined as its counterpart to the north. So that is the good news here. That is the good news here as this continues to move about. However, the bad news is that this thing has a really good environment to where there isn't a lot of thunderstorms that's cooling the atmosphere. So this thing is still ingesting a lot of warm and moist air. It is still continuing to rise up and in towards the general area to where these thunderstorms are. And that isn't the good thing on the other hand. So this thing is in an uncontested environment, more or less, as to where there could potentially be something tornadic that could impact some of these areas. We'll have to watch out for that. There is still that cell that's approaching the Lake Charles area. Does have a little miniature hook. I want to see. It's approaching our Skycam, if I do believe. So let's see. Is it working? Yeah, we do. We actually, I think that's the wall cloud there on the right-hand side. Let me turn off my face cam.
Tornado warning for
It's not really
Rapids
showing
in central Louisiana.
What camera would be good with this? Not that. What about that? Yeah, that's a lot better. I'm trying to get all my stuff here. That's my contacts for Zillow. Let's move this over. I'm trying to see if I can get some other stuff here that might be of interest. Satellite. Go United States. There we go. But yeah, on the right-hand side there's a big lowering over here. Right over here. See this lowering? So that is a heck of a shot there from this live camera, Lake Charles. I'm going to see if there is another view here. This is looking off, I think, to the north. No, this is looking due south. This is looking due south. So this is, this right here is probably our only shot that we have, more or less. And there is a bit of a wall cloud right under here. Right down here is where I would watch out for. So we'll continue to watch out for that. We'll come back to that here in a second. And let's go back to the radar here. Because this thing, it does look like it is trying to develop, all right? I do see some areas of rotation here that's approaching Lake Charles. Have a lot of this red surging towards the radar here. Green's trying to lapse behind this. So there is something that's trying to develop. let's go back up north here. Let's go back up north. And we're starting to get relatively far away from the radar now. So the radar, not exactly helping us all too much, especially with our college radar. Our college radar is kind of deteriorating a little bit. Let's do that. So let's see what we can do here for the most part with what we have. Yeah, there is still a little bit of rotation within this area. Oh, look at that. Here's, wow. This is from Reed Timmer. It's potentially something right there. Maybe a funnel cloud, if not a tornado.
Passing the north of I-20.
Yeah. There is definitely something right there. 100%. Yeah. If you guys find more stuff, please be sure to share this with me. All right? We're going to continue to try and show people the perspective of what's going on right now. But my goodness. So right now, we have 4 tornado warnings ongoing at this time. We'll go back to the Fort Polk radar, see if this cell over near Alexandria continues to do things. It doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. It looks like it is kind of doing its own thing at this time. So that's the good news. Yeah, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me, @Nate_Snyder. I want to check something here, because I saw it earlier. And the big concern here, we'll see as this continues to move on through. Alright, I'll turn this off. The big concern that I have, as my mouse continues to not want to function with me, is power outages. And my goodness, are there a lot of them. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Ashley County in southeastern Arkansas, northwestern Morehouse Parish in northeastern
Extension.
Louisiana.
So that's the extension for the tornado warning. That is north of Monroe. We'll talk about that there in a second. Someone said, what about central Arkansas's tornado risk? Is it over? If you're from Little Rock and westward, yeah, you guys are done for today. You guys are done. It's the big line here. If you've already encountered this big line, you're done. All right, you're good. This is the concern here, guys. All right, 52,000 people without power. We have a lot of people without power in some of these areas. All right, so this is a heck of a coverage spot here. Beauregard with 6,000 people without power. Natchitoches with 4,000. Jackson with 3,700. You know, and this is approaching the Rapides Parish general area here. Vernon with 4,500 people without power. There's, you know, a lot of people without power over here from these lines of storms already, and this is approaching Mississippi too. So we'll see. All right, mark the number right now. Mississippi right now has 4,300 people without power, just based off of, you know, the typical normal stuff that happens in everyday life. Okay? We'll check back with this intermittently throughout the day in Louisiana, and we'll see what happens here. All right? So let's go back over here to Alexandria. And there is still a little bit of rotation here. It looks like there could have been something brief that touched down, just like a brief tornado that spun up. that could actually have been the case. And it was right along State Highway 28 here in Louisiana. So there could have potentially have been something over there. Let's go off towards... Interesting. Someone in the chat just asked about Alexandria. Alexandria is under a tornado warning right now. Tell them to go ahead and get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right. There's a storm that's right in front of them. All right. Within the next 5 minutes, it's going to go right over top of them. Now, the good news here as of right now is that it looks like the rotation has diminished. Okay. But we don't want to take that chance. All right. We never want to take that chance. All right. Things could easily, you know, with how unpredictable tornadoes are, we're going to want to continue to stay safe all the way through until the line passes. So I would highly recommend telling them that there is something moving into Alexandria. And I've been saying this here for the people who've been in the chat. All right. You know, I know there's some people who are new. Okay. We've been covering this line for about an hour now. And we kind of knew eventually that this would head off towards the Alexandria general vicinity. The city of Alexandria would get that activity. And, you know, once again, you know, if you live over there, if you live off towards the west of this, near the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, especially in Mississippi, all right, I'll pull this out here. If you know anyone who lives within this, you know, orange or red area, I'll pull away radar here. You need to tell them to watch out for severe weather today. All right, there is going to be a lot of significant severe weather here. You can see on their scales, there's a 1 out of 5 in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in red. The orange and the red is the most concerning risk here today, not just because they're the highest risk, all right, but because of what they provide. So there's a lot of stuff in store out in front of this. Oh, what? Oh, what? This is looking off towards the south on these cells in Lake Charles. Oh, good call, whoever said look at Lake Charles, Cam. What's going on over here? Whoever said that, very good call. Very good call. Oh, there's some rotation down there, too. Let's see if we can find it. Can we find it here on the camera? I see a bit of a whale's mouth right within here. If I was looking, I'd be down here. I'd be down there trying to see if I can find something. This is going to hit the camera head on. This is going to hit the camera head on. So we'll be able to see it come straight through the area. Yeah, I'd be looking in this general area right here. Let me actually move this over to the left side. We'll full screen that. So that way we'll have something over there to look at. Go to Lake Charles. And then go to this right there. So we'll be able to watch half and half screen. Yeah, I'm watching that or the area to the left. So like over and that really low cloud on the left-hand side. That's probably what I'm watching there too. Because that looks like it's newly developing right there. And that just exited out. But yeah, there is something on that left-hand side. So Lake Charles, all right, you're not under a tornado warning right now, but there's a cell that could potentially be tornadic out in front of it. We're going to continue to watch out for this very closely. Let's look off over here. That camera's going to continue to like not do things. Let's look off over here towards the cells in Arkansas. There is some actually embedded areas of rotation over here in Arkansas, so don't be surprised if some tornado warnings get issued over here in, say, like the Cornerstone, Humphrey, Stuttgart area, as well as the Grady, the Dumas area, even towards Clarendon, could potentially be something. Let's go back. Let's actually go to Jackson's radar. See what we can find over in Bastrop. There is rotation over there. There's actually 2 areas of rotation. So there's one area of rotation that was over near Sterling. All right, so the Downsville area. That is where the original storm, the QLCS tornado, was at. All right, that was moving through the Sterlington areas as well as the general vicinity of Marion. All right. Now we have a new area of rotation over here, right near the Monroe general vicinity. All right. So if you know anyone that lives near Monroe, north of Monroe, near Bastrop, or Bastrop, near the Galleon, Bonita, Jones area, the Wardville general vicinity, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already, because there's a storm right here that looks like there is definitely something coming. All right, there is a storm right here. Big time hook, Echo. Look at that. Big time hook extending right within this. And you even have bands swirling into where the rotation actually is at. So yeah, there is something over here north of Monroe heading off towards the Collinston, the Bastrop, and the Galleon areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there north of Monroe, Louisiana, all right, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Trying to look at some of these cameras here in Lake Charles, see if I can find anything. I don't at this time, so nothing really to show on that regard. But yeah, if you're north of Monroe, here in Louisiana, near the Bastrop, near the Galleon, Shelton's area, there is a storm right here that does have quite a lot of rotation here. A lot of rotation. Lost power in Lake Charles? That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's go back up to Fort Polk. Let's go back to the cell in Alexandria. The cell is now officially past, or is now officially passing over Alexandria, I should say. It's not officially past Alexandria, but it's passing over Alexandria right now. Nothing really too condensed. I don't see anything super tornadic along here. That is the good news. Trying to look through here. There is rotation there, I will say. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So the classic formula that we've been reciting throughout much of the stream, that's still there. Look at that. Jeez. So Glenmore and Forest Hill, they also have a tornado warning over here. This is for, Rapides Parish. This will be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. They originally had this warned for the rotation that was off to the north and east of Pitkin. All right, so we said this was the area to watch. This thing could potentially produce a tornado. Did it actually do so? Don't see anything. So that's the good news. Doesn't look like it produced a tornado on the northeastern side. However, they have now moved the tornado warning now so that it is for the southernmost rotation that's approaching Glenmora. So this right here has a heck of a rotation with it too. There is a lot of stuff. Lot of stuff over there. So right now we're looking in Louisiana. This is specifically south of Alexandria. This is approaching the Glenmora area, as well as the Forest Hill, the I-49 corridor near Meeker, the Cheneyville. That's where the tornadic rotation actually is at. You can see this, it does actually have some pretty strong rotation. This is actually a lot more organized than what we have seen here today. But the only thing about it is that it's pretty broad. You can see all the turbulence kind of just circling around. In the center area, there isn't really a lot of turbulence. So that's the good news right now. If that keeps doing that, we won't see anything from the cell. But if it congeals that turbulence, if it condenses it, then we could be talking about something very different here. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Ouachita Parish in north central Louisiana.
So, I'm assuming that's for Monroe. And it is. It's for the cell that's in Bosco. Let me take a look and see what they found on Shreveport. It's really hard to see the rotation for the most part. It really is. Because all of these purple, these purple pixels right here, this is all range folding. So the actual areas here, the actual pixels that are being loaded in by the actual radar is starting to become corrupt. And this is one way of showing corruptness. This is a heck of a cell, heck of a range folding issue. And there's a lot of range folding over here too. But yeah, there is a new tornado warning for the city of Monroe. If you live in Monroe, or if you live east of Monroe, near the Schwartz area, Richwood, Oak Ridge, Jonesburg, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Can everyone hear my sound? Can everyone hear it all right? Am I too quiet? Am I loud? All right, just wanted to double check. Wanted to make sure that everyone can hear me fine. So yeah, then just tell the person who's in chat, just tell them to turn their volume up. Kindly, of course, kindly. Where's the Elizabeth area? A little bit further south. Basically where I was watching the cell, so that's something. Alright, glad everyone can hear me now. Alright, glad everyone, well, everyone already did hear me, but, glad I'm not going crazy. So, we have 6 tornado warnings? What? Where's the... that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't going too crazy here. The cell that's off near Glenmora has kind of died off a little bit, just based off of me looking at rotation, so that's the good news. There's a cell, however, that's developing, alright? There's a cell that's developing near Rogers. Alright, so we can see that hook right there. Clear as day hook. And then there's a cell that just passed through Alexandria. That is now starting to gain traction. So luckily, luckily it didn't do that on its approach. Luckily it didn't do that on its approach towards Alexandria. But yeah, a bit further off towards the east of that, near the Labousse area, the Collin areas, as well as DeVille, State Highway 120, 1207 it appears as to what that is, or 120 alternate, 115, 28, as well as 107. That's where the area to watch is currently at. A lot of rotation over there too. Look at that. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards right in the middle. A lot of consolidation over there. There is a lot of consolidation. So once again, a lot of wrapping characteristics. It's congealing all that rain, pulling it around into where the actual rotation is at. We just got a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Morehouse Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Richland Parish in northeastern Louisiana, West Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northeastern Franklin Parish in northeastern Louisiana.
That's a huge tornado warning. That is a huge tornado warning. Someone asked how fast these are moving. They're moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So they're racing across. They're not highway speed, but they're racing across. All right. So you just heard them. New tornado warning here. Ashley, Morehouse, Carroll, and Franklin Parish. You're under what appears to be a tornado warning. That appeared for a tornado warning. So yeah, Morehouse, Richland, Carroll, and Franklin. All right, so there you go. There's your tornado warning here for your area. Huge tornado warning at that. So this includes Rayville, Mangum, Delhi, Epps, Forest, areas near Oak Ridge and Collinston, as well as areas near, of course, Galleon, Bonita, and Bastrop. So if you're over there, highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You also see all these severe thunderstorm warnings. What's the one thing that I said in the beginning of the stream that would probably occur? There's going to be a lot of them. There's going to be a lot more severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. I'm expecting almost every single county out in front of this line that is probably going to get a warning of some sort, whether it's tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm anticipating that to be the case because of how widespread and evenly distributed all of the significant factors are. So we have a huge tornado warning here that is indicated right within this red box right there. And we have other red boxes too indicating other tornado warnings too. But this is definitely starting to build up more and more. Let's go down to Lake Charles here. See if we found anything over there. Nothing too much of interest. What about the Oberlin cell? This tornado warning down here near Oberlin. Nothing really too much to say from this. That's the good news. That is some good news. Anything of potential interest down here? Maybe some rotation. Don't really see too much on the southern side. That's the good news as well. So let's go back to this. People are asking a possible derecho. This could be the beginning of a possible derecho. I will not sugarcoat it. I do think this could be the beginning of a possible derecho. But I guess we'll just have to see see if this thing continues to maintain. Which, in my honest opinion, it has every reason to continue to do so. But is there a chaser on the ground? For us, we'll be able to pull it up here in a second. We'll have a chaser that's going to be talking with us. He'll be talking with us intermittently throughout the stream if he sees anything. He's not in position right now to give us anything, of course. He is getting into position in Mississippi so that whenever this line does move on through, he'll be able to see some activity. But as of right now, Nothing really too much. Will Jackson be okay? Jackson's in the center of all this activity. I think they could potentially even get some hurricane force winds at maximum. So I'll watch out for that. Your timings for this here, I'm anticipating within 2.5 to 3 hours from now. All right, so you have plenty of time to prepare ahead of time. But these storms are on their way towards your general area. I hate allergies, Alma. I do not care for them. Although migraines are different, but like it's somewhat similar. So I hope you get better. Will Tuscaloosa be okay? Tuscaloosa is just barely in the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, so I do think they will probably get some more activity. I think they are not out of the clear by any stretch of the imagination. I do think they could potentially see some more stuff, so I'd watch out for that very closely. Very closely. Let me do this real quickly. Let's go back to some of the radar here. Let's go back to Fort Polk. There's only 3 tornado warnings at this time. That's really good news. But there's a cell down here that's near Oakdale that I am really watching out for. Oberlin 2, that had the old tornado warning, so there's a hook right there. But Oakdale, something's trying to develop over there near Oakdale too. Maybe a potential area of tornadic rotation there. You can see greens moving towards the radar and reds moving away as well. So there is some counterclockwise spin over there heading towards the Turkey Creek and the Interstate 49 area. There's also something over here near Forest Hill. All right, Forest Hill and Glenmora. Also a little bit of a hooking characteristic right within there too. So there is a lot of stuff that's trying to spin about. Someone said there's a new tornado watch. Yeah, that is the case. There's a new tornado watch for New Orleans, Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Let's see. A few tornadoes, a couple intense tornadoes likely. Sheesh. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. So there's your hurricane force wind gusts that they are possibly anticipating. All right, so this is the one thing that I'm seeing here for the most part. All right, so here's the probabilities. 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes. So that is less than the tornado watch north of them. Okay. However, there is still a 60% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. Okay, so one thing to say for certain. Okay, one thing that I can say, guys, is that this is going over an area or multiple areas that have already been impacted time and time again. Time and time again. So, if you know anyone that lives out in front of this, all right, we'll go back out. You see this giant orange area. You see this giant red area, all right? Right now, all the severe weather is in Louisiana and even parts of Arkansas. But if you are in this giant orange area or this giant red area right within here, okay? I highly recommend you stay weather aware throughout the majority of this event because there is a lot of activity expected to come your way. And of course, we just got issued, the new issued tornado watch just got put out. This stuff is very much so widespread. It'll be happening across the board, practically the same exact thing for much of the area. So if you know anyone that lives in the orange or in the red, or if you live within the orange and the red, you need to really monitor this very closely. Very closely. All right? And I highly recommend, sharing the information if you can. Tell people about the National Weather Service. Tell them to pay attention to them. Heck, send this live stream to them. Spread it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all sorts of stuff like that. Because if we can continue to try and get information, just knowledge of this severe weather event out, this could potentially help, a lot of people. This could help a lot of people. And if you guys also, we have over 613 of you that have already done it. If you hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. You're helping me spread information on YouTube's platform. That is key here. All right. So keep doing that if you haven't already. All right. Hit that thumbs up button down below and continue to spread this with more and more people so that we can continue to try and get information out to people who live out in these areas. New tornado warning just got issued. Oh.
Tornado warning for Shickett County in southeastern Arkansas, eastern Ashley County in southeastern Arkansas.
Well, it's no longer just congealed in Louisiana now. I mean, there's been a tornado warning for portions of Arkansas too, but now there's a new tornado warning here for Arkansas as well. So this is for Shickett and Ashley counties here. That'll be in effect until 2:45. All right, 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live over here near Fountain Hill, Hamburg, Montrose, Portland, Lake Village, Jenny, Dermott, you need to tell them to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Because there is a lot of activity that is starting to really spin up. All right, this is starting to become really repetitive. And you guys can kind of already tell as to what we can anticipate throughout the majority of the event here today. We're going to see the same exact thing over and over again. We're going to have storms that'll try and produce quick little spin-ups, quick little tornadoes. And then everything else, it'll be hurricane force winds. Quick little tornadoes, hurricane force winds. It's going to continue to do this over and over and over again. Areas in Knoxville, I think they are a little too far to the east to be considered as part of this event. I think they should be fine for the most part. And that's practically everyone that's from Chattanooga. Actually, Chattanooga can get a part of this action. But like Cookeville and Cleveland and Crossville and eastward in Tennessee, I think they're fine. Even into Knoxville. Let's turn on radar here. And these storms are now starting to approach the Memphis general area here. So I'll actually see what the radar of Memphis is showing here in a bit. Actually, I'll show it now. There's a lot of these storms here. There's not a whole lot of energy, but there's a lot of these storms that could potentially be creating some very strong damaging winds. There's actually already reports out in front of the line here in Jonesboro, out in front of the line of trees uprooted from some of the non-thunderstorm wind gusts. Light pole down across I-555. And then trees down across the residential area over here in Poinsett County, Arkansas, near Lepanto. So there is a lot of stuff already ongoing, and it's not even part of the line quite yet. This is all from the strong damaging winds out in front of this. So my goodness. Yeah, it looks like that cell that's over near Forest Hill and Glenmora. This is not tornado warned at this time, but this is still a cell to watch very closely. This could be trying to spin up here. All right, this could potentially be trying to be tornadic over here. So the Echo, the Meeker area near Cheneyville, Mensura, need to watch out for this very closely, as this could potentially become tornadic as well. Areas down here near Oakdale does have some rotation over here as well. There is some activity. You can see greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. So Turkey Creek, St. Landry, Berkey, or Bunkey, I should say. Jeez, yeah, that cell near Meeker could potentially go. That's some pretty well-defined rotation there. I'll watch that very closely. Let's go down a little bit further south. These cells over here that are due south of Lake Charles are currently over swampland and or farmland. All right, so you see areas near Grand Lake and Hackberry. Okay, this is over farmland for the most part. There isn't really a whole lot of stuff out here, but in the off chance that there are people that do live out here, okay, there are some tornadic storms that are surging on through. All right, there's quite a few of them as well. So if you live in any of these areas, I highly recommend you pay attention to it very closely. South of I-10 could potentially see some spin-ups, some tornadic spin-ups here. What about Marksville, Louisiana? Let me take a look here. Memphis, look at to us, and you think you have tornadoes. What should we fear? Well, first off, if you guys, I would rather you guys try and stay prepared, more or less. Try not to fear about it, all right? Because if you fear about it, you guys panic, you guys make the wrong decisions. And I even do it too. It happens, all right? It's human nature. So, as I tell you guys this, all right, I highly recommend you guys just, understand and then just kind of prepare accordingly. I think you guys are going to see a lot more strong damaging winds than tornadoes, but it would be in upwards of hurricane force. Okay, so hurricane force winds is definitely possible. And the best thing I can say is just stay away from windows. All right, get into the innermost part of your building if you haven't already. Marksville, Louisiana. Okay, so you guys are in the path of this cell still. You guys are in the path. All right, so here is Marksville over here. And here's the big line to watch right within there. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's a couple cells over here that do look like they could potentially be tornadic. So I would watch out if you guys can. Nothing really like super significant at this time for you, just besides the strong damaging winds. Widespread, upwards of 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour in some spots, but not quite hurricane force winds for you all. But you guys are still expected to get a lot of widespread activity here. A lot of widespread activity. So continue to monitor that very closely. Very closely. Let's see. Yeah, this entire line right here extending from I-49 all the way up from DeVille down to I-49 and in towards portions of Oberlin. Basically paralleling US Highway 165. That entire line has tornadic rotations all on it. And it's moving off towards the north and east. So all these areas here, especially this area near Meeker. Alright, that's one that I'm watching very closely. Could potentially be trying to develop. So I'll watch that very closely here. Let's go back up north, see what other areas to watch are. What radar is the closest to this? I'd say Jackson. It's pretty far away from the radar to begin with, so it's really hard for me to say specifically as to what's going on with this. Excuse me. Should Lafayette expect a severe thunderstorm warning soon? I think they could. Honestly. I think that line is starting to kind of develop more and more, so yeah, I'd watch out for that. That's observed now. Okay, so, this now has an observed tornado warning. There is a tornado in progress. I'm assuming on this cell here near Rayville. So here's the confirmed tornado. Tornado producing storms located along a line. Weather spotters confirm. Yeah, there is a apparently a confirmed tornado within this line here. So if you're near Rayville, all right, if you're near Rayville, Epps, Darnell, Pioneer, Forest, Warden, you need to tell people to take their proper precautions right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you haven't already, because this cell over here does look like it is trying to continue to spin up, and it is trying to produce these tornadoes along this line. And that's going to be the case here all the way through. This entire line is going to continue to try and produce more and more spin-ups, more and more rotations here. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana, south central Jefferson Davis Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southeastern Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
So there's your tornado warning that I was talking about. Luckily, it's over, as I said, mainly swampland. But the thing of it is that there are 3 areas of rotation. Okay, 3. In this one tornado warning. We have one right here, one right here, we have one right here. Okay? This is going to be, geez, this is super widespread. If you know anyone that lives over here near Hayes, near Lake Arthur eventually, areas near State Highway 27, all right, State Highway 27, State Highway 14, here in Louisiana, you need to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precaution if they haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It looks like the cell over here near Bell City is starting to amplify a little bit more. But there are so many storms. There are so many storms right now that are firing off across the board. So yeah, Hayes, Lake Arthur, anywhere north of Creole. I know this is a lot of swampland, all right? So that's the good news. There's not a lot of people that live in this general area. Let's see if I can pull up here, National Weather Service tornado. Yeah, there's the only population that lives in there is Hayes, and that's 2,300 people. So fortunately, there's not too many people that live in here, but it's still too much. It's still too many people. So that is something to watch. But yeah, these storms are really trying to produce tornadoes along this line. But yeah, this is a new tornado warning here for Cameron, Jefferson, and Calcasieu parishes. And that'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. GR Earth updates it. So GR Earth sends those audibles. Just got reports of damage here. Tree down on a law enforcement vehicle over here near Rayville, Louisiana. So it looks like there could have potentially been some damage over here. That does look like that could potentially be the case. And that does seem to be relatively accurate with what the spotters have been saying. A lot of storm chasers out there have been saying that there has been some rotations along this line that has been producing tornadoes. So there's one now. The former that actually apparently produced a tornado is now over near the Oak Ridge area. And if you're basically along State Highway 17 here in Louisiana, from Delhi all the way up into Forest, Epps, Terry, Kilbourne, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, because there is definitely something tornadic across that entire area there. So please be sure to watch out for this if you haven't already. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Just got a report. The tornado over here at US 80 and Ginn Road relayed from both train spotters and law enforcement. This was 8 minutes ago. And yeah, that was in the cell that was, excuse me. That was over here near Rayville and Start. That's now towards the Oak Ridge area. A lot of turbulence over there. My goodness, there's a lot of turbulence. So there could definitely be something over there. But yeah, Rayville, done. Delhi. There's a lot of areas over there that could potentially be impacted by this cell. Or these cells, I should say. Further off to the north, there's also a cell over here that's about to cross the Louisiana-Arkansas border near Bonita. That is going to be heading off towards the Parkdale, the Winmont, or the Wilmot area. Not Winmont. Wilmot area, as well as Eudora, Chicot, Parkdale, Lake Village. So if you live over there in Arkansas, all right, basically along the Arkansas-Louisiana border, you also need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's see.
Hey, Nate, this is Will. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Awesome. We're about to get a stream pulled up right now on the Allegheny Stormfront Facebook page. It's the same one that Alistair was using, I think, last week to do the storms of Wheeling. But the storms are probably, like 20 minutes away now from where we're at. Let's see, where are we exactly located right now?
About 30 minutes from us, probably.
Yeah, we're about
towards Greenville.
We're about 30 minutes south of Clarksdale, still headed south on State Route 61 towards Greenville.
All right, just stay safe out there. These storms are screaming and they're moving quick. Very unpredictable so far with what's been going on, so just stay on high alert if you can.
It's Alistair. Do you read me?
For sure, got you there. We're gonna have the stream pulled up on my phone, and then we're gonna get Peter to add you on Zello. We'll get Peter to add you on Zello, and then he'll communicate with you from there.
Sounds good. Keep me updated.
All right, man. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I can hear you loud and clear. Talking to my chasers right now, seeing.
All right, a few things. Live stream will be going up soon. It'll be going up from Will's phone. He will have to be solo on that, so his phone will be used for no other purposes. You'll have to add Peter on Zello. You'll be contacting him that way. So he'll be sending you a notification here pretty soon for a contact request.
10-4. I'll be on the lookout. All right. So, yeah, we do have a chaser. He is starting to get into position here. We'll watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. But, yeah, he's heading off towards the Greenwood, Greenville area, that general vicinity. He's heading down south, so he's going to try and pick on these northern tornado warning cells. And we'll have to see as to what happens as this continues to move on through. But we'll have a chaser here that's going to be relaying us information. And if you guys are willing to stay tuned, we'll be able to continue to try and get you more information here. But yeah, a lot of activity here. Getting a lot of reports now of trees down out in front of the line. Trees and power lines down. So now let's go ahead and take a look back. We said in the beginning of the stream, we said, all right, well, let's see if this number of power outages goes up in Louisiana. And we're seeing that now, over 57,000 people, almost 58,000 people without power now across the board over here in Louisiana. And we also said that here in Mississippi, all right, so we said that areas are, areas across the board. We started out at 4,000 people without power, and now we're approaching 12,000, not just because of the line, but because of the entire winds out in front of it. And so they're not even seeing the main part of the risk, and they're already starting to see power outages. That right there is, absolutely insane. So we'll have to see what goes on with that. We'll continue to keep you guys updated with those storms. What does this mesoscale discussion say? Watch likely for areas near Paducah and Evansville. So we'll watch out for that. Looks like a line of storms is also moving off through St. Louis. So potentially something of 50 mile per hour wind gusts up there that just was encountered by St. Louis. So that's really interesting. Let's go back to cell over here in Jackson. Take a look at our radar here. Still 2 areas to watch. One over here near Oak Ridge. One over here near the Delhi areas. So a lot of stuff moving over. People were asking if there's any thunderstorms that are trying to develop out in front of the line quite yet. They are trying to. They're just not doing a very good job of maintaining. So that's kind of where we're at right now with those storms. It looks like, as I said, it looks like the main tornado threat is going to be the line. All right, I do think there could be some storms that form out in front of it, but I do think the line is going to be the main, catalyst to fire things off. Let's go back to the tornado warning down south. And it looks like the cell near Hayes is probably producing a tornado. All right, so the cell near Hayes possibly producing a tornado. I mean, look at that hook, guys. Very well-defined hook right within that area. Inflow streaming in, so it's got that warm moisture that is being pulled right into the cell. So you have your rain being wrapped around, your moisture being wrapped around. The convergence of the two is where you typically find your tornadoes. And yeah, there is your rotation. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So that is as classic as you can get. There's also cells down further south over here. But they're in the middle of swampland, so that's the good news. Lake Arthur could potentially be something to watch out for, however. All right, areas out in front of it near Lake Arthur. That is some things to watch. But Hayes, Welsh, areas near Jennings. All right, this is approaching the Jennings area. If you know anyone that lives near I-10, east of Lake Charles, near the Welsh and Jennings area, and near Hayes, all right, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already and get into a sturdy structure, because this cell does look like it could potentially be tornadic. Opelousas is going to see the same thing that everyone else is going to be seeing. Strong damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes. But Opelousas is pretty far away at this time. They'll see their stuff in about, I'd say, what, an hour? I'd say an hour. But yeah, there is definitely some pretty strong rotation over here. Let's take a timing here. Let's take a timing of this. That's where this is heading off towards. Welsh and Jennings. Right there. So this thing could potentially be producing a tornado here any second now. If it doesn't, then that's the really good news. I don't see a debris signature. So that's really nice. Yeah, I am. Reed has a confirmed tornado. I think he had a confirmed tornado earlier. I'm not sure about right now. Let's see. Reed Timmer. So we got Morgan here now with us, and we have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Chickett County in southeastern Arkansas,
Southeastern
East Carroll
Arkansas.
Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana,
Extension.
eastern
Extension
West Carroll
of
Parish
Delhi.
in northeastern
Yeah.
Louisiana,
Or Delhi.
southwestern Washington County
Is
in
it Delhi,
northwestern
really?
Mississippi,
It is. We've been saying it all the
Issaquah
wrong.
County in west central Mississippi, Sharkey County in west
Shh,
central
that's a
Mississippi.
huge tornado warning.
Yeah, I think it's for like all 3 of those rotations.
But yeah, there's a new tornado warning here. Just to repeat, this is for Chillicothe County in southeastern Arkansas, Carroll, Madison, East Carroll, West Carroll, Madison parishes in Louisiana, Washington, Issaquah, and
Tornado
Sharkey
warning
counties
for
in Mississippi.
Southeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
Oh, wow.
Central Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana.
I'm surprised. I know exactly where that is. So I'm kind of surprised. I'm not surprised anymore. That's the cell that we were looking at. The cell near Meeker. So now that's tornado warned, and that's heading off towards Marksville. So I know I have someone in the chat that's from Marksville. If you're in Marksville, Mansura, Border Leonville, as well as Echo. All right, now it's your time to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And if you know anyone that lives in those areas too, tell them to do that as well. All right? These storms are going to consistently do this. They're going to consistently produce these rotations. They're going to produce these QLCS tornadoes. And then if you're not being hit directly by it, you're going to get hit by 60 to hurricane force winds. 60 mile per hour winds to even hurricane force. So we got to continue to try and spread this information to as many people as possible. All right. Once again, by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. All right. So please help me do that if you haven't already. We have over 700 people that have already done it. So the more, the better. And also, please be sure to copy the link to this live stream and spread it with more and more people on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. But yeah, this is a heck of a storm here. Heck of a storm that is trying to develop near Marksville. You can clearly see the hook right in there. Rain trying to wrap around. A lot of thunderstorms around it. So that's kind of this, hopefully a saving grace. Maybe the air around this actual supercell is starting to get cooler and cooler, and storms don't typically like that. They like warm, moist air.
What is Fort Polk's radar doing? I'm losing half the shot at times.
Latest scan just came in. And yeah, there still is some rotation over there. Yeah, you can see red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is definitely something to watch out for. There is some turbulence along that line as well, so I'd watch out for that. So that's something to watch out for. Let's go over...
Peter sent you friend request.
Oh, he did. He did indeed. Just accepted it. How do you read me?
Nate, this is Peter. Do you hear me?
I got you 5x5.
Good. We are approaching that tornado warned area to the southeast of Greenville right now. We should be there in about 30 minutes. Stream's going live.
All right, so we do have our chaser there. 10-4, keep me updated. He will be.
Whomst?
It's couple Met students that are chasing in the area. Trying to see. I might need Alistair to give me.
Did you say something, Nate? I didn't get that last thing.
All I said was
one
just
thing
keep me updated. So just stay frosty.
Sounds good. And like I said, that stream, we got it live
One
right
thing
now.
I did want to note with these storms, or rather with the environment itself. So I don't know if you noticed, but there are some showers and some very weak thunderstorms that are basically in all directions of Jackson, Mississippi. Those storms are getting choked by the lack of instability. And what I mean by that is the models that did present those possible supercells overdid instability in both levels by about 1,000 joules per kilogram. So right now we're looking at about 1,200 mixed layer cape. And if I come over to surface based, we're looking at just shy of 2,000 in most areas. So those storms are really just kind of getting choked off by the lack of instability. They're trying to form, and there's a bunch of shear and helicity to do so, but not really the energy to get those storms to really take it up another notch.
But yeah, exactly what you said. But I also think, you and I also thought alike yesterday about the prefrontals. Prefrontals, I highly doubt, especially with what's going on right now. I don't think there is really going to be a big window of opportunity for these things to continue to just root, because there's just so many things going wrong with that environment. And the
storms themselves are moving at highway speeds east. So even if they do start, they're really not going to have a chance because there's rain to the north of the line, and then you have the storm line approaching southwest to northeast. It's just kind of a mess.
Take a look at go to Lake Charles radar if you have another GR2 set up.
I do.
Go to Lake Charles and take a look at that tornado warning. There's actually
I did. There's 3 rotations.
There's one that's outside the tornado warning right now near Welsh. That thing looks nice. Hayes, as well as the area south of Hayes. The only saving grace for the cells that are south of Hayes is that they're over swampland right now. The only issue is that those two are heading towards Lake Arthur. All right, so
and not a small area.
Yeah.
So
it's just there's so many areas here that are spinning up. We can see that this is more than likely going to continue to try and amplify more and more.
There's a little bit of a stronger turbulence drop. Not quite a large one, but a stronger turbulence drop directly south of Hayes with that main rotation, the tornado warning. So definitely have to watch that. I might actually go towards Jennings. These are moving fairly northeasterly.
Yeah. Maybe in between Jennings and Lake Arthur. Well, actually, storm motion takes it towards a little closer towards Lake Arthur, which is kind of interesting. So that's something to watch out for.
I think it's the formation of the storms themselves that's pushing it northeast. It may eventually turn back east again here soon.
One thing I gotta say though, that's one heck of an embedded supercell on that one. The one that's with the spectrum width. Look at that. There's already a forward flank downdraft on that cell. And it's granted a weak one. That thing is channeling all sorts of energy. All right. This thing is trying to really materialize and spin up rather quickly. Just with these QLCS tornadoes, they can have embedded supercells within them. All right. They don't have to look like the bona fide supercell that everyone, thinks of every single time. There are little distinct characteristics that you can look for that occur with every single tornadic cell. And this is one of them. This is, as supercellular as you can get, more or less. And so it's just kind of a marvel to look at, because you're just like, wow, I didn't really expect that to happen. But here it is. Here it is. Got your tornadic storms, and it's along a line here, extending from Welsh all the way down towards Hayes and south of Hayes here in Louisiana. So if you know anyone that lives over here in this portion of Louisiana, this is extreme southern Louisiana near I-10, just to the east of Lake Charles. approaching the Lake Arthur and the Jennings area, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back.
Soaking even more, man. I'll tell you what, though. These storms, I mentioned it last night in my thingy that you probably saw, I think. You mentioned it anyway. There will be the potential for several tornadoes for the rest of the day, really up and down the line. So that's why we're talking about basically all of Mississippi needs to be on high alert throughout the rest of the day. But it kind of lost, the SPC kind of lost me when they mentioned the possibility, and the discussions kind of lost me when they mentioned the possibility for long track QLCS tornadoes.
There was
Because
one
that's
earlier.
just such a thing. I know we did, but at the how long track was that?
It went
like-
through Rayville and continued to move up, like towards Oak Ridge. Apparently, you won't be able. The thing of it is I don't think you'll be able to see it on radar unless you're like really close to the radar, like looking up 4,000 feet, because these are really so low topped. Like these are
surface based, yeah.
So, radar, unless if you're really close to it, is kind of not really going to tell you the full story of what's happening on the ground. And that's the unfortunate thing with these QLCSs, because they move so quickly and they're so unpredictable, and you need those radars to kind of tell you as to what's going on, and you're just not getting it because it's just not anywhere near a radar.
Is it me, or is the line north of the Louisiana-Arkansas border just kind of not materializing?
It could be because the radar, once again, is a little bit, far, but...
Now, I'm just looking from a general standpoint.
Let me go back.
It's very messy.
It is very messy. Doesn't help that there's a lot of range folding.
That's true.
So, but there is
No, I'm just looking at this. I'm just looking at base reflectivity and the rain around it. Just nothing's being able to materialize. You can see the environment basically south of about Grenada along 55. That's where the stuff is really starting to gain some structure. Those are going to be the storms that produce tornadoes, if there are.
Yeah. Let me go back to
When
Memphis's
did the new one
radar.
come out? 30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes. So someone's asking me to go check up on the Jonesboro, Arkansas area. You guys are under severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so I highly recommend you stay away from windows. All right, indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Actually, a new severe thunderstorm warning. So the newer one, the newer severe thunderstorm warning, that now extends basically from Paragould all the way down towards Mark Tree in the Whitehall, Cherry Valley area. So if you guys live in those areas, highly recommend you stay into a sturdy structure. In regards to anything tornadic, well, there's a couple areas that I can see that the line is trying to jut out, but it's not completely, there. All right, I don't think that this is on the ground, if there was any sort of tornadic rotation, but there is a little bit of rotation that's trying to develop here. So
it's spinning, but it's fairly broad.
Yeah, it's in the beginning stages right now, and there's actually 3 areas to watch. So you see how you have a lot of these very strong greens surging towards the radar, very strong greens. This is a bit of a jutting out characteristic. All right, the winds are trying to jut out here, and then you're trying to create this bit of a whirlpooling effect. All right, and so we have 3 areas here. One in the northernmost part of the severe thunderstorm warning near Sedgwick. We have another that is trying to do so near Otwell and Greenfield. And then you have another one that's near the Hickory Ridge, Fisher, and Whitehall area. So those areas right there all have little embedded rotations that are going to try and head off towards the general vicinity of Jonesboro. And if you live along Jonesboro near I-555, areas near 55 in general, even further off towards the U.S. Highway 49 general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and just kind of seek shelter. All right? Stay away from windows if you guys can, because these storms are no joke. They're going to be producing some very strong damaging winds at minimum. And at maximum, you could potentially see a tornadic cell or two. There's a cell that's really interesting here. It's not really going to have a lot of time for it to develop, but there's a cell that if it was a lot further down south, Morgan, probably could do something, and it's on the Memphis radar right along I-55 north of Turl. It kind of is giving off that feeling of it's trying to build a left flank velocity enhancement, and that's kind of funny.
You said south of Memphis?
This is north of Memphis, along I-55 in Arkansas. So it's near the Turl, the Wilson area. In the Osceola area. And that's
very linear, but at the same point, I do see what you're talking about.
It is trying
enhancement coming in.
It is trying to perform a left flank velocity enhancement. It's just it's not in the right environment to do so. So
that is fair. That is actually kind of funny. Just like it wants to really badly, but no.
Yeah, and basically what the left flank velocity enhancement for people who are new, is that it's basically an air current that is detected from radar that is basically going straight towards where the area of rotation is. So it's one of the air currents that picks up rain and pulls it into the general area. You can see it right there based off of radar. And if you go towards the velocities, you can also kind of see it too. So you have winds kind of moving away from the radar, away, then it starts to turn in towards
the radar.
Away from the radar. It's moving away, and then it's starting to get into the gray. It's starting to move towards now, and it's trying to, develop in that way. So there is something that is trying to develop over there. Also an SVC that also is trying to develop there too. But otherwise, this cell is kind of just, out there. It's the infancy stage of what you would try and find supercells. So this is something to kind of watch out for, especially the cells that are a lot further down south too. If that starts to play a factor, we could potentially be talking about something similar down south, and that could even materialize. So we're going to have to just see how things continue to move.
Next few hours of this thing will be very telling, because if there's low instability, this thing could fall flat on its face by the time
I wouldn't even
sunset comes around.
Well, it depends. It depends upon how much it's digging that moisture. So you can have cells, right, that could just be straight up linear, won't even be tornadic. And if it's digging that moisture, that's instant 60, 70, even 80 mile per hour wind gusts right there. Because it's just that intense of a cold front.
You got ridiculous shear as well.
Yeah. So it just really... Actually, I want to see...
the 850 millibar winds are directly north at about 70 knots in Mississippi. So that's really anything you need to know. The low-level shear is absolutely steaming.
So one thing I want to point out here real quickly. We mentioned about if it's digging into the dew points. Out in front of the line over here, let's start with, say, Vicksburg. Okay, Vicksburg notches over in towards the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. Dews out there are 66 degrees, and dews behind the line, let's say Alexandria, is around 57. All right, so it's not digging significantly, but if it's similar to what the radar says, all right, if it's similar to what the NAM or the HRRR says, there's some spots to where you had dews in the 60s, mid to upper 60s in some spots, and then it went straight down into the low 50s, almost into the 40s in some spots. If that happens, all right, you'll get your hurricane force winds, and it won't just be in one area, it'll be across the board. So,
and Nate, I'd like to make note that we have this, first of all, there's 70 dews in South Louisiana, so that's one thing to note. South Baton Rouge. Second of all, there is an influx of 60-degree dew points behind the line, and there are actually some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are forming in the East Texas vicinity.
Yeah,
out by Longview. So, that's one thing the models noted where I was like, really? But Shreveport, you guys might actually have a chance for a few more severe thunderstorms later, which would be capable of producing damaging wind gusts. I really don't see tornadic activity with these storms.
Right. All right, let's catch up on some super chats here because I do not want to forget about the people who support the channel.
I may just stop you for 2 seconds.
Go for it.
The cell that is north of Grand Chenier, which is southeast of Lake Charles, that just came ashore.
Yeah.
Formed on the south flank of the old tornado warning.
Oh yeah.
Is kind of starting to hook a little bit more. And I don't know for sure, but there may actually, no, I don't think. I think that was turbulence. But there's definitely a little bit going on with that storm, and it has a whole lot of ZDR as well. So that's something to bear in mind if you are in just south of Lake Arthur, Gadian, something like that.
Yeah.
You guys need to be on high alert. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I think it's Gaiden. I think it's Gaiden.
Gaiden?
Yeah. If you guys know how to pronounce that, please be sure to correct us in the chat as, you know, if we can continue to, you know, if the big thing here
we're not from the deep south here, so the more that you correct us, the better that we're going to know for the future when we have to do more stuff like this.
Because, you know, if people are from these areas and they're like, what the heck is Gadian, you know?
Thanks.
Like, we're not doing our job here. But
new severe thunderstorm warning for the I-61, or rather, United States Route 61 corridor between Duncan and Leland, Mississippi. So that's on the eastern side of the Arkansas-Mississippi border, in anticipation of the previously tornado-warned storm coming from Lake Village. So if you guys are in Duncan, Shelby, Cleveland, Shaw, Heads, Leland, Winterville, Benoit, areas like that, you guys need to be watching out for some severe thunderstorms moving through your area very soon with the potential to produce some very strong wind gusts.
Real quickly here, guys, before I get into the donations and stuff like that. There is a report here of power poles down across the road here near the Cheneyville area. All right, so this was near the Meeker cell that we talked about earlier. This was the potential tornado that moved on through with the tornado warning. Still has a tornado warning that's heading off towards Marksville. So once again, another cell that could have went under the radar a little bit in regards to what its actual potential was at the ground. Luckily, this was a lot closer to the radar, so we realized this a lot sooner than maybe some other instances. But that's kind of one of the things that you can anticipate from this day. A lot more of these cells could potentially do that to where they spin up these tornadoes, whether it's long track or whether it's short-lived. It doesn't matter. A tornado's a tornado. It does damage, and if it's right within your pathway, you need to just, really kind of monitor it for the most part. So that's kind of one of the recipes here for what we can expect here today.
Ooh. Wow, that's interesting. There's a cell down south of Jackson in Terry along 55 that kind of looks like it has one of those structures that we saw in the Carolinas the other night.
People saying Gaydon. Like Gaydon.
Excuse me?
That's where the person who lives over there. So
Gaydon, okay.
That kind of makes sense. That kind of actually makes sense a little bit.
Sort of.
It kind of actually does make sense. So Gaydon. Or Gaydon. There you go. Let's see. It's like operate, not ooper. So it's Opelousas. Opelousas. That's how it's pronounced. Okay. So there you go. Opelousas. Like operate. So yeah, a bunch of these storms. Let's get on to recognizing people. Patty McNeil with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Irish with the 5. Thank you so much. Area outside of Houston did not get very hard, praying for all the people in the path. Thanks for all you do. Yep, appreciate it, Patty. Chicago here. Sleep over tonight. Hate for the worry about weather. Yeah, you guys should be fine for the most part, except for some wintry precipitation. Alex with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Mini stock with the 5. Can you get a timeline for Alexandria, Lake Charles, Lafayette, and Monroe? So this was quite a while ago, so I apologize for not reading it. But yeah, that's Alexandria is now passed. Now it's more the Lafayette and the Opelousas areas, as well as Baton Rouge, that are kind of in the crosshairs. For you guys, all right, your timings for these storms. Lafayette, you guys could probably see your activity here within the next 45 minutes to an hour from now. I think hour at the most. And then, of course, Opelousas in about a half an hour. And then you can intermittently get heavy rain as well as strong damaging winds, maybe even the chance for something tornadic. Baton Rouge after that, I'd say at about 2 hours from now. 2 hours, something like that is what you guys could potentially see, or when you guys could potentially get some stuff. So I'd watch out.
Gosh,
So-
this is so gusty. One thing I'm even noticing along the line in that's about to enter Mississippi, individual structures are struggling to form. There's so much rain out in front of them that they're really struggling to really gain structure because of the inflow being shanked.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, wow. Memphis is
I'm
now
looking at-
starting to pull the trigger now. There's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings up north. I wonder if they're starting to notice that too. Maybe the what's the dew points looking like behind the line?
dew points behind the line, upper
oh.
50s, lower 60s.
Oh, this hasn't updated yet. So that was during the thunderstorms. All right, we'll wait for, I'd say, top of the hour to see. Because up north, I saw, behind the line up north, that was really the thing. It also looks like our cell up there near, the Turl area is now severe thunderstorm warned. So that's fun. That's severe thunderstorm warned, and then the cell near Early is also severe thunderstorm warned. There could potentially be something over there. It also...
Kaiser, excuse me.
It's moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. That's highway speed.
Yeah.
Highway speed. Ow.
Hey, Nate, the cell that you mentioned that had a left flank velocity enhancement is congealing as we speak.
Oh, geez, it is. What is this? Dude, the photographs up there must be actually insane.
Do you want me to look? I can pull up.
Go,
Autumn Sky.
Go VWP. Do a VWP.
Yeah. NQA. Oh my god. Oi. Okay. Coming your way shortly. That's nice.
There's a cell over there near Holly Springs, south of the border of Tennessee and Mississippi. That's a cell to watch. That's really far out in front of the line, and it's already got pretty good updraft with it. Oh my
sent
goodness.
You Memphis. Yeah, that's fun. Also, while we're at it,
that's not okay.
No, it's not. But while we're at it, you know how I mentioned Jackson's kind of being screwed by instability in terms of storm development?
Yeah.
The photograph's also not the best. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not. The low levels are kind of choking this stuff at the moment.
Doll with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. Everyone say thank you to Doll. Let's continue with some of the super chats as well. Jacob with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Theresa with the 1, thank you so much. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1, I really do appreciate it. And Tony with the 5, thank you so much. Learn a lot about squall lines. Be aware chasing. There are the worst cells to catch. Oh, 100%. 100%. What's the risk for Olive Branch? Olive Branch is starting to get some more activity. strong damaging winds, in my opinion, is probably going to be the main one to watch.
Nate, tornado watch 79, Western Kentucky, Southwest Indiana, Southern Illinois, Southeastern
Hey, Nate.
Missouri, as well as extreme Northwest Tennessee.
Yeah, what's up? What you got?
We are right around Leland, Mississippi right now. I was wondering if you could look on that storm near, I believe it's Lake Providence, and that possible tornado that is currently warned. If you could name some towns that are in the direct path of that rotation for me, that would be very helpful.
All right, so he wants me to try and find where the cell is going over here near the Lake Providence area. How fast can he get from Greenville south? No, he's gonna have to try and go over.
Nate, take note. We've just had a major solar flare eruption, so communications might be down here and there.
Excuse me?
Hmm.
Apparently, we just had a major solar flare eruption.
Huh?
So communications may be disrupted.
I mean, it's really sunny here.
That's not what a solar flare eruption is, you donut. That's the most New Jerseyan thing I've ever heard you say.
I mean, I just figured I'd make a point.
Directions from here to, let's say, here. Oh no, you're not gonna make it in time. You gotta go to like Indianola, Isola.
Where's he at?
Belzoni, Mississippi, Indianola. These storms are moving too fast, so if you try and move due south, it's not really going to work. You got to try and move east and then south.
We're probably going to head east along State Road 82 from Leland as these storms approach.
Where in this? Like,
he's in Greenville right now, near Leland.
Oh, he's about to get oofed by that line.
So I'll pull him up here in a bit, but yeah, let's say, yeah, I was trying to see what he could potentially get out in front. He's getting a lot of stuff. There's only one tornado warning at this time, so this is kind of what I expected now at this point. So I said we'd probably have a period of about 2.5 hours of tornado warnings, and then afterwards it would be a lot of just non-stop severe thunderstorm warnings, strong damaging winds. So here's where we are, and we're looking at...
Yeah, Nate, we've got winds out in front of the line at least 50 miles an hour, just straight line winds with no precipitation.
Oh! He just reported about 40 to 50 mile per hour winds out in front of the line with no precipitation.
That's nice. Sounds very similar to it just sounds very high shear, among other things.
Oh yeah, very high shear. And the one thing I said in my video last night, I said the 850 and 500 millibar wind shear are all moving in the same direction. It's all linear once you get above 850. So this might be a representation of that too. How everything...
Excuse me?
Everything is just going in the same direction. My goodness.
Look in Jackson.
Has it been like that ever since, or is it just when you got in front of the line?
It's been howling like that for some time now, probably about 30 minutes.
Jeez. So yeah, even well out in front of the line, he's been getting a lot of activity. 10-4, keep me updated. Stay safe. There's now reports of damage out in front of Vicksburg over here. There's some damage not associated from the thunderstorms at all, of trees down and stuff like that. My goodness.
Yikes. I mean,
Reed might have gotten another tornado along I-20.
yeah, I think so. I saw that video. Yeah, Vicksburg's just getting strong northerlies at like 25 miles an hour sustained.
Where is
So it's quite possible.
Calhoun?
Calhoun's west of Monroe. That was earlier.
Oh, so yeah, that was earlier. So, all right. So here's what I'm talking about. This was the
Possible tornado coming.
this was the possible tornado that was moving through I-20. Oh, visibility's just dropped there significantly. But yeah,
Yeah.
you can see
I saw it.
you can see how fast the wind is whirling right within there too.
Tornado. Tornado. Possible tornado coming. Watch the semi. Here it comes.
Oh yeah, look at how fast that's moving. He might have just got directly hit by the tornado too during that time. That's crazy.
You might have, yeah. It's very Reed.
Yeah, that is very Reed. My goodness, it's a huge line now. All right, so we have a severe thunderstorm warning. It's extended a lot further down south. So a new one here. Opelousas, as well as Lafayette, Church Point, the Whiteville general vicinity, all the way up towards Marksville, and the Black Hawk general vicinity. Basically, if you were to take, the Mississippi River over here near Black Hawk and parallel that all the way down to about State Highway 105, and then take State Highway 105 down to, 190. And then, of course, areas along 49 all the way down to I-10. That's where the severe thunderstorm warning is. So a lot of very strong damaging winds. Lot of very strong damaging winds here. As a matter of fact, I believe a 60 mile per hour wind gusts here reported with this for the most part, or at least expected, anticipated. I've already seen gusts of 40 around this area. I just looked at the weather station over here in Jennings, and it said right before the line moved on through is 40 mile per hour wind gusts. So if that's what was before the line, during the line probably was even higher than that, which is crazy to think about. I'm trying to see if there's anything along the line here that could potentially be tornadic. I don't see a whole lot, but I'm going to continue to watch out for that very closely, because this is starting to head in towards a more populous area of Louisiana compared to, areas that are north of Lake Charles or in between Lake Charles and Lafayette. Let's look a bit north. Let's look towards Memphis here.
Nathan.
I see a couple
There's
things, so go ahead.
Tallulah, Richmond. Very strong.
Over in
Turbulence drop.
yeah.
Just on the border of Mississippi, Louisiana, along 20.
Can you check
West
Memphis's radar? That whole line of severe thunderstorm
gotcha.
warnings for me.
Holy crap.
I was looking at it for a little bit, but then of course you draw my attention over to Vicksburg. So I'm looking over here. Yeah, Tallulah does have a lot of strong rotation over
Tornado
here.
warning. and it is for Tallulah.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for northeastern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northern Warren County in west central Mississippi, Yazoo County in central
So this
Mississippi.
includes Yazoo City,
southeastern
Redwood,
Issaquena County in west central
Satartia.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Southeastern Sharkey County in west
Another
central
tornado
Mississippi.
warning.
Another one?
Yep.
Tornado
Oh,
warning for
Arkansas,
southeastern
Tennessee,
Poinsett County
north of
in
Memphis.
eastern Arkansas, southwestern Mississippi County in eastern
Is that
Arkansas.
Lake City
think
cell?
Central
Or
Crittenden
no,
County
it's
in
it's
the
eastern
turtle
Arkansas.
cell.
No, it's Gilmore. There's a big left flank velocity enhancement on that. They're probably anticipating that to really wrap soon.
Yeah, I see that
That
too.
includes Gilmore, Birdsong, Bassett, Wilson, Joyner, Gritter, Osceola.
See if I can take a
Yeah,
storm
that's-
motion.
That's a very strong thunderstorm that at the very least is producing some very strong wind gusts.
Oh yeah, 100%. And this is, and you know, of course, tornado warning is bad enough. This is going right over I-55, guys. All right, this is going over an interstate here. A lot of people use the interstates, as everyone knows, and so we gotta, you know, if we can, we gotta try and spread information. But I don't think people will be able to know unless if they're on the radios and the National Weather Service updates it that way. So it's going to be hard to see, or hard to tell, more or less, as to what exactly is going on here. There's going to be a lot of people that are driving on this interstate, and it's unsuspecting. They'll see that this thing has a lot of strong rain, and it may even have an embedded tornado within it. So if you guys live over here in this area of Arkansas and Tennessee, all right, near I-55, Joyner, Wilson, Marie, the Osceola areas, as well as near the Dis area, Birdsong, you need to go and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, this is now approaching the Mississippi River along the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. Once again, if you know anyone who lives over there, highly recommend watching out for that. There's even a cell behind it over near Early. That could be something to watch out for a little bit later too. So definitely something to continue to monitor. A lot of these storms look like it's trying to be tornadic, and we're going to have to continue to monitor this very, very closely.
Hey, Nate.
Cell near
the
Holly
Tennessee-
Springs.
Drop back north for a sec by Gilmore. Look at base velocity and then look with height. Look at what it's doing.
It looks like... Huh. So it has its mezzo. It's just...
It's not surface based, though.
It's not jutting out either.
A little bit of hail with this, too, which is interesting.
This is a heck of a cell to try and figure out. Regardless, I don't think it will immediately do something within the next, minute. But it's one of those things to where, similar to the reason as to why the National Weather Service issued this tornado warning, it probably will do something later. And so, this is kind of the reason why we need to really watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Julie, what time frame is this mess going to get into Baton Rouge? Let me take a look here real quickly. Let's go back down to see. So this line will start to approach the Baton Rouge area in about an hour and a half. I'd say an hour and a half to 2 hours is when you guys can see your activity. So I'd watch out for that. But you guys have a lot of time between now and then. Speaking of down here, let's take a look at the Lafayette and Opelousas area. Try and see if we can find anything. Don't see too much. I see a lot of very strong damaging winds, though. Spectrum width tells me, yeah, you can see this entire line here. Right in there. That's all congealed. So you got some very strong damaging winds with these cells. Looks like it's all really, you know, kind of bleh. It's not really out and super organized. So that's kind of the good news. But I'm not saying that it's, you know, the tornado risk is completely diminished for you all. So we're going to continue to come back to that whenever we can. Let's go back to that cell near Tallulah in Eagle Bend. You know, it's every single event, all right? There's always one area, you know, one area when you're doing severe weather coverage that you think just always gets activity, okay?
You hear its name every time.
Right. Right. And in this instance here, as I let my cat out of my room, all right, in this instance, it's always Tallulah and Eagle Bend, okay? It seems we always call that name every single time. So, you probably shouldn't live there. But on the other hand here, on a real note, there is a tornado warning for this area, and this does look like it has a bit of rotation. Quite a lot of rotation, actually. I don't see anything that tells me that a tornado, you know, spawned off of this. So that's kind of the good news here.
Tornado warning?
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning.
It's an extension of it's the northern one. It's north of Tallulah.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for southern Sunflower County in northwestern Mississippi, central Washington County
Gosh,
in
that's a
northwestern
lot of-
Mississippi,
Holy
northwestern
crap.
Yazoo County in central Mississippi,
Okay, now it's done.
north central Issaquena County in west central Mississippi, Humphreys County in central Mississippi, Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
Huh?
What?
Apparently a spotter reported a potential tornado near Paragould, Arkansas within the past few minutes here. And it does look like, I was looking at Paragould earlier, I was like, there could potentially be something over there. It's right near the TVS signature.
What?
North of Jonesboro. If you go back, like, I'd say 5 minutes, it probably
back
shows a
up there.
better...
Crap.
It probably shows a better idea as to what it was looking like. Yeah, because there definitely could have been something over there near Paragould.
Jeez, that's a mess, but it's possible.
Yeah, but he says that the spotter says there was large rain-wrapped circulation, debris being lofted. So I'm assuming that's like not trees, like, you know, leaves and sticks and
I don't
stuff.
know if you saw, but I sent you the stream link a few minutes ago.
I'm not exactly sure why Dias was tornado warned. I'm really not.
I got it. Thank you. All right, so let's see if we can...
New tornado warning, Mississippi.
Another...
I think.
Jeez.
No, it's Arkansas. I'm wrong. It's Paragould. They just warned that.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for southeastern Greene County in eastern Arkansas, southern Dunklin County in southeastern Missouri.
Jeez. Southeastern Missouri. I just realized they're heading into the Big Boot Heel.
Yep.
I just realized they are heading to the Boot Heel. The weird portion of Missouri
personal.
here. But yeah, my goodness, there is.
And people will remember this for the people will remember this area for the Quad State Supercell, amongst other things.
Yeah, the area that was over near Paragould. It actually developed more towards like Jonesboro and like Manette.
Yeah, and then pushed northeast for like 3 hours.
That cell right there easily is the craziest supercell I've ever tracked. All right, it's not the largest, you know, supercell and the most, you know, significant velocity signature I've ever tracked, but it was the most dominant supercell I've ever tracked. Okay. Yeah, You know, that was crazy in itself. But luckily here today, we are not expecting something on that caliber. So this is good.
Thank goodness.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Kim with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to me. You got family in Bartlett, Tennessee. Well, let me look where that is, and if it comes across whenever I'm looking at it, I'll try and call you out and say, what's going on? I couldn't hear a single thing. Oh, that's Memphis. Oh, that's Memphis. That makes sense. So yeah, Memphis is not under a warning at this time, but they could potentially get something there. So we'll watch out for with that. But yeah. You said the tornado warning was issued for Kentucky.
Nate, we're in Indianola, Mississippi. Tornado sirens are going off. We're looking out to our west right now. That's what you're looking at on the stream.
Oh, okay. Indianola. So they're looking at Indianola right now. What was the probs of that tornado watch? That was 60-20. Okay, so not super high. That's good. So yeah, we do have our chasers over there. They are in Indianola, which is over here. And they're a little ways away. Those winds seem to be whirling around you. You weren't kidding when you were getting a whole lot of activity over there. This is not in Louisiana. This is in Mississippi. Let me change that.
Oi. The storm headed towards Yazoo City is not looking good.
Yeah, so our chaser right now is over in Indianola, right? That's where he's at right now. Oh, that's still near Eagle Bend, heading towards Yazoo City. Yeah, you're right. That thing's going.
Although it doesn't... It's got nothing above 10,000 feet.
That's what it is.
So
That's what this entire event is. It's surface-based. Everything is just surface-based, surface-based, surface-based. And it just keeps going.
And that's why I say long tracked is probably... Like, too long tracked is probably not going to be a thing.
If you have speed shear, you got it. That's the only thing. Just to let you know, there's also cells further down along the line south, so you have options if you want to just drop off this cell and go to the other ones. Jeez. Yeah, this entire line is connected with severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, except for areas from Clarksdale to Memphis. Jeez. I don't know why I'm sneezing right now. It's so weird. So that's really interesting. All right, let's go down to our radar here. And once again, Eagle Bend has quite a lot of rotation, all right? It sounds like this. It's the same thing that we've said over and over and over again about these storms that pass through this area. Eagle Bend always seems to have the most activity. So here it is. New day 1 got issued, and it appears...
If it's a high, I'm jumping.
No, it's not. It's moderate. It appears...
Oh my gosh, that's still giant.
It is still giant. It appears as if they've extended the moderate further east. Southeastern...
On the southeastern extent, yeah, a little bit.
Southeastern extent there. For the overnight threat. That's what it looks like. I think the main reason for that is because of the prefrontals, the stuff that come onshore. So we'll just have to see. There it is. Let's go back up to Jackson's radar. And yeah, that cell near Eagle Bend still is going. Latest scan just came in. And yeah, this thing is probably the most the most organized out of all the cells as of this moment. It is,
It's not saying a whole lot, but yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. One thing I will say though, the structure farther above the surface, just slightly, goes linear.
check Greenville, sure. I will do. Greenville, a little bit off to the north. We'll actually go half and half screen because we have a person who was in the Greenville Leland area, now in the Indianola area. They're chasing out in that area right now. But Greenville is in a severe thunderstorm warning, and they're getting hit by some very strong damaging winds. Now, the good news for the people in Greenville, all right? The good news for you in Greenville. Once this line passes on through,
Hey, just wanted
pretty
to
much
let you
done.
know we are going to drop south towards Yazoo City right now.
They're going to Yazoo City.
Really?
Yeah, they're going to Yazoo City.
That's not safe. That's not.
They're going to get it. Full send. Go get him.
You know, I'd do the same thing, but that's still not safe.
Oh, yeah, I would do the same exact thing, but, you know, it's not safe.
I still run the mantra of you're driving when we chase.
Oh,
'Cause
100%.
I don't trust myself.
I mean, I've watched you do Forecast Simulator as well. You've clearly shown expertise.
I am 16. Stop bullying me.
There it is. All right, keep me updated. The cells across the board are looking pretty strong, so they're still favorable for producing tornadoes, whether it's the one near Rolling Fork or the one that's approaching Yazoo City in about a half an hour to 40 minutes. All right, so I just told him about that.
Yeah, I really like the velocity on both of those right now. So we'll try and put ourselves between those two cells if we can.
Okay, so they're going to try and go in between the two cells. That's going to be really interesting.
They're not going to see either one of them then because it's so crapped out in rain.
Oh, yeah. Well, the one thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to determine as to which one to go specifically. They could hypothetically go for the cell near Rolling Fork and then drop south. But the cell near, you know, Yazoo City could potentially be trying to produce a tornado here soon, too. And the main reason why that is the case here, guys, is because if you take a look over here, look at the hook right within that general area. That is where the tornadic rotation is more than likely going to sit at, right at the top of that hook, because the rain is starting to wrap it around in a counterclockwise fashion. And so when that happens, that's when, you know, the National Weather Service really starts to look at things very closely. And of course, that's the reason why they issued a tornado warning now. So you can see reds are the winds moving away, greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, near the Valley Park and the Eagle Bend areas, moving toward the north and east, eventually towards Yazoo City. And so Yazoo City, another area that we seem to call out all the time for the potential of something to be tornadic over there, it'll be approaching your area in about a half an hour to 40 minutes. All right, so you still have quite a bit of time before this, you know, actually gets towards your area. But then once it gets to the half an hour time frame, it's going to be right on top of you for the most part. So please be sure to, you know, stay aware. Stay aware if you haven't been already. Jeez. The line is starting to get congealed with severe thunderstorm warnings. Just zoom out on Earth.
On what?
On Earth. The entire line is connected almost with severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings.
Except for that.
New tornado warning.
Central Arkansas.
Shelby area.
Tornado warning for northeastern Bolivar County in northwestern Mississippi.
So Bolivar County in Mississippi, you now have a tornado warning over here. I'm trying to figure out, I think it's this cell right here near Shelby and Duncan, as well as Clarksdale. If you guys live over there, all right, you have a new tornado warning. There it is, just popped up with this red box. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So this will be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. if we take a look at the timings here, you'll see that this will be approaching the Clarksdale area in about 20 to 25 minutes. All right, you see these little white tick marks here on this line. These are in increments of 15 minutes. So 15 minutes right here is the first tick mark. 30 minutes is the second one. And you see about in the middle of which is about 20 to 25 minutes per se. So guys really need to watch out for how this continues to move on through. And something Tornadic could be trying to develop over near Gunnison. I don't really see it too much. We're actually like really far away from the radar here.
Yeah, we're in a radar hole, which is always nice.
Yeah. So that'll be something to watch out for.
Seeing a second rotation develop northeast of Eagle Bend, south of Onward. Actually, south Onward.
I'm gonna move my Shreveport radar up to Paducah. Try and cover this. Get more widespread coverage. I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. There are just so many storms that are firing off. I told you guys the coverage for this line is immense. If you watched my video last night, if you watched any of my videos before then and stuff like that, the coverage of these storms is immense. And so, trying to cover all of these is a little tasking for both me and Morgan because we got to go across the entire line. Like if you can imagine what we did in the beginning of the stream and how we went from the furthest northernmost tornado warning or the furthest northernmost warning in general and work our way down that way, we'd be going through the entire line. The entire line. Extending from portions of Missouri, Illinois, and Kentucky all the way down through Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and into Louisiana. All right, that right there is just crazy. Let's take a look real quickly in Louisiana. We haven't talked about this in a little bit. Opelousas and Lafayette, you guys are now getting impacted by these severe storms. 60 mile per hour wind gusts seems to be the big thing here. Also getting reports of non-thunderstorm wind gusts out in front of this. All right, so not just the line, the wind gusts out in front of this in upwards of 50 miles per hour in some spots. And we even have some reports of damage south of Baton Rouge, which once again, just to reinforce, there hasn't been thunderstorms that moved on through there. We have people who live in the chat over there, lives over there. They can tell you multiple power poles have been blown down, multiple lines on the ground. I'm assuming power outages have been a thing down there, and they've been pretty consistent. So very strong damaging winds. If you're basically along I-12 or I-10, you're going to continue to see those strong winds. And even if you're along I-55 all the way up to Jackson, I-59 from New Orleans all the way up in towards Meridian, even further along 55 towards Memphis, you're going to be seeing these strong damaging winds whether you get these storms or not. All right, somehow you try and get into a sturdy structure, okay, you're still going to see the strong damaging winds, okay? So it's just one of those things to where you really need to heed the proper precautions of the National Weather Service whenever you are in a warning, whether it's a high wind warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado warning, all those stuff really needs to be considered, especially when you guys are traveling through these areas. And the areas that I'm talking about here specifically, all right, if we zoom out here, we'll turn off the radar, we'll turn off the watches, mesoscale discussions, and the warnings, okay? If you are in any of the areas in yellow, in orange, or in red, you need to be weather aware here today. You need to watch out for the severe weather threat because there is the potential for significant severe weather across your area. All right, how it works here with the severe weather scale, okay? We have a 1 out of 5 in dark green. We have a 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, 4 out of 5 in red. That is your level of the severe weather scale, okay? So if you are in, once again, 2 out of 5, which is yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, especially the 4 out of 5 in red, all right? 3 out of 5 and 4 out of 5, you really need to watch out for severe weather here today. You got to be weather aware. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, I highly recommend telling them that this stuff could be moving on through your area. Whether you just, point them to the National Weather Service, the National Weather Service will continue to update them. Or if you send them to my channel by copying the link to the live stream and sharing it with friends and family and on social media, both of us will be able to get information out to you all as to what exactly could be happening. And that's pretty cool. So it's going to be one of those things where we're going to have to really watch out for how this continues to move on through, regardless of who's watching this, all right? But please be sure to try and get information out so that more people know about this, so that we may be able to get this out to more and more people. And, what else helps out is if you guys hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, we already have 860 people that have done it already. If we can continue to try and get more and more people to get this, to help us out by hitting that thumbs up button, that would be extremely beneficial to not just us, but the people who tune into our channel. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Hey, Morgan. The cell that was over near Holly Spring that I mentioned, that was approaching the border of Tennessee and Mississippi.
Yeah.
Apparently had a report of a funnel cloud. So, the prefrontals out there are trying to spin up too. That right there is insane as well.
That was from 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Where?
From the cell that was over near Grand Junction that's now off towards Hickory Valley.
Okay. I was going to say, if it's with the grunge south of that, I may have to consider the following.
No. But I'm assuming it's the cell that's over near Somerville that went on through. And I think that actually is the case that was over near Grand Junction. I can see the velocities there too. That actually seems to be relatively accurate as well. So these storms out here across the board looking really crazy. The Blytheville cell that's along I-55, that could potentially start to rotate here soon. The cell near Cherry Valley, as well as Early here in Arkansas, that could potentially rotate here soon. Clarkdale and Marion right along I-55 near the I-55, I-40 corridor, that could potentially rotate here soon. So these cells over here along the border of Arkansas and Tennessee, as well as Missouri, these cells are also trying to fire off as well, all right? They don't have as much energy, but they have a lot stronger wind shear up here. Very strong wind shear here, which is the reason why we have so many severe thunderstorm warnings in this area, because that wind is starting to translate towards the ground. And so, lot of stuff that's just congealing, and it's making things really difficult to kind of, track a little bit. Let's see. Eli with the 2 says, how is South Haven, Mississippi looking for the next hour? They should be fine. It'll be, a lot later on in the afternoon into the evening is when you guys start to get your activity. So I'll watch out for that. I'll continue to keep you updated. Derek with the 10 says, I'm not religious, but when tornadoes are heading my way, I make my $10 offering to support to appease storm day. That's classic. That's classic right there. Thank you so much for the 10, Derek. I really do appreciate it. Oh, that cell near Blytheville is now starting to rotate. So there you go. Already starting to show up a little bit. You can see the little meso indication right here. This little counterclockwise indicator. So there's what the radar is picking up is potential rotation here. And yeah, that does seem to be the case, actually, as I look higher and higher in the sky. There does seem to be an embedded storm right there. Actually, Morgan, you want to know the funny thing about these storms? Look at echo tops.
What about it?
On the Memphis cell. Like cells in Memphis. You wouldn't expect them to be in upwards of 38,000 feet this far north.
It's just one thing, though.
It's 2.
Most of them are below.
They're right next to each other. It's kind of funny. I just didn't expect it.
Are you talking about Blytheville?
Yeah.
That's all one storm, my friend.
Not on my screen.
I don't know what you're looking at then. That's congealed together now.
Maybe,
Very
maybe.
windy. Very
oh yeah,
windy.
it is very windy. Don't get me wrong. That is a lot of stuff, and that Blytheville cell still needs to be watched. I have a feeling that could potentially try and jut out its rear flank downdraft here soon, so we're gonna have to monitor that very closely.
I hate that we don't have a view on the Shelby storm.
Yeah.
I really don't like that at all.
It's pronounced Blyville?
I'm sorry.
That's what your grandpa says. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
That doesn't make sense, but okay.
So Blyville. Yep, I will. I will, Lee. Let's go down to... Let's actually go to the Jackson radar. See these tornado warning storms. And it seems as if the National Weather Service has taken the approach. They have taken the approach of warning every single thing along the line and creating a giant tornado warning for it. Which is a very good strategy at this point because we're getting a lot of storms that are doing that. So we have 2 huge tornado warnings down here from Yazoo City all the way up to Indianola. Of course, we have our chaser above us that is going to be chasing that line. You know, quite a lot of activity over there. So we have Peter and we have William. And they'll contact us whenever they see some stuff. But they are heading down along 49, trying to head towards Yazoo City. We'll see if we can get some stuff. Oh, that makes sense, Sassy. Man, I always hate when Jackson... You know that one beam that always gets cut out in the southwestern portions, you know, of KDGX from Jackson's radar? Have you ever noticed that? I think Morgan's dead. Oh, he's not dead yet.
Something else. No, I'm not dead.
There it is. I was going to say, there's always a beam that just cuts out a portion of the radar on the southwestern side.
For actually up by my region, there's one that cuts off to the northwest.
Fix it.
It's very frustrating. Well, thanks. Well, fix it. Yeah, thanks, Nate.
That's what they need to do for this Jackson cell. Fix it.
Oh, that's why I wanted to bring up you. Nate, I don't have a question. I have a statement to make.
Go for it.
Chase tomorrow.
I'm trying to see if I can. All right. Let me text my father, because if that's true, then I can hypothetically do it.
What?
Hey Nate, you got any updates on those 2 warning cells that we're chasing? The rotation on that?
Let's see. Let's see if I got something.
You'd have to go a bit north or south. Depends on what you want.
I got something here. Yeah, it looks like there could be something that's trying to develop near Holly Bluff, and that would be heading off just to the north of Yazoo City near the Luis and Eden areas. But yeah, that cell near Holly Bluff is actually trying to spin up a little bit more. That might be the next one to go. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. There's also a cell, alright. Don't let those storms kind of distract you from what could be happening a little bit further south. Over here near Vicksburg. Vicksburg, there's a little bit of rotation too, due east of that. North of I-20, heading towards the Phoenix and Bentonia areas. Not tornado warned at this time, but it is just still, you know, something to watch out for. Could potentially
Well, it might
be
drift
something.
into one of the tornado warnings.
Honestly,
So.
it could. Honestly, it could. Yeah, the severe thunderstorm warnings are now starting to form a giant line. It's all starting to kind of congeal. Let's take a look back at the cell near Blytheville, or not Blytheville, jeez, Blyville.
We are in Alexandria right now. Would you recommend staying here or moving to a different location?
Debris, South Holly Bluff. Debris.
Not on my screen. I see it outside the hook. Could be. It could be.
I see a ZDR drop too.
Yeah. ZDR drop could mean it then. That's so weird. It's not a part of the actual...
Could be a satellite to the main storm.
Let's wait until the next scan. He said...
We are in Alexandria right now. Would you recommend staying here or moving to a different location? We are in Alexandria right now. Would you recommend staying here or moving to a different location?
He's not going to be able to make that. I recommend heading towards Thornton or Tupelo. That would probably be my recommendation because those storms will be, they're moving very fast and they'll be up in your area or at least around Thornton in about a half an hour. So that's where I would head. I wouldn't go any further south because then you'll just be swallowed up by the line. But yeah, there's a cell that's right there near Holly Bluff. That is so hard to say because that is a correlation coefficient drop. But whether or not that actually is correlated to a tornado, that is, you know, still undecided at this time. Yeah, CC just went away. I don't think that's debris because it would have fanned out, wouldn't it? So yeah, it does not look like
strange.
It does not look like a debris signature.
That's really strange. What the heck was that?
You know what it could have been? You know what it could have been?
What?
Channeling of inflow. Cell south of Holly Bluff has rotation, right? It could be an inflow.
Not there.
Yeah, there is. Actually, yeah, there's a little bit.
I don't think it would have been there if there was.
Well,
Not a lot of clear air.
Well, there's like one near Holly Bluff, and then there's like one subtle one right south of it, due south of it. Now, it's not showing up anymore, all right? Because it looks like those are starting to kind of Fujiwara. Looks like they're trying to congeal.
Possibly.
But before, it looked like that could have potentially been an attempt of a resurgence from the actual, you know, inflow. 10-4, keep me updated. Alright, so yeah, he's going to be heading off towards those areas that I called out for. The Thornton areas. which is good on him.
Gosh, I hate not being able to see crap.
Yeah.
Nate, the tornado warning up by Shelby. The velocity spiked, and there's a very weak but identifiable CC drop
Um,
on the rotate. It's 12,000 feet, so it's hard to say.
it's now
But-
crossed over into the severe thunderstorm warning. That's the one thing we can say.
Mhm.
So Clarksdale, Stovall, Jonestown, over here along the border of Arkansas and Mississippi. That's where this tornadic storm is now heading off towards. So if you live over there along US Highway 61, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already and get into a sturdy structure. Because there is definitely a lot of activity that is starting to kind of congeal, more or less. And maybe even become tornadic here within this area. I do see some rotation here. See some bright greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So right about there is where counterclockwise spinning the atmosphere would be. And so this is definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And on the other hand, if you're not in a tornado warning, all right, let's say you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, this entire area here, all right, we'll zoom out, show you all the warnings. This entire area could produce 60 to even 70 mile per hour wind gusts across the board. All right, that is one heck of a swath of severe weather. I mean, there's just a lot of it. So really gonna have to watch out from it. Trying to see. Oh wow. So apparently there's trees down at the governor's mansion of Mississippi. So this is near the Mississippi River. And I mean, look at that. And that's a healthy tree from the looks of it. That is an actual healthy tree. My goodness, very huge tree. Once again, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me so that I may be able to show you guys more perspectives on what is going on here. But yeah, my goodness. Just got a, oh wow. Just got a, wow. Just got a report, Morgan, from Shelby. Mesonet reports 83 mile per hour wind gust.
New tornado warning. Vicksburg.
Makes sense.
Going up in Maryland. We'll go further.
Okay. Thank you.
Tornado warning for East Central Warren County in West Central Mississippi, Southeastern Yazoo County in Central Mississippi, Northwestern Hinds County in Central Mississippi, Southwestern Madison County in Central Mississippi.
Yeah, that cell near Vicksburg that we were talking about earlier, that thing's starting to go too. So it looks like that cell, Holly Bluff cell, still trying to hang around. the one thing that's consistent here, guys, all right? One thing that's consistent is that this is the same old recipe that we've been dealing with for the majority of the day. All right, we've had rotations that have looked very similar to this. Very similar. All right, this should look almost identical to what we've seen in the past. So, if you guys live in any of these areas here in Mississippi, all right, Louisiana, specifically northern Louisiana, along I-20 and westward, all right, if you're along Alexandria, if you're along Lake Charles, Natchitoches, Shreveport, you guys are mainly good. You guys could see, you know, potential for some external showers and thunderstorms, but you guys are mainly fine. It's now, you know, Mississippi that is going to get the brunt of this. And it's all pretty widespread, all right? Everywhere there's at minimum 60 mile per hour wind gust and potentially even, you know, a tornadic storm or two that moves on through. And that is that's pretty consistent here with what we got here on radar. I mean, look at this. Red's moving away. Greens moving towards. Greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle. My goodness. Farmer Matt with the 11 months, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. You know, becoming a member really does help support the channel. $5 a month. You know, I know I haven't updated the bottom screen here. That's where all the members, you can see all the members' names and stuff being scrolled about. I know I haven't updated it. I'm sorry. I'll get to it tonight. I'll get to it tonight after I'm done. All right, I promise. But yeah, you get your name up there eventually, and you get special perks and stuff like that. So if you haven't already, hit that join button.
Southwestern Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern Lauderdale County in western Tennessee.
So I heard Mississippi, and then I heard county, and then I heard Arkansas. So there's a Mississippi County in Arkansas?
Yes, there is.
Well, there's a new tornado warning for it, so...
Yeah, I know.
Is it this
It's
cell over here?
Diest.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah,
North of Memphis.
Wilson, Joyner. Jeez, yeah, that thing does have rotation, too. So there you
It's
go.
got rotation with height as well, among other things, which is probably what they're looking for. But again, I don't really see too many characteristics that would suggest it's imminently going to produce.
Let's do that so that you guys can actually see the warning there. There you go. A little bit easier. Oh. First SVRC issued. 70 mile per hour wind gust. Damage threat considerable. That's for the Clarksdale cell that was coming out of Shelby. So 70 mile per hour wind gusts. It's getting close to that hurricane force winds now. It's starting to shift over. It's starting to shift over. So yeah, new tornado warning here. This is for Mississippi and Lauderdale counties here in Arkansas and Tennessee. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you know anyone that lives over here, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So a lot of activity here that is trying to fire off, not just in Mississippi, now moving into Tennessee. And yeah, that cell near Joyner really has some interesting rotation. I'm going to do what Morgan says and look at the upper portions of the atmosphere. And it's kind of interesting. You know, at 7,000 feet, that's kind of the highest as to where the rotation goes up towards. So it's like, you know, it has a mid-level mesocyclone, but then after that, it doesn't really go very much higher than that. So it is pretty surface-based. That's telling me that the cell is a little bit more trying to rely on the stuff that's happening towards the ground rather than in the upper portions of the atmosphere. So this thing, that thing could potentially have a chance at trying to spin up. But I think the thing that has a stronger chance is this one down here. That's heading towards Brownsville, Flora, and Bentonia. So, I mean, look at this. Clear rotation. Red's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. Right in the middle. North of I-20. South of Phoenix, Mississippi. Due east of Redwood, Mississippi. Due north of Edwards. This right here is really going about. So if you guys know anyone that lives over here in these areas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. Latest scans just came in. My goodness. If that cell south of Phoenix, north of Edwards doesn't produce, it might be a miracle because this thing is screaming tornado. This storm is screaming tornado. In your closet in Clarksdale. Luckily, Clarksdale is not in a tornado warning anymore, but they are in a severe thunderstorm warning with the, a damage threat considerable tag. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving on through there. Highly recommend staying away from windows. Highly recommend doing so. Once that line moves on through, however, you guys are in the clear. But that'll take another, I'd say, 10 minutes before the line officially moves on through.
New tornado warning, question mark?
Possibly. Yeah, this right here is...
where is this? Helena, north of Lakeview.
Tornado
Oh, like
This
near
is the northern
Eastern
rotate. It's
County
north of
in eastern
Stovall. It's north of
Arkansas,
Clarksdale.
northeastern
That person that was
Phillips
just
County in
referring to
eastern
it.
Arkansas,
Yeah.
northern
Well, no, he said he
Tunica
lived in
County
Clarksdale.
northwestern Mississippi.
I know. There's a new one north of Clarksdale.
Yeah, so the rotation I was talking about earlier, this is over in extreme western Mississippi. So here is Jackson down here. This is where the rotation in question is at. Once again, you can see the well-defined characteristic of greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So the counterclockwise spin is where we would be talking about. Let's start talking about that cell up further north, though. Let's talk about the tornado warning here near Helena.
Radar coverage is kind of botched again, but it's
a lot better than it was. This is at least giving me an idea as to where it is. And yeah, there is a bit of rotation here. You can see our blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So the general counterclockwise spin is right there. All right, we know it is somewhere near West Helena and Helena. All right, so near the Helena area, it is paralleling the Mississippi River all the way up along US Highway 61 towards Robinsonville. So if you live in between West Helena and Robinsonville, near Hollywood, Tunica, Evansville, Bricky's, Arkansas, Lexa, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Trying to look through here real quickly.
Wow, I don't actually think Phoenix is going to end up producing.
What, the one up there?
It's about to collapse.
Which one's the Phoenix cell? Northernmost tornado warning?
South
Oh.
of Phoenix, south of
Oh, the southernmost tornado
excuse
warning.
me,
Yeah.
north of 22.
Southernmost tornado warning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check up on that here in a second. Let's go Jackson. Yeah, it's just so close every single time. Madison County, Mississippi. Yeah, these storms are heading off and towards your area. So you're under a tornado warning at this time. The southwestern portions of the county, as well as the central portions of the county. Now, if you're in Ridgeland, you guys are not under a tornado warning, all right? It's areas that are from Pocahontas, which is not in the county, but Flora, areas north of Madison towards Canton, and then, of course, areas near Way. That is where the tornado warning exists. So you guys need to still stay in a sturdy structure if you're over there. And if you know anyone, I highly recommend telling people to stay into a sturdy structure. Because if this thing does produce a tornado, it'll be right across your area. It'll be right across your area. So I would watch out for that very closely. Very closely. The Satartia cell also looks like it's trying to do it, but that's another cell that's just kind of lagging a little bit. Yeah, that Phoenix cell, its window of opportunity really kind of diminished a little bit. The outflow is now surging.
It just kind of choked itself off. And the forward flank downdraft kind of is starting to really take the reins of this whole storm, because there is a little bit of one just to the east of Phoenix.
You're in Laurel and shingles are coming off people's houses. Jeez, this is...
I'm sorry. Jeez, that's...
winds. That's insane. These winds are just absolutely cranking. Ventress, Louisiana. You guys are probably going to see some severe weather here soon. It just passed through the Opelousas areas. Now it's starting to encounter Lafayette. And then, of course, areas near Zachary, Ventress, Baton Rouge. You guys will start seeing your activity here soon. I would say within the next hour. Within 45 minutes to an hour from now, you guys will start to really see the main line push on through. We're seeing reports of damage in Church Point, Louisiana. Trees and power lines down. So this line is really pushing on through, creating damage. We're also getting reports of damage back in Eagle Bend of the roof blown off a house.
Doy.
And 2 trees down along Sea Island Drive on Eagle Lake. Let's go back up to the cells up north. See what we got here. That cell near Marie, that tornado warning up along the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. That cell might try and do something. We might see something here from that. Maybe a bookend vortex. That's what I'm kind of thinking.
I'd just like to throw it out there. If you reside in Jackson, you need to be very cautious for the next hour, because these storms that are moving up towards your area are not necessarily tornadic right now, but they have a bunch of storms that could end up making them tornadic.
Right.
The structure could enhance themselves. And we're particularly, if you're looking up towards your general vicinity, we're looking at the storms that are currently towards Reganton, Carpenter, Utica, Carlisle, Hermanville, that general area. So those storms pushing up towards your vicinity, Jackson, Richland, Forest Hill, Clinton, all of you guys really need to be watching this, because this is some very, very interesting development that's going to be happening. And if these storms do happen to gain structure, it's going to be right next to your general area.
Yeah. I'm trying to check here. I'm checking back on the West Helena cell. There's an area south of it near Lula. All right, that has rotation as well. So the West Helena cell seems to kind of dissipated a little bit, lost a little bit of its original structure. There's a cell right here.
I wouldn't be surprised if it touched down briefly, though. That West Helena cell.
Yeah, potentially.
If you look at the 2050 Z frame, you can see the little, the very small discrete couplet. I see 123 on top of 15 or something like that, but on the storm relative, it's probably different. And the storm relative is 82 on top of 26. So that may have produced a tornado briefly up in the West Helena vicinity.
Yeah.
The Lula cell is actually what was the original tornado warning for the Shelby vicinity. So that's interesting to note.
Yeah.
That's going to continue to push off towards the north and east. It's been one of those longer lived cells in the QLCS. So it's been a long tracked storm, new tornado warning, long tracked storm, not necessarily a tornadic one though, its entire life.
Yeah. Someone asked about Hattiesburg, what's happening down there? Well, Hattiesburg is going to see a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms, but they're not expected to see stuff until the late evening hours tonight.
Tornado warning extension, Yazoo City. That's what that is.
Oh my goodness, that Tinsley cell. The Tinsley cell, south of Yazoo City.
Oh, that, yeah.
My goodness, that thing is trying.
Are you serious? The Diaz cell in freaking Arkansas wrapped and died again.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, it tried. It really did try.
Yeah, now it's gonna oof itself.
Yeah. Seems there's a lot of occlusion there.
Bookend vortex north of Kaiser may.
That's what I was thinking originally.
It's a little bit above the surface, but it may translate down in a little bit up towards the Luxora vicinity. So if you guys are up there, you need to be watching out for that.
Oh, wait, no. Marie might be trying to go again. South of Kaiser.
Again?
Look, left flank velocity enhancement tried to resurge.
No spectrum with.
Yeah. I'd wait. Next scan probably would tell us a even more in-depth tale.
Probably a very wet downburst, if I had to guess.
Right now, yeah. But it does look, and they just fixed the tornado warning. They updated it to act accordingly. So that tells me that analysis was pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Hattiesburg could get hurricane force wind gusts from these lines of storms. So I would be very weather aware as this continues to move on through. I'll, of course, continue to monitor this all the way throughout much of the evening into the overnight hours. So if you want to come back, feel free to do so. Judith, thank you so much. You're always a major contributor to the channel. Thank you so much for the 50. That really does mean a lot to me. And everyone say thank you to Judith. That really, really does mean a lot to my channel. So thank you so much. My goodness. That just is an absurd amount to contribute. And I really do appreciate you.
Nate, if you want to consider the following moment, there's TVS's in 3 directions relative to Yazoo City. North, west, and south.
That Tinsley cell's gonna go, man. That Tinsley cell's gonna try and go.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at it.
Okay.
It's gonna do it.
It's got no surface turbulence.
Doesn't need it.
Very little.
Doesn't need it.
But
go get it.
And then nothing that would really support the storm above about 3,000 feet.
It's got a SVC. It's good enough.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, it does.
No.
That supports your updraft right there. It's good enough.
What updraft?
Yes.
This is a line. Yes, this is a line of storms, Nathan Snyder.
It's embedded supercell.
Embedded supercell singular.
Yeah, this one is singular. I will say that. There's only one right here. Everything else, it just
went gusty. Yeah, no.
What do you mean it just went gusty?
I got a new frame. It's gusty.
55?
5740.
All right. Well, I guess I'll have to see and then cope.
It's linear. It's yeah, that's really all there is to that, at least at the moment.
Oh, I didn't get a new. Oh, yeah, I did get a new velocity. No, it's not terrible. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. All right.
And you guys need to be taking your precautions. Yazoo City, there's actually a fairly okay couplet that's actually moving into your general vicinity right now. Yeah. Why is south of Yazoo City a yellow TVS? Excuse
The
me.
Tinsley cell?
Yeah.
I told you. Just wait. It's going to do it.
What is
It's going to try.
No, it's really not. Oh crap, I'm clicking the wrong button.
Jacob with the 5, thank you so much. Says, how's Olive Branch looking with the tornado warning in Helena? So Olive Branch, and relative to the tornado warning, of course, is a little bit a ways away. I do think if it does continue on its trajectory, it'll be just to the west of you. So I don't think you'll get this storm in particular. But you could get some of the, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts from the line that'll be passing off through your area as well. So I would watch out for that as that moves on through. I would definitely watch out for that.
Nate.
What are you dying over there about?
You want to laugh for just a second?
Go for it.
Look at the KDP on the Clarksdale cells and then the Tinsley cell.
From not Mississippi.
From
Memphis.
Jackson.
Oh, from Jackson. Okay.
From Jackson.
KDP. Ow. Ow.
That's a lot of water, folks.
That's a lot of blinding rain. Anywhere you see green, yellow, or orange, that's almost no visibility.
Translation, if that's the colors you're seeing on radar, you can't see crap outside, and that's just what you need to know.
Especially if there's stuff that's rotating around that. You know, if there's like storms that are rotating inside all that, that right there tells you all you need to know.
Severe thunderstorm warning for West Jackson and vicinity. No tour possible tag.
2 damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Mississippi. So that's pretty interesting there. It looks like it is starting to translate, though. This could potentially be that derecho. That cell near Bentonia looks really interesting.
There's 4 TVSs between Belzoni and Tinsley. I want to consider.
Look, no one ever said GR2's algorithm was very smart, but you know, it is what it is.
It is, yeah.
We still need to create we still need to code our own product. If we can do that, dude, be great.
Oof. Okay.
Yes. Yes, the storm chasers do report stuff to the National Weather Service that does trigger tornado warnings. I mean, the National Weather Service, if they hear something like a tornado's on the ground and they have visual evidence from the storm chaser, I mean, then it is definitely going to pull the trigger on some sort of tornado warning because you clearly have a tornado on the ground and they're showing you it. So, yeah, spotters, chasers, people who report it to 911, they do that. Yeah, that's an embedded cell in Bentonia. This thing is trying to develop a weird looking forward flank downdraft. You see that? See that, Morgan? South of the
yeah, a little bit.
It's trying to develop a weird looking forward flank downdraft here. hey, one thing you can say, that is an embedded supercell.
A little bit. New tornado warning.
Excuse me. What?
Excuse me? It's Cape Girardeau.
It's Cape Girardeau, first off.
Tornado
And
warning
second
for
off,
Screw you,
southwestern
Pennsylvania,
Alexandria
man.
County in southern Illinois.
Jared lived
Scott
in
County
or
in
lived near
southeastern
Cape
Missouri,
Girardeau, so
North
go
Central
away.
New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri.
What?
It's moving north. It's literally moving north.
Is it the cell that's over in Sikeston?
Yes, it is. Oh my
what?
gosh.
It actually
doesn't look
has-
half bad.
It actually has rotation.
Folks, if you're in Blodgett, Haywood City, Morley, Benton, all the way up into Scott City and Commerce, you need to be taking your proper precautions because this isn't actually a half bad looking storm. Could have a bookend vortex with it or something like that.
What?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, it does. It's, you know, there's a good reason why it's tornado warned. All right, let's say this. Yeah, you see, Jared even says, yes, it's Girardeau. Go away, Morgan.
Josh Shukalak. And that's what I have to say to that.
That's pronounced Sugarlock.
No.
I mean, this thing over here in Sikeston, this thing does have a really interesting rotation. I want to see NROT. NROT is above a 1. I never use NROT. I just wanted to see what NROT would do. It's over a 1, which is kind of funny. Yeah, there's a good reason why it's tornado warned. So once again, Benton, Morley, Commerce, Sikeston, areas along I-55 here in Missouri, as well as areas over near Olive Branch and Thebes, and Scott City over here, right along the border of Missouri and Illinois. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back over to the tornado warning down near Helena. And there isn't really as much rotation to report over there, so that's good. We do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings with the damage threat considerable tag, so that's something interesting. Now the winds are starting to... Yeah, they're starting to uptick, and that is for the city of Memphis now. City of Memphis now have very strong severe winds. Let's go to Jackson's radar.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, that's cell in Benton. That's cell from Tinsley. I'm telling you, it's doing it. That cell in Benton, it's going.
There's a rotation forming near Utica, Mississippi, which is going to be on a beeline to Jackson when the line moves.
Yeah, there is. That thing does amplify.
It's fairly discreet, too.
Better hope that it doesn't jut out.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that the storm the way that the storms are moving is kind of favoring this because it's just giving it time to sit.
Can you take over real quickly? Just start talking. I have the radar planted over Jackson and the 2 tornado warnings north of it.
Okay. So folks, there are 4 tornado warnings currently in effect. 2 in Mississippi, 1 in Arkansas, 1 in Illinois. The one up in Illinois still looks fairly decent. I'm not sure the ones in Mississippi that Nate has the radar on right now are actually going to be too particularly tornadic over the short term. So great thinking by him, but you know how he is. But Bentonia still has fairly decent rotation, but it's pretty broad. Up by Yazoo City, though, there were a couple cells that just merged, so that's looking interesting. There's definitely the structure that would help tornado form, but it's fairly gusty right now on the looks of velocities and on the looks of ZDR. In addition, Spectrum supports a very linear storm mode at the moment, possibly suggesting a shelf cloud extending through Benton. So if you guys are in Benton, Midway, Ebenezer, you guys still need to be in your safe spaces, particularly if you're along 55. But at this moment, there isn't really too much to be worrying about in terms of that. I'm going to actually pull something up here additionally that may help me here for a second. I'm going to drop back to Illinois for a sec, that vicinity.
Appreciate it, boss.
And,
Appreciate it, boss.
The Sikeston storm. Look at the spectrum width on the Sikeston storm when you get the chance.
I'm looking at this Benton cell. This thing has a gate-to-gate of 53 on top of 44. Yazoo City is going. I told you, Morgan. I said it's gonna do it. It's gonna do it. Let's go up to Sykesville, you said, which is probably off of
Memphis.
Actually, let's go to the Osceola cell real quickly. I want to see if there's anything.
There's
over there.
another
Not really too
one
much.
forming near Pocahontas.
Let me go to Paducah's radar, see Sikeston. That cell over there still has some pretty decent rotation there. It looks like it's getting smudged. Like it's getting compressed and it's getting flattened. So there is some spectrum width over there. Tornado observed. It's that cell, Yazoo City. Yep, weather spotters confirmed the tornado. Tornado producing storms were located along a line extending from Tupelo to near Benton to Flora, moving northeast at 50. So yeah, now there is a spotters have reported there is a tornado over there. And it's on the cell near Benton. Let's go full screen here. So once again, if you're near Benton, Midway, Ebenezer, Goodman, Pickens, here in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or even tornado at this point.
Hey, Nate.
Go for it.
We are in Lexington, Mississippi right now, having some issues with our cell service. Is there any way you could give me an idea where the strongest rotation is right now and where it's heading?
Spotters confirmed the tornado just to the north of Benton by about 2 miles, heading northeast towards the Durant general vicinity. That'll be around I-55, which will be just a little bit to the south and east of Lexington.
Got it. Durant is just in front of us on this road, about 10 miles until we hit Durant I-55, so we might head that way and try and hit that storm. Thank you.
All right, so watch out for that really closely. But yeah, that cell over near Midway, Benton, is starting to kind of spin up a little bit more. This thing is trying to go. But yeah, there is definitely some sort of rotation right within there. Look at that. Reds, pinks, yellows moving away from the radar, greens wrapping around. There is definitely something there. 100%. So, spotters confirmed tornado on this one. Once again, if you're out in front of this, we have spotters over in Lexington. They'll be heading off towards the general vicinity. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Morgan, I can chase tomorrow, so I will, and I'm probably going to stream it with my new stuff.
Okay.
So that'll be funny. So I guess we'll have to...
For Zello?
Huh?
Do you want me on hand for Zello so you can get just easy info?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Oh, that or even Discord or something like that. I mean, I haven't actually looked at the new model suite.
Yeah, I will be chasing tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully we'll have a stream that will be up so that you guys will be able to see what's going on. It'll be new equipment as well. Huh?
Where do you want to chase? You have two options.
I'm obviously chasing local.
If you want to go to Virginia, south of DC, you'll have the shot at a tornado, I think.
Well, I gotta look at the models a little bit more, so I'll see it myself.
Drop further north, you could get cored. So take your pick.
Well, I'm gonna see.
All right, folks, we are approaching the time frame where there are a few rotations bearing down on the Jackson area. None particularly strong, but we've seen that it doesn't really take that much time for these things to spin up.
Jeez.
Jackson does remain in a severe warning for 60 miles per hour wind gusts. So bear that in mind as you guys are progressing on through, especially if you're a little bit north of Jackson as well.
31,000 people in Mississippi are now without power. Remember, we started the day with 4,000.
Wind.
Yeah. I want to see. I want to go to my camera collection here. Jackson camera or web camera. Live sky cams.
Excuse me.
WLBT. Downtown Jackson.
Nate,
yeah.
do you want a consider the following moment briefly?
Sure, why not? Jeez, that camera's shaking all over the place. Shaking and baking.
Check your DMs.
Hey, hey, drunken sailor. Hey, hey, drunken sailor. Hey, hey, drunken sailor early in the morning. Let's check out Louisiana here, too. 57,000 people without power. Almost 58 as well. Jeez. All right. We'll be watching this pretty closely. We do have live cameras over here looking into Jackson, so we'll see as to what we can find. This Mississippi or Tennessee? So what cameras we were looking at were in Mississippi. And yeah, we're looking at Mississippi right now with our radar, too. There was a confirmed tornado warning over here near Yazoo City. Let's see. Now there's reports coming from south of Yazoo City of damage to trees down in the vicinity, possible tornado.
I probably ate my words, didn't I?
Yeah. I told you, it'll happen. Just watch it.
It's also fair. I think it's also a fair assumption that could have been straight line winds based on spectrum width and the fact that regardless of whether or not there's a tornado, these are very strong winds.
Oh, 100%. You know, regardless of whether or not it was actually a tornado or not, at this point, whether it is that or the winds, they both do the same damage. All right? That's how bad this line of storms, you know, actually are. That's how bad they actually are. So, you got a lot of activity that's starting to move on through, and it really doesn't matter at this point as to whether or not it is. I got reports over here in Arkansas of a semi-truck blown off the road on I-55 at the mile marker 58 general vicinity, south of Blytheville. Yeah, big time strong storms that are moving on through in towards Memphis right now. Let's take a look at the radar over here. And yeah, this line is now starting to surge into Memphis. They are now about to see some very strong damaging winds. We do have a camera over here in Olive Branch. We'll be able to see these storms move on through this area when it gets to it. We do also have a camera that is to the south and west of Jackson, Tennessee. We'll be able to watch that too. What are some of these cameras over here? That's really interesting. So apparently there's cameras over in Poplar Bluff in Missouri as well, so that's really interesting.
Oh boy. Hey Nate.
Yeah.
Southwest of Jackson, there's a fairly defined rotation that has just developed over the past few minutes.
Southwest of Jackson?
Southwest of just about Oakley, Raymond.
Yeah. We also have a camera over north of Baton Rouge, so we'll look at that here in a second. What's the timing of that actually? Is that moving over Baton Rouge right now? It's pretty close. Storms are pretty close to moving over Baton Rouge, so we'll come back here in a bit. But let's go back to that cell over near Jackson and see what Morgan was talking about. And yeah, Raymond learned Byram. There is a little bit of rotation that is starting to develop here. There is something that is trying to become a little bit more congealed. And look at that. You got reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So there is something.
And I know regardless of whether or not it's going to hit the main area of Jackson, there's so many suburban residential areas that are south of Jackson for tens of miles, and that's apparent on satellite. So even areas like Terry, Byram, that are going to be impacted to the north. But basically between Jackson and Byram, I think is where this is going to pass if it does become tornadic and further strengthen up and along that general area. So if you guys are in those areas, Richland, Byram, you guys need to be watching out very closely.
More than likely not, Irish. More than likely not. Sabrina with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then DMR Creations with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you guys so much for the support to the channel. Just got a report out of Benton. Numerous trees down by Mississippi Highway 16. Possible tornado. So, it looks like these storms have really been firing off. And they are continuing to show that regardless if they're tornadic or not, they are doing damage. They are indeed doing damage. So we got to continue to try and spread this information to as many people as possible. Just got a report. There it is. Tornado report in Benton. Trees. 16 is blocked. Structural damage in Benton. So tornado did go through Benton. And we got to continue to spread this information with more and more people, guys, because this line is not expected to stop. I'll zoom out here, show you the outlook for severe weather here today. 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, 4 out of 5 in red. If you guys live within these areas, all right, you need to watch out for the potential of some tornadoes that could move on through, because this thing could potentially continue to do what they've been doing right now and move on through. So if you're in the orange, if you're in the red, you need to be on high alert today. All right? Share this information with those people so that they know, because it's better to get the information out ahead of time.
Oh my goodness. Newest frame shows both Raymond and that area south having rotations. Both have two separate distinct indentations pushing up towards Jackson.
Yeah.
So it's uncertain about how much these are going to strengthen, but Jackson probably shouldn't be hesitating to issue a tornado warning for this general area because with the amount of populace that there is, you really don't want to take a risk with that.
So if you know anyone that lives in Jackson, Mississippi, all right, I'm just going to tell you right now, you need to tell them to get into a sturdy structure. And you need to tell them to get away from windows, get into the lowest innermost part of their building if they can. All right, so please be sure to tell them that new tornado warning just got issued. And it is Jackson.
Warning for Central Rankin County in central
Good call.
Mississippi, southeastern Hinds County in central Mississippi.
Wow, it's including most of Jackson as well, all the way to Pelahatchie.
So, guys, Jackson is a major populous area, all right? We need to spread this information with as many people as possible. So copy the link to the live stream, spread it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, especially if you know any group chats of people that live over in these areas here, like Jackson. And try and just spread the information with as many people as possible. If you know anyone, copy the link, send them a text message, do something or whatnot. All right, try and spread this information. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, we actually have almost 1,000 people. We're 4 likes away from 1,000 likes. Over 1,000 people. Hopefully, by the time you get this transmission, would have helped get this information out to more and more people. So let's continue to try and spread the information to do so, because there is quite a bit of rotation over in these two areas. You can see grays and greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away, and we have it in 2 spots right within here. So 2 areas of rotation, as Morgan has mentioned, that is heading straight towards Jackson. So areas in Jackson, Forest Hill, Raymond, Richland, Pearl, Byram, Florence, Brandon. All of you guys are under a tornado warning. You need to get into your sturdy structures now. Is this passing through Dyersburg? A lot of rain in Dyersburg at the moment. Yeah, Dyersburg is getting some very strong damaging winds at this moment. Right now, nothing too tornadic, but you guys are getting a lot of strong damaging winds. So stay in a sturdy structure. Stay in the sturdy structure until these storms move on through your area, which will be, I'd say, in about 45 minutes to an hour. You guys can consistently get a lot of activity. So let's go back to the cell in Jackson. And yeah, we do have, once again, 2 distinct areas.
Hey, Nate, we are at the I-55 intersection with Durant exit right now. Well, where would you recommend going from here as the storm approaches?
How fast are these things racing? 15. Doesn't look like there's an east option.
Gosh, that Raymond storm is going to go right into the metro of Jackson.
That Lexington cell, though, looks like it could do something.
But yeah, that has started to develop a little bit more organization as of late.
If they go north, they run the risk of kind of getting choked out of the event because of no east option. But they can go up to Winona. Winona is too far north. What would I do?
Send them to Vaden.
Actually, why don't I send them to west? I could send them to west.
You send them to if you send them to Vaden, that's closer to this Lexington storm that's strengthening as of right now, and then you have 35 to get southeast towards Costco, and then you can escape on other state roads.
Well, I was saying
Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri.
I was saying go to west, right? Because that's where the current trajectory takes it.
Excuse me, Kentucky.
That sounds about right. I was saying take them to
Wycliffe.
west, and then west has State Highway 19 that goes from west. It's like Emory Road right over there. If they go into west, there's like a farm that's kind of right along 51, per se. So they can like go along 51.
Holy bookend vortex.
And then if they go up to Vaden, they can go on 35. It'll be a southeast option. But by then, I'm not sure if the storms will overtake them. It'll be so difficult to say. If they want to play it risky, that's the way to go. Because it does look like that storm is trying to develop a bit. Alright, so here's Lexington. 55 has, like, kind of fields, but you can't pull off. 51 a little bit further north towards west, where they, where the storm actually is heading off
We're watching the
towards.
stream right now. Thank you guys so much for the help. So yeah, West and Vaden seem like the best options.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm gonna say it one more time here. For you all that live in the Flowwood area, Pearl, Forest Hill, Jackson. If you really reside anywhere in the sort of area between Interstate 220 and Interstate 55, as well as 20, which basically boxes in Jackson, you need to be taking to shelter now.
Jeez.
The storm heading up towards you guys has fairly good structure with height, which is something that I haven't really been able to say much today. The one to the south of it is not looking as good. The one towards Forest Hill might continue to sustain. So if you all are in those areas, going to tell you again, within the next 10 to 15 minutes, you guys are going to be expecting a tornadic storm moving through your region. So it's crucial that you guys take to a safe space.
Vaden has a lot of farms, all right? So I know you're watching. Vaden has a lot of farms. If you want to play that, sure, but you won't have an east option. You'll have continuously a north option, and you'd have to go all the way up to Winona to really try and get back out in front of this again. If you go to west, there's a little bit less farms, but it'd be along 51. All right, so you'd have to like parallel 51, but then you would have to try and get on 35. 35 is kind of like a southeast option that'll get you onto the next line of storms down, and you'll be heading off towards Kosciuszko. So either or, West and Vaden are probably your best options, because I wouldn't head back south. I would definitely want to try and stay on that storm that is near Lexington, because Lexington looks like it is trying to kind of congeal. So go that route. Go see what you guys can get. Stay safe, more importantly.
Got it. We're gonna head up that road
Nate,
that will take us
10-7
through
briefly.
West and then Vaden and see where we can try and intercept the storm along that. Thank you for helping us out with the geographicals and with the farmland and stuff. That helps us out a lot.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Stay safe. Let's see. Let's go. You said 10-7 where? Oh crap. It's actually over here in Jackson. I want to see this downtown Jackson and its Skycam. Does it actually show? Oh crap. So it's looking at these storms here. So that's something to watch out for. What about WLBT Studios? So they're also looking at those storms too. So this is going to be something to watch out for. This is going to have to be something to watch out for. Oh, wait. If I remember correctly, hold up. I'm an idiot. I am an actual... I forgot.
What did you forget?
Mississippi dot.
Oh.
I forgot.
Nate, possibly a tornado on the ground right now, southwest of
Tornado
Jackson.
warning for
I know.
Northwestern
That's why I
Choctaw
said I
County
forgot.
in central Mississippi, northeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi.
There's cameras
southeastern
all
Carroll
around.
County in north central Mississippi, northwestern Atala County in central Mississippi, southwestern Webster County in north central Mississippi.
Tornado warning for Winona and
Montgomery
West.
County
Where
in
is this
north central
specifically at?
Mississippi.
Byram.
Where? Yeah.
Byram, Forest Hill. Yeah, M dot. So crucial right now.
That could be strong too.
South.
Because there may be radar clutter, but I'm seeing 20.8% on.
I'm trying to see if I can get something for you guys. Because if I would see something, I would be able to.
Y'all, both of these cells are bonifying themselves in the lower levels as this pushes off towards Jackson. So it's, like I said, very crucial that you guys are continuing to spread the word, and if you are in those areas, taking your taking your safe spaces.
Stream as we head up 51 north.
Absolutely essential.
What did he say? Hold on.
Hey Nate, we're going back live on that stream as we head up 51 north towards west.
10-4. Yeah, I'm going to be watching this camera very closely. Because if that is on the ground, I'll be able to see it. I will be able to see it. Let's go back over to Jackson. Yeah, Forest Hill, Byram.
Tornado warning for northwestern Leake County in central Mississippi.
Also be advised, while we're chasing this, we're going to have one phone streaming and one on your live, so if you want to guide us through the chase, we'll be listening in on your live.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Debris might have scattered on the Byram storm. I'm just looking at correlation coefficient. Jeez, that Forest Hill cell is pretty rooted. At least for the current moment.
Trying to see if I got something here. Yeah, Byram's all the way down there. Switch to video. Oh! Big wall cloud. It's rain wrapped, but it's a wall cloud. Oh yeah. Look at that. I knew I'd find something. Mississippi dot never fails me around Jackson. Never fails me. I always get a good shot. There it is. Big wall cloud. Holy crap. Look at that, guys. I don't see anything extending to the ground too much. Maybe on the far right-hand portion of this screen. Let me see if I can find something over there.
I hope that's clutter. Goodness.
Can't see too much there.
Hey Nate, look back on radar for a second at Forest Hill. I want your 2 cents. There's a new frame. Spectrum width shows a fairly large area of turbulence, but CC's so cluttered and reflectivity doesn't really help either. So I'm just kind of like, eh.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a wall cloud over there. There's a wall cloud over there. I can see it. I can see it off of oh my. Holy, that's a funnel. That's a funnel. There's a funnel. Funnel on the right side. Funnel cloud. It's right there. There's a funnel cloud on this cell. It's crossing over 55. That's looking, I think, on... That might be Forest Hill, I think. That's what it looks like.
Is it really?
It's all the way on the right-hand side.
Are you sure it's not no, it wouldn't be Byram if you're already looking that far north.
Yeah. My goodness.
Folks, Jackson, in your safe spaces yesterday.
Yeah, that's a funnel cloud. That's right there on the right-hand side. Feed is now kind of buffering a little bit. There you go. And then we got a big wall cloud at the center part of our screen. That might be the Byron cell. If not, that's a little bit more in the rain on the left-hand side. But there are multiple areas of lowerings right here. It's an entire wall. And that actually represents really well with what we're seeing on radar. On radar, it's an entire wall of these storms. These rotations. Let me try and pull this up here. Downtown Jackson. Oh yeah, the sky cameras in Jackson got it.
Is it a thing?
Yeah. Bunch of wall clouds. Bunch of wall clouds across the board. Multiple.
How many are you seeing?
It's similar to what the cameras on I-20 is seeing. 3. I see 3.
3? Okay, well there might be 2 with Forest Hill. I think that's what I'm trying to.
Oh
I think
yeah,
that's
look
what
at
I'm
that
gonna
spin,
get,
guys.
2 separate ones.
Look at that spin. That one right there in the middle. I can see it clearly spinning. That might be deteriorating a little bit, but I can clearly see the spin there. I could tell that from a mile away.
The northern of the 2 Forest Hill storms is strengthening. Confirmed tornado, Jackson. Broadcast media.
Not surprised.
Confirmed tornado. Yeah, confirmed tornado for Jackson. If you guys are in Flowood, Pearl, Richland, and Jackson itself, you guys need to take to any shelter you can. Any shelter you can. These are multiple storms, folks. One's going to be going right through the metro, and one's going to be going south of the metro, probably down through I-20.
Oh
And
my!
then, of course, you have the one down by Richland.
That thing is so close to the ground. That thing is practically, this wall cloud right here is practically on the ground. That might be the Forest Hill cell right there. That thing is so low to the ground.
Can you do me a favor and share your screen to the webcam?
I can do, yeah, I can share my screen.
Just so I don't have to wait 30 seconds for your stream to catch up.
That thing is so low to the ground. Let me exit and then try and pop it up again. Switch the video. West. That thing is really, holy crap. That thing is like almost on the ground at that point. There's something bowling at the bottom.
That's a very large funnel too. That's a very large funnel.
That's bowling down at the bottom. There is something there.
This is about to go right through Jackson.
And we're looking from the east. So we are west of Jackson right now. All right, let's see actually, can we get it on the on some of the other sky cameras? Can we get it?
Oh,
there it is.
Oh,
there
gosh.
it is. There it is.
New frame. I think CC's picking up some sort of particular matter.
We're looking from downtown Jackson right there.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a new one. There's a new one north of Jackson too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Look back.
Jeez.
No, just yeah, I suppose base reflectivity is kind of what you're going to want to do.
Let's go back to that camera here, because this is probably our best shot. Look at all the way on the left. Oh, wow. So it's kind of stuttering in between. But yeah, there's something right in there, guys. Right in there.
The rotation also looks as good as it has on radar.
And then there's one right here, too. Yep, so now it's finally jutted up. There's the wall cloud. I don't see anything extending down to the ground quite yet. Let's see if I can catch a camera a little bit further west of this. Look west, look west. Adam West, Adam West. But yeah, these storms are surging now. Currently unavailable. Well, that's very helpful. What about the other sky cameras? This is very helpful too.
Hey Nate, can you hear me?
I can. What's up?
We have a possible wall cloud right around west right now. Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, possible wall cloud right around west. Oh yeah, I see it. Let's go half and half screen. Yep, that's a wall cloud. Let's go full screen of that. This is in West Mississippi. So this is where our other storm chaser is at, right up there.
Oh, radar is not looking good for Jackson.
Oh, that's going right over Jackson. Right over the center of Jackson.
A lot of turbulence, particularly along the United States Route 80 area and the I-20 area.
Let me see if I can... Come on, camera. Do what I want. Camera's not doing what I want. West. Switch to video. Switch to that. See if we can get something. I can see... Yeah, there is something that's trying to go right near Jackson, 100%. Sirens are on in Jackson.
J-Jack is on it.
Yeah. Man, this rotation here across Jackson. There's 3 of them. There's one up here, one right here, one down here. This is in Jackson, Mississippi, everyone. All right, we have numerous tornadic rotations moving over Jackson, Mississippi right now, the populous area of Jackson, Mississippi. And we have some significant areas of rotation. We also have our chaser up north near Durant, heading towards, he's actually in west and Vaden. He actually is reporting a wall cloud up there on that cell, heading towards Vaden and Winona.
Bro, honestly, I'd stay here for another minute. Yeah, I would.
And so we're going to continue to watch what he says. But the rotation there still looks like it could potentially be tornadic. It's actually heading off towards the Vaden area. But yeah, there is definitely something off into that general vicinity. Look at the wall cloud that he's seeing at the top part of our screen. Let's go full. That's near West Mississippi. West Mississippi. And that is a really low wall cloud, too. So this is from Peter and William up north. But man, that is a really low wall cloud over there. Let's go back half and half. Let's go back further down south. Towards the Jackson cells. And there's already been a report. Tornado confirmed by Sky Camera, the southwestern side of Jackson. Yep, so Sky Camera confirmed tornado that went through Jackson or near Jackson. Let's see some of the other cameras here. Brandon. West, west, west. Switch the video. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Something right there. There's also a big wall cloud over there, too. So there's your 3 storms. Let's see if we can actually get camera over here. Switch to video. Wow. Here's another cam here. Oh, this is looking south into Jackson. We got our wall clouds over here on the side, too. We got 2 areas here. My goodness. That's crazy. Oh, switch the video on this. Oh, yeah, look at that. There we go. We got closer footage of wall clouds right here. 2 wall clouds, actually. One right here. One right here. And then, of course, we have the wall cloud up north near West Mississippi. This is really starting to fire off. Wow. Hey, let's go full to the screen over there west. That actually... I see a little bit of a lowering right within there on the backside. Maybe a little bit of convergence I see. I definitely see the riffling downdraft wrapping around there on the backside. There is a lot of stuff that's firing off with these cells, though. The Mississippi is really starting to fire off across the board. But yeah, there's your wall cloud. We're watching this. We're trying to see if this thing produces a tornado. If it does produce a tornado, we'll be able to see it right here in front of us.
Oh.
Jeez. Yeah, are you watching my screen, Morgan?
No, I'm looking at radar and the fact that there's a
This thing is spinning.
There's an entire CC drop around a jutted out thing. In the north, it's north of Flowwood.
I'm watching the Flowwood cell right now because I'm on State Highway 25 right now. I've got a camera that's looking southwest, and we got a pretty well pronounced wall cloud that's moving right in our area, very low to the ground. We got 2 areas of rotation. We have the one that's off to the north, and then we have the one that's off near Flowwood right here. Yeah, this thing is blistering. Camera just kind of cut out a little bit. Switch the video. Switch the video on this instead. Yeah, we'll be able to see it. It's right there. We'll be able to see it. There's the wall cloud that's passing right on through. You can see the wall cloud. And this is in Mississippi here, guys. All right, we have one camera here that we're looking at on the big screen just to the left of me. That is over in Jackson, Mississippi, where we have multiple wall clouds and reports of funnels as well as a tornado that occurred. That actually is over there on the left-hand side, and then right above me is the cell over there. Let's pull that up once again. This is off near the general vicinity of Durant, north of Durant, near West and Vaden. We'll go full screen here now.
Hey, we lost service north of West and lost the stream, but we're still following that area of rotation, and we're going to try and get back out in front of this line because it's kind of swallowing us up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one thing I was kind of concerned about, but you still got something over there, and if anything, there's kind of a southeast option, south and east of Vaden, so I would watch out for that, try and get out in front of it again, but whether or not you want to head back northeast, southeast, up to you. Let's go back to those cameras down here, and we have a lot of stuff here from what I can tell.
Got you. We're probably going to try and get to Winona and then clear to the east if we can.
Yeah.
I know it's going to suck.
Tornado warning for East
Look at that.
Central DeSoto County in northwestern Mississippi, West Central Marshall County in northwestern Mississippi.
That might be another funnel.
In northwestern
New tornado warning.
That's another funnel. It's a grunge funnel, but it's a funnel. It's looking, this camera I think is looking kind of to the north and east, from what I can tell.
Grunge funnel on which cell?
That would be the one over Jackson. I think that's the furthest northernmost one.
That wouldn't shock me, at least at the moment.
But
also,
yeah, there's something right
tornado
there.
Warning new tornado warning, including Holly Springs.
I'm not sure if that was some... Oh, there's one right there. One right there. Look at that. Tube funnel. There's a little tube. It's spinning. Everything is spinning. There's these quick spin ups. Everything is just going. And you can clearly see the spin here within these wall clouds. There is clearly spin. All of these are spinning. So if you're around the Jackson metropolitan area, if you're north and east of Jackson, north of Brandon in Mississippi, you need to take your proper precautions now. Look at that. It's doing it again. It's doing it again. There's also a wall cloud over here.
Wow, that one to the right looks really well defined.
That's a really, well-defined wall cloud over there. All these other areas are really spinning across the board. Let's see, can I get a better shot? Switch the video. No. I think I might be able to get a camera, camera over here near Brandon. That looks
new tornado warning
in western Tennessee.
Switch to video. Go full here. Can't really tell all too much. There's a lot of rain.
Nate, southeast Memphis tornado warning.
Look at that here in a second. Oh yeah, I can see the wall cloud here. It's kind of behind the m.traffic.com. There is a couple of things. I can see the big wall cloud right here, and then I can see the funnel cloud right here over it as well. All right, let's go over to the Memphis tornado warning here now. So this is near the South Haven area. We actually have a camera over here in Olive Branch. I just remembered. Yeah, Olive Branch, City Hall. All right, so if you're in these following areas over here for the most part, all right, if you're north of Olive Branch, if you're like north of State Highway 302 in Mississippi, near Capelville, Germantown,
Collierville.
Yep, in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, so this is to the south and east of Memphis, and it's right.
Could actually get another one here for Fernando as well.
Yeah, more than likely. Or Hernando.
Oh, jeez. I had the prob severe objects blocking it thing.
Yeah. People are telling me to check Twitter.
New mesoscale discussion.
Yeah. That funnel that we saw was true. Weather Channel caught the funnel as well, so we did see the funnel as well. We saw the funnel. We're going to keep going in between Olive Branch and these other cells. But I'm going to go back over here. Oh, geez. So the line has now officially started to move on through. South. Wow. Look at this camera. This is looking kind of... This says it's looking south. I don't think it's looking south. Because I can see the clouds moving from left to right. I think up here to the north, this might be the wall cloud up here. Oh yeah, this thing is spinning. Oh, this is spinning. So this is a very good camera right here. Very good camera right now that we're looking at. This is looking north of Jackson. And we still have a lot of stuff spinning up here. This thing is spinning. So this is north and east of Jackson now. North and east of Jackson. If you are on the western side of Jackson, you are in the clear right now. If you're on the western side of Jackson, you're in the clear.
Except for a lot of windy rain.
Oh boy, Morgan. This thing is trying to materialize right in front of us. Look at this. Let's see if I can get it over here without my camera. My big face is in the way. There it is. Look at that. Right there. Classic Nate's big face. Look at that, guys. It's trying. This thing is spinning this way, and then it's spinning back behind it. There is definitely something that's trying to develop right there. Might be losing a little bit of structure from what I can tell here. Maybe something that's trying to lose it a little. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern
Central
Lake
Miss.
County in central Mississippi, northeastern Rankin County
It's
in
north
central
of the Jackson
Mississippi,
warning.
northern
Carthage,
Scott
Ludlow.
County in central Mississippi,
It
southeastern
fills the
Madison
gap
County in
between
central
the
Mississippi.
two warnings from the Jackson radar north.
This is the Brandon cam. Let's go back to the radar here. I want to check. Actually, let's go to Olive Branch. Oh, we got a heck of a wall cloud on Olive Branch. Grunge, but wall cloud nevertheless. Look at that. There's your wall cloud. There's your mesocyclone. Everything is spinning around. Everything is trying to spin. So we do have something over here. And guys, if you're in a tornado warning, all right, just the best thing that you can do is try and get, try and get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of your building. All right, so please be sure to do so. But yeah, we do have a heck of a wall cloud over here out in front of this. We'll come back to this here in a second. We'll see what we got. Let's go back to Jackson. Look to the cells up to the north near Winona. Rotation's starting to kind of lag behind a little bit. Look back to the south over here towards the cells up in Jackson. This is getting it towards very familiar territory of where Matt chased, actually. Near the reservoir. This is right near the reservoir. But yeah, we do have a lot of activity over there. Let's put on my big face again. But yeah, we do have two areas to watch here. Two now designated rotations. We have one right here. We have one right here. All right. And how I can tell is because the reds are trying to move away from the radar right here. The greens are trying to move towards. And so right where they're compact right here, that is where some tornadic rotation could reside. There's also one right here where reds are moving away. Greens are turning more towards. So right in the middle is where some tornadic rotation would be there. So we have two areas, two tornadic areas here to the north and east of Jackson. That's telling me there could potentially be something tornadic. And we look at radar here, we can see there's a little bit of a hook right here too. But yeah, this is something to watch. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, We have numerous tornado warnings over the Jackson metropolitan area in central Mississippi, where one was reported as a confirmed tornado about 30 minutes ago from the National Weather Service in Jackson. Had reports of a tornado caught by Skycam here from the broadcast media there, the local broadcast media in Jackson. And we do have quite a few tornado warnings that extend further up north towards Memphis as well. Let's see if we can see anything with that sky camera. Hey, there's a little noodle funnel that's moving clockwise. That's kind of funny. So there's a little noodle funnel that's moving clockwise. That will end up dissipating. That's the reason why I'm laughing at that. Whenever you see little noodle funnels like that on the southern side of storms, they typically do dissipate. So there you go. But we did see a little funnel right there with that cell.
Kind of a little lighthearted moment with that.
What?
Just for a second. Make that make sense, weather weenies.
Yeah, there it is. NATO cast is just went off. NATO cast just went off.
Yeah, that's nice.
Let's go back to some of the cells up near Memphis. I do see two areas of rotation, one that just went north of Olive Branch. If there was a tornado, it would be somewhere over here. A lot of strong winds that are surging on through now with this cell. Very strong winds. But if there was something tornadic, it would be on this side over here. Can't really tell too much, to be completely honest with you. Let's go over... stuff starting to hit Baton Rouge. Oh, geez. I completely forgot they have a camera over there. Yeah, there's the camera north of Baton Rouge. You can see not as intense with its winds, so that's good news. Look over to New Orleans radar. And yeah, a lot of these storms are now starting to really blow into this general area. So the Zachary, Glen area, that general vicinity is starting to get activity. Baton Rouge, this is starting to get some very strong storms that are moving on through. You know, that's the reason why we keep trying to say, hey, we need to continue to get this information out to more and more people. You know, it's not just for me to say it. But there's a lot of stuff over there. So please be sure to, you know, spread this live stream with more and more people on YouTube. Hit that like button down below. Copy the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Let's continue to try and spread this with more and more people. There is a lot of activity that is still ongoing. A lot of stuff that is still expected to continue. So go into a sturdy structure if you guys can. New tornado warning. Excuse
Tornado
me?
warning for southeastern Livingston County in western Kentucky, central Marshall County in western Kentucky.
This is in
northwestern
Benton,
Durham
Kentucky.
County in western
Paducah.
Kentucky.
Yeah.
East.
Benton, Kentucky. There's an elf. There's an elf. They're thinking that this thing could go based off of the elf. Just for reference, guys, this is crossing right over the area that got impacted by the Mayfield-Dawson Springs EF4. There is a lot of stuff that Wow.
Yeah, that is one heck of an elf.
Yeah, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. If this thing congeals right here, we could be talking about a tornado heading towards Bryansburg, Benton, Grand Rivers, I-69, which is not nice.
Which is not nice, thanks.
This is... Just got a report in Jackson, building damage in downtown Jackson. So it seems as if there are more reports now coming in of a tornado that did go straight through the city. ELF is a left flank velocity enhancement, so it's something that we typically try and look for to try and determine as to whether or not storms could actually produce tornadoes or not. Yeah, Benton, Mississippi, Benton, Arkansas, Benton, Kentucky under a tornado warning. There are so many Bentons that have been kind of impacted today. Good news right now is it looks like the line of storms that are moving through near Jackson. As I said, Jackson's now in the clear in regards to the tornado threat. All right, they are now on the backside. But areas near like Carthage, Redwater, Walnut Grove, Hillsborough, Forest, Morton, you guys all could potentially be impacted by these tornadic storms.
New tornado warning.
Buggle with the 2, thank you so much. And Eli Moore with the 2, thank you so much. South Haven, not quite yet. It'll be impacted a little bit later on.
West Memphis.
West Memphis. Oh yeah, that's the other cell I was looking at. That thing might actually do it.
Hey Nate, we are deciding whether we want to core punch here through Winona or if we want to keep on I.
For northwestern Fayette County in western Tennessee.
Boy,
Central
that's
Shelby
discreet.
County in western Tennessee.
So core punch.
Hey Nate, we are deciding whether we want to core punch here through Winona or if we want to keep on I.
Keep on I-55. If you guys just keep going north on 55, you won't catch anything. So if you want to, if that's how you want to call your chase, that's fine because you saw quite a lot of activity. But if you want to try and get out in front of the stuff, try and core punch back through Winona, you guys can. There is some tornadic storms that are kind of heading off through that road that goes through Winona, so I'd be a little bit more careful. And then on the other hand, there are prefrontals that are starting to develop along the Mississippi-Alabama border, so that's also something to make note of. Let's go back to the Memphis radar, because this thing, both of these actually have kind of elves. I'm kind of surprised. I'm really surprised. These storms are really trying to be tornadic over here. How's Dyersburg looking? Dyersburg's on the now on the back end of this. That main line just passed on through, so you guys should be fine. Minor street flooding in Blytheville in Arkansas just got reported. Just got reports of damage to a warehouse at I-55 and State Line Road, which is right along the border of Tennessee and Mississippi near South Haven. So potential tornado over there. Jeez. Where in the world is this? Oh, this is in Jackson, Mississippi. Look at this. This is a video in Jackson, Mississippi here. You can hear the tornado sirens in the background. Listen to the sirens.
Hear the tornado sirens going off. Now the rain's coming.
My goodness. That is crazy. Thank you, Eli Marna. Thank you much. Yeah, my goodness. Excuse me? Hey, Morgan? Apparently, there is a wildfire in Coleman County, Alabama right now.
Huh?
Apparently, from spam.
How did it, do you know how it sparked?
I have no clue. A lot of damage over in Jackson, Mississippi. A lot of damage that have been reported. A lot of activity there. Looks like the main line is kind of going a little bit linear. Main area of rotation is now heading towards Carthage and even Philadelphia, Mississippi, so I would watch out for that. I'll continue to update you guys. I'm looking back at the cell over here near Benton. Doesn't look like anything's congealing quite yet. Looks like it was trying to, but it ended up kind of failing itself a little bit. Got some localized hail, though, within the cell. Wow. Didn't expect to see hail this far north. That's pretty crazy. Take a look at these cells over here near Cordova and Eads, Collierville.
Excuse me.
You see it?
No, I see this, though. Check your DMs, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
You know I'm not allowed to think. Oh, there's a chaser. There's a chaser chasing the line of storms north and east of Jackson.
Francis oh god, that's French.
Francois.
No, not Francois. It's not COIS. Francis Levine Thoreau. Levine Thoreau. Yeah, that's his name.
And just a reminder, we also have sky cameras out in front of this in northern Alabama, southern Tennessee, and extreme northeastern Mississippi. So that's going to be really interesting to see here as this comes on through. And we even have a camera in Jackson, Tennessee. So we got all sorts of bird's eye views on these storms. If that storm That tornado warning storm that's paralleling 40, if that continues on its trajectory, that'll head straight for the camera in Jackson. And we'll be able to see something there too. So that'll be interesting. There's a camera over there near Forest.
Fairly large downburst just moved through Jackson with one of those other storms.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Excuse me.
Is it spelled C-A-J-U-N, Morgan? Is that what you were trying to spell?
What do you mean?
The word that you were trying to pronounce. C-A-J-U-N.
The name?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Someone in chat thought it was something else. Some good cameras on T-Dot? Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Tennessee Dot, because Tennessee Dot usually fails me. I got so upset at T-Dot the one day, because I was just, like, trying to figure out if there was any cameras over there, and it just would not give me anything. I was just so upset. Feature menu, traffic cameras. There aren't any in Jackson. So after further review, I can't see crap.
Oh, I thought you were about to say it. I really did. But the thing is, you're actually probably monetizing from this, so no.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Chat, it's not. What's this camera? At least it does have, like, you know, the funny stuff. Yeah, the line probably passed through most of it already by now. That wasn't not Jackson, Mississippi. This is Jackson, Tennessee. This is Tennessee. Yeah, so we're looking at Tennessee Dot right now. Look, state of Tennessee. The stuff over near Lexington. There's one camera over here near Lexington.
New tornado warning. Oh. It's west of Columbus. It's with the line. But it's west of Columbus. They're extending that far east. And also there are some cells that are making me raise an eyebrow slightly.
Northeastern
I do think Alabama could get hit hard, but if you're in western Alabama, that's going to be the main spot to watch.
Mississippi, Webster County in north central Mississippi, southwestern Clay County in northeastern Mississippi.
So there's a new tornado warning for the cell near Eupora. This is approaching the Whitehall, Houston area. I believe someone asked me as to whether or not stuff can go near New Hulka, Houston. Well, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for your area for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but there also is a tornado warning just to the south near the Manatee in the Eupora area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I highly recommend telling them to really watch out. Also, wow, there is a cell near Bruce. That's going to go tornado warn more than likely. I'm using the Columbus Air Force Base radar. That is one heck of a rotation that's near Banner and Bruce. Bruce Banner.
Surprised it isn't already.
Yeah, look at that. Red's moving away, greens and blues moving towards right in there. Big time hook echo with it too. See the hook wrapping around just like that. Yep, that is a heck of a cell out near there. And then even cells south of it, Calhoun City, Slate Spring, there's even some rotations with those cells too. Reports of a funnel cloud 6 miles east of Batesville, Mississippi, in northern Mississippi. Let's go back to the tornado warning up in Benton. Haven't looked at that in a while. That could potentially go. That could. We'll have to see if this thing wraps around, but we'll have to see if this thing could potentially go. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that are being issued across the board. There's a lot of them. Extends all the way up into Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, all the way down to Mississippi, Louisiana. There are a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings here. Is there a tornado near Indiana? Not at this time. Columbus Air Force Base, Denise. Columbus Air Force Base. That's over in Mississippi. So remember, all right? If you're in the risk here, that is more than likely where we are talking about. Right within here. All right, so we have our areas from southern Illinois and Indiana all the way down into Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, maybe a little bit of Georgia too. Maybe a little bit of Georgia. All right. And so we are talking about Columbus, Georgia in this instance as to what radar we are using. Trees downed over there in those areas too. So sheesh. Lot of stuff over there. You're in Corinth. Starting to dig your shelter now. There it is. Yeah, there's actually some cameras up there too. I forgot about that. I said it earlier and then lost track of it. There's a camera over there. This is in Iuka City Hall, in Iuka, Mississippi. So we got a camera over there. Of course, we got our legendary sky cameras over in Florence, in Tuscumbia.
There's your warning for Bruce and Banner, Nate.
Just got issued?
Yep.
Yep, there it is. Oh. Yep.
Tornado warning for eastern Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Calhoun County in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Union County in northeastern Mississippi.
Jeez. There's a lot of turbulence there too. Look at spectrum width. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep, this thing could potentially be producing a tornado here soon, if not right now. Because this thing right here is spinning very quickly. Spinning very quickly. My goodness. I mean, there is a lot of spin. Latest scan just came in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. New tornado watch. Apparently, the new tornado watch just got issued. Excuse me.
So for Louisiana,
Doesn't make any sense.
Is it for Louisiana?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
Benton, Kentucky wrapping up. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but I don't see it right now. I don't see it.
Very strong turbulence on Banner as well. Much stronger than the last frame.
Benton, Mississippi, however, is near Yazoo City. That'd be too far behind. So I don't know which cell you are referring to at this time. But the cell that I know that is spinning up very quickly is the Bruce Banner cell.
It's for
Tennessee and
most of
Alabama.
Tennessee, yeah. Thank you, Lance.
Just got reports of damage north of Jackson. Large pine trees down. Yeah, it's for the central and northern portions of Alabama into Tennessee. Yeah, the Sarepta cell right here. Sarepta, Bruce Banner, still has a lot of turbulence there. You can see turbulence, quite a bit of it. I think this constitutes as a derecho so far. Don't you think, Morgan?
It's definitely starting to. Although it's still too tornadic for a derecho.
That's true, but hey, the entire line is just pushed off and continued to do so over and over again.
Give it an hour or so, and I feel like it will be ultra derecho.
Oxford, Mississippi. Give me a second. Oxford, Mississippi is over there. Okay. Oxford, if you wait for another 5 minutes in a sturdy structure, you guys will be in the clear. Okay? I know there's a tornado warning for your county, but it's meant for the area a bit further to the east of you. So Oxford, you're out of the imminent threat of the tornadic danger. You just need to stay in your sturdy structure for another 5-10 minutes, and then you'll be good. You'll still have, intermittently heavy rain, but this big line here, as soon as it fully passes, you guys are in the clear. How's East Tennessee looking? They'll be fine for the most part. Oh, where is that? Rose Barnett Reservoir by Fannin Landing. That's near Brandon. Wow, so this was over here in Brandon. This is one of our viewers that sent us video right here. That looks like a wall cloud. To me, at least. Maybe a potential wall cloud.
Tornado warning for northwestern Leake County in central Mississippi.
Hard to say.
Eastern Attala County in central Mississippi.
But my goodness. Thank you to the viewers who sent that in to me. Brittany, thank you so much. This was also sent. This is by William right here. Big tree that got toppled in Cleveland, Mississippi, as well as some roof damage over there. As I said, if you guys keep finding stuff, please at me, at Nate_Snyder, so that we can continue to try and share this with more and more people. Oh, that's out near Slate Spring. Oh, that's embedded. Want to drive down to Baton Rouge? Is it safe? So you have storms that are moving on through that are producing some very strong damaging winds. It depends upon where you're driving from. If you're driving from like the St. Francisville area along 61, then on the backside over there, you guys should be good. If you're like I-90, like west on I-90, you know, from like the Krotz Springs area all the way over, that should be fine. I-10 west of Baton Rouge, you should be fine. But if you are, you know, say along, I believe this is State Highway 19. So if you're along Route 19, you guys still have about 5-10 minutes before that road is pretty usable. Highway 67, you still have a little bit of time before that's really usable. And then if you're, you know, say along 16, so Highway 16, do not drive through that. 90 east of Baton Rouge, do not drive through that. 12, do not drive through that. Lot of strong damaging winds and blinding conditions is possible. Could make for some very hazardous travel. Very hazardous travel. Let's go back to Jackson. Here's a new tornado warning. This just went confirmed right in front of our eyes. And yeah, that's a debris signature. Yeah, that's a tornado in progress. Radar confirmed tornado. This is north of Renfro, north of Redwater, near Dawsville and Zama. All right, near Kosciuszko. Okay, so this is near the Kosciuszko area. And there is a confirmed tornado over here approaching the Highway 19, the Highway 14 general vicinity here in Mississippi. This is in central Mississippi, north and east of Jackson, north and west of Philadelphia. Actually, west-northwest of Philadelphia. Right there, you can see you have reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, and the fact that they are very compact, pixel to pixel right next to each other. They have some very strong gate-to-gate shear, indicating that there is more than likely a tornado in progress over here. So we do have an observed tornado for the population of the 5,000 that are impacted.
County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi.
Lot of tornado warnings getting issued here. But yeah, this is a confirmed tornado. All right, confirmed tornado. There is the debris signature right next to Dawsville. Hopefully there's not a lot of people that live over here in Dawsville. And I see there is actually a little bit of populace here, so that's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. If you live near Dawsville, Zama, Highway 19, Highway 14, you need to tell people to take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Kazisco? Is that how it's pronounced? And by the way, I actually want you to correct me. So if I'm saying other town names wrong, please say more. Like, please correct me more. What about Savannah? Savannah still has a little bit of time. Savannah still has a little bit of time before these storms can really start moving on through. There's going to be a new tornado warning in Tennessee here soon near Moscow. There's going to be a new tornado warning. This might actually be on the ground. Embedded tornado within the line.
Are you looking west of, or sorry, east of Memphis?
I am south of the tornado warning.
Oh.
That right there.
Rossville?
Yeah.
Oh, yikes.
This thing is embedded. Evansville, Indiana. Give me a second. Let me check real quickly, and then I'll split back. They still have a little bit of time before these storms can move on through. Still a little bit of time. Actually a lot of time. Probably about an hour to an hour and a half before it really starts to move on through. So you have a little bit of time. Let's go back to this. Yeah, Moscow, Williston, Hickory Valley, Somerville, Grand Junction. Probably could be a tornado warning issued for the cell here soon. Could potentially have a tornado with this. Kosciuszko or Kosciuszko. Is it Kosciuszko or is it Kosciuszko? A lot of people are saying Kosciuszko. Tell me if that's right, Kosciuszko. If it is, then I'll remember that. Let's go back to the Columbus Air Force Base. Yeah, this thing is still going. Let's go back
Tornado
to...
warning for
New tornado warning. It's that cell you were mentioning. Moscow, good call.
Western Hardeman County in western Tennessee.
Yeah, Fayette and Hardman counties in Tennessee. New tornado warning over there. Let's check back at the confirmed tornado over here. Kosciuszko. Perfect.
What? Gosh.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this cell over here near Dossville and east of Kosciuszko is on the ground as of right now. Maybe briefly, but there's definitely something that was over there. Everyone else in the weather community say yeah instead of yeah. So I'm more inclined to believe the weather community of what I've heard from other people. But at the same time...
Social conformity with Nathan Snyder.
That's true. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes, a Kosciuszko. Yeah, so there's the new tornado warning in the cell near Moscow, and we kind of knew that was going to be tornado warn. But yeah, this thing does look like it has some pretty interesting rotation. I'm kind of, it's kind of weird why they warned it this late. Because now it's kind of it's now starting to kind of dissipate. I would have warned it probably like 3 minutes earlier. Because that's when it probably was producing the actual tornado. How y'all doing over there? I say y'all too.
I've said it for years.
Y'all. He is a New Jerseyan too. That says a lot.
Yeah, I speak like a fluent Midwesterner. I don't get it.
But yeah. We're a part of it. Now, I say y'all because I grew up in West Virginia, so my family is kind of tied to that a little bit. But
I started saying y'all ever since I have a social presence because it's much easier and quicker to generalize with everybody else if you say y'all.
now it's not like, you know, my family has like a heavy accent. It's not even like an accent. It's just we've kind of developed that language. Y'all.
Sweet home Mississippi.
That's not how that works. Let's go back to the cell near Kosciuszko. That thing has kind of died. A lot of rotation is depleted with that. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, though, out in front of this line. We're starting to get closer to that camera that's off near Forest, so we'll watch out for that. And then, of course, the other severe thunderstorm warnings that extend all the way down into Louisiana. Baton Rouge just got slapped, but they'll be done and over with here soon. Really soon, actually. But yeah, areas along I-12 and I-10 all the way up to New Orleans, you guys could potentially see some very strong damaging winds. And even north of that, further north, could potentially see some stuff. Just got a report here of a funnel cloud observed near McCall Creek. This is in Franklin County, Mississippi. And it was near the Jordan Road in the McCall Creek area. So yeah, there was a funnel cloud on the cell that's now heading off towards Brookhaven. Something to watch out for. With that. Possibly, Lacey, possibly. I wouldn't say that hard, but still got slapped. Oh, what? Excuse me? Hey, Morgan, can you do me a favor?
I don't know.
Look on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. And look just north of the radar site. You'll see it. You'll see it.
Are you sure I'll see it? Because I don't think I'm seeing it. Other than prefrontal crap.
This thing already has a forward flank downdraft. How do you not see it?
Nah.
Tremont and Bexar. That is a prefrontal supercell. Look at that.
It's not a very good one.
It just developed. Look at
No,
it.
it developed a while ago, actually.
No. Take a look. There was a cell that formed south of it. National Weather Service, Dodge City. Do I think Indiana will eventually see warnings? Southern portions of Indiana, yes.
I may have to put Florence in the bookmark again, because what the heck?
Dude, I know, right? Every single time Florence continues.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, my goodness. Heavy amounts of updraft characteristics. Look at this. Heavy updraft. Heavy updraft. Look at that ZDR, Morgan. Oh boy.
What am I looking at?
ZDR on that prefrontal.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That's an SVC. This thing is trying. This thing is actually trying.
Give it like 15 minutes.
And then it'll die. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Wait a second. There's a camera in Phil Campbell. Can I see anything?
No.
Morgan already
Nathan.
knows. We're going straight to the sky cameras. We're going straight to the cams.
Deja vu experience mode.
Yeah, look at that. I can't really see all too much, but I can see the general flow of the clouds.
Why is it hooking already? Stop it.
I told you, Morgan. Let it be. Oh, what? That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny.
Except it's doing the funny.
It's this is defying logic, but it's still. Anyways, there's a
Here's
prefrontal.
my question. Here's my question. It's moving north,
Yes.
and the stuff is moving northeast. How much time do you think it has?
Let's take some timings, shall we? An hour.
Timings won't help you because they're moving in a different direction.
I'm taking a timing of the severe thunderstorm warning. Because that's the general line in itself. An hour. It has an hour. You were gone for a bit. What happened? We had a confirmed tornado. Actually, a couple confirmed tornadoes. Stuff that hit Jackson. Stuff that hit the Dawsville area. Couple tornado warnings in Tennessee. Lot of stuff. Might see a new tornado warning on a cell near I-22. North and west of Tupelo. Near New Albany. Might actually see that here soon. Would not be surprised if that was the case. They probably should. They probably should issue a tornado warning for that cell. But yeah, that cell over there near Bear in Tremont.
Bexar, you mean?
No, it's Bear. I looked it up.
No, it's not.
It's Bear.
Stop lying to me.
I'm not lying to you, I swear.
Nate, you're lying to my face.
No, it's Bear. I promise you. Oh, jeez, look at this.
Chat, hashtag cancel Nate.
Chat, back me up. It's Bear. For the people who actually live over there, it's Bear, correct? Here's some footage from Ben McMillan. All right, this was over in Jackson. He was looking some of the damage. Look at some of the damage here at the structure. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Oh, how the tables have turned, Morgan. Or as I like to say, how the turns have tabled.
Hold up.
Morgan, it's trying. It's doing more. It's doing more. Oh, what? Look at... Oh my goodness. Slippy says common Nate W.
How can a Ravens and a Jackets fan be a common W?
What's the probs for that tornado watch out front? 70-50. 70-50 for Alabama and Tennessee. Interesting. And then isolated significant wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, of course. Just got reports of damage over here in Dossville. Trees down across Mississippi Highway 35 near Singleton. So, yep, damage confirmed over there with that confirmed tornado earlier. Let's go back to that prefrontal cell. This thing loves to apparently make sense.
This thing is the reason we can't have nice things.
Let's go back to that tornado warning up in Memphis. Cell near Somerville and Bolivar. That thing is starting to go again, Morgan. It's going to go again. Somerville, Tennessee. I think it might actually be producing right now. So if you're in Whiteville, it's a new tornado warning.
New tornado.
New Albany. So it's the other cell that I said was probably going to get tornado warned.
North of Tupelo.
Lee County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Tippah County in northeastern Mississippi, southwestern Prentiss County in northeastern Mississippi.
Yeah, if you are near Whiteville, Hickory Valley, Bolivar over here in Tennessee, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I mean, look at this. Very strong reds moving away, very bright greens moving towards. Pixel to pixel right next to each other, very compact. Spectrum width indicates there is a bit of a drop right in here. So this could potentially be producing a tornado here, maybe a brief tornado right within the area. Would not be surprised. And it's right on the backside, too. Backside of the hook. So that is something that we're going to have to watch out for. But yeah, this thing is starting to really try and wrap around. And it may have just produced its brief tornado because the velocity's kind of just dissipated a little bit. Let's go back down to the tornado warning over here near New Albany. We said this was probably going to get a tornado warning here soon. And, well, for good reason. You can see the big hook right here. All the rain being wrapped around right into the storm, inflow coming in. And so where that counterclockwise spin starts to formulate, that is where the tornadic rotation tends to start forming. And we do have a little bit of that near New Albany. Reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards right here, and then greens moving towards near the Wallerville area. So we have two areas of rotation possible that are going to cross over I-22. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to really watch out for this because this could potentially be tornadic as this moves off towards the north and east. There's also a cell over near Pontotoc that could potentially try to become tornadic as that moves on through, but there isn't really as much of a hook. It's kind of a little bit more ironed out. So unless if that starts to jut itself a little bit more, then can't really say for certain that that could potentially form. I'm going to look back at that cell that's over near Bear. It's still rotating. This thing doesn't make any sense. Coming from the confirmed tornado warning that's off near Ethel and McCool, that might need to be monitored very closely. Okay, Julie. See you around. See you around. That might need to be something watched very closely. That could potentially be something tornadic here soon. So once again, guys, all right, I'm going to keep asking you guys over and over again, please help me share this information with as many people as possible. We have 6 different tornado warnings at the moment, covering a lot of space here. So please copy the link to the live stream, share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. friends and family from text messages and stuff like that. And also by liking the live stream, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. Please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And also be sure to subscribe if you're enjoying the content, because I do live analysis just like this whenever other aspects of severe weather moves on through. All right, if there's more severe weather in some other spots that I deem that could be impactful to life or property, I will live stream. I make videos, forecasts on what could potentially happen. So if you've been watching my videos, you knew that this would more than likely happen. And we also cover hurricanes and winter weather too. So if you're not into severe weather, you're into that, stay tuned to this channel as well. I want to take a look at METARs. How much are the dew points dropping by here?
Oh gosh. Ugh.
Not by a lot. Not by a lot, so that's good. Tells me it's not as widespread. So that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. Let's go to Columbus Air Force Base. A couple tornado warnings have expired. See 2 tornado warnings that did expire. I see one that could potentially be issued, though. One south of Pontotoc. Could potentially have something that heads off towards Belden, Sherman, Saltillo. That general vicinity right there. So I'd watch out for that very closely.
What the heck?
But yeah, the cell over near New Albany definitely is, you know, there's a good reason why it's tornado warned. You can see the massive hook inflow coming in right within there. There is definitely something across the board over here. So watch out for that. What dew points would normally be an ingredient in tornado making? 55-degree dew points and above. Excuse me? Morgan, we might have 3 distinct rotations on that Tennessee tornado warn cell.
3?
3.
Beg your pardon?
3. All within a line. Bowling Green prediction? They are going to get strong damaging winds from this event. It'll be coming eventually, but here, actually.
Nate, I don't think you can count, because I only count 2 that are really have an imminent threat of producing.
Notice the wording you said, imminent threat of producing.
Okay.
I just said 3 rotations in general, 2 of which I do agree with you have threat of producing relatively soon. Bowling Green.
Now it's definitely only 2 on the newest frame.
Yeah, there it is. I'd say in about 2 hours, Bowling Green is when you guys could potentially get your activity. Very strong damaging winds will be the main threat for you. That's kind of the earliest that I foresee that actually being your activity. Come in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Crockett County in western Tennessee, northeastern Fayette County in western Tennessee, northwestern Hardeman County in western Tennessee, southeastern Haywood County in western Tennessee, southwestern Madison County in western Tennessee, west central Chester County in western Tennessee.
All right, yep, my mic is muted. There it is. I'm not in the basement. I'm actually in a second level of the building. But yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Yeah, I had my mic muted, so laugh all you want. It's very
Nate, you need
heavy.
to cope.
Yeah, I do need to cope. Very heavy amounts of spectrum width right there. Heavy amounts. Whenever you see spectrum width like that, that's when you know it probably will happen.
That is so unbelievably descriptive.
But yeah, 2 areas of rotation right there. One right there, one right there. And yeah, spectrum width is very high in this area. I actually would not be surprised if this thing was producing a tornado here. Yeah, in classic Nate fashion, he mutes himself until Kingdom Come. But yeah, this probably is producing a tornado, more than likely. So, let me read all of the counties here. That's a lot of counties. Crockett, Fayette, Hardman, Haywood, Madison, and Chester County here in Tennessee. You all are under a tornado warning. And this thing, in my opinion, could potentially be producing a tornado. We actually have 2 areas that could potentially be producing a tornado.
Nah, actually, they kind of just merged.
In the latest scan?
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe a little. New tornado warning.
Illinois!
What?
Tornado warning for southeastern Wayne County in south central Illinois.
It's northwest of Evansville, Indiana. What is this?
Do I have to use...
You have to use KVWX.
KLCH.
Sure, that's one you haven't had used it. Parkersburg, Illinois. What is this? What? That doesn't actually look half bad at all.
I'm loading it. So give me a second. And while it loads, let's go back to the cell over here in Tennessee. Yeah, this thing looks really... This thing looks like it probably is producing a tornado down there. A lot of turbulence. All right, a lot of turbulence. Whenever you see the yellows, that's when you know you probably are going to get a tornado during that time period. We did have yellows, and now it's oranges. So it's not terrible turbulence, but it is turbulence.
Did it load for you yet? Yeah.
Yeah, it just did. Let's see.
Nice.
Yeah, it's not bad. It definitely is worth a tornado warning. All right, that's warranted. So Fairfield, Mount Erie, Golden Gate, areas near Parkersburg, West Salem, and Albion. If you live over there in Illinois, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Latest scan just came in. Looks like it is trying to tighten up just a little teeny smidge. It is trying, but it's losing a little bit. So we'll continue to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Interesting ZDR. CC is not there, so no tornado on the ground at this time with that cell up there. Let's go back to the cell over in Memphis. Oh, what is that? That is inflow, so no debris signature quite yet. So all of our tornado warnings are north of the Columbus Air Force Base radar now. We don't have anything south of that. Which you would have thought that would be the case totally. Totally. But there's 2 areas of rotation, one near New Holka. Jeez, I can't speak. and the other near the Algoma area. So that's something to watch out for approaching the Tupelo general vicinity. Once again, we have the blessings of the Mississippi traffic cams over here. Let's see what we got. This isn't a really good camera. Switch to video. What about that? Can't really see a whole lot there. That's north. That's south, east, west. Switch video. So that's not bad. That's at Southeastern Boulevard. What would be over there, per se? So Southeastern Boulevard would be like right here. So that's where our camera would be. And we're looking pretty far away at this time. So we'll just be watching for this cell that's over near Hulka and see if this thing continues to move off further towards the north and east. But yep, really interesting to say the least with that. Go back to this over here in Jackson, Tennessee. Don't see anything on the sky camera. Didn't really anticipate us to see a whole lot of stuff with the sky camera there. Let's go back down towards, oh, wow. New severe thunderstorm warning here. And this is along I-12. Okay, so this is in Louisiana. And there is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this. There also could potentially be a tornado, a new tornado warning here. North of that, along I-55 in Louisiana. This actually does indeed have the threat to potentially produce tornadoes. It does have a tornado possible tag near Roseland and Amite, near Wilmer and Bolivar, heading towards Clifton and Franklinton. So, we're not done yet, guys. There's a lot of stuff still here. There's a lot of stuff. Alright? And there's your new tornado warning. As I thought it would, it is appearing right in front of us. There is the new tornado warning.
My name is Nate, and I am the weather.
I am the weather. That is indeed correct. Right near Roseland and Amite. All right, heading towards the Fluker, Bolivar, Wilmer area, Mount Herman, Warnerton, Clifton, Franklinton. If you guys live over here, you need to get in your safe space.
St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northern Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Washington Parish.
I like how it said ST, whatever.
So this is St. Helena Parish, Tangipahoa, and Washington Parish. If you live over here in Louisiana, this thing might actually go. This thing might actually go. Big time spectrum withdrawal. Big time spectrum withdrawal. Oh yeah, velocities are consolidating. Yeah, we have seen numerous tornadoes already today. Chat, so. But yeah, my goodness. This thing is definitely trying. This thing is definitely trying.
Hey, Nate, I have a question.
Go for it.
Whatever happened to your chaser?
I don't know. I think he said something about going up 55. So, could have been one of two things.
From him since.
No. I heard from him after the line passed through him. So. But yeah, we were looking at this cell here, and yeah, this thing clearly has some distinct rotation. Greens and blues moving towards, or at least very bright greens, almost blues moving towards the radar. Reds moving away. Counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. It's moving right over I-55. Moving right over I-55. Heading off towards the State Highway 1043 areas and the State Highway 10 area over here towards Wilmer. So if you live over here near Bolivar, Wilmer, Fluker, need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So right now it's over Roseland and just a bit to the north of Amite. Just a bit to the north of Amite. But yeah, there is definitely something that's telling me something could be tornadic right along those areas. Let's see if we can go back up to the north towards Memphis. See if that cell up there is still rotating. Oh boy. That cell near Mercer is really wrapping up very quickly. Let's see if we can catch that on the camera. Where is the cell in regards, or this camera in regards to this? Oh. Morgan, Omega might actually get a good view of that tornado warning cell in,
Really?
in Jackson. It actually might be getting a really good view here soon. So this is something we'll watch out for very closely. Amy. So that's how it's pronounced. Amy. Yeah, Roseland probably is going to go down. This thing has huge spectrum width. Huge spectrum width. Don't see debris signature quite yet, but this thing potentially could be indicating that this thing could be on the ground here near Roseland. What's the environmental thermos here? 1,700 MU Cape. 300 SRH from 0 to 1. Oh yeah, this thing's gone. This thing's going. My goodness. So yeah, we'll come back to, we'll actually go to these cells, go all sorts of different cells here.
Nate, expect a new tornado warning for Tupelo or just south soon.
Is it from the New Holka area? That just like Troy. Yeah, so that was near the New Holka area as well. So yeah. Yeah, that thing could potentially, yeah, that could be a new tornado warning here soon. Yeah, there's just so many of these storms that are spinning off. Looks like the little cell that could out in front of the line kind of merged with some other cells and became the little cell that can't. So don't see debris signature on the Roseland cell. I'm really concerned about that cell because that could potentially spin up, potentially be a tornado. So I'm watching that very closely. Someone just reported a wall cloud in southern Illinois. I think they're on that tornado warning over there. Oh no, they're on the one south of that. That might actually produce a tornado. That actually might produce a tornado. South of that near Carmi. Yeah, Carmi, Illinois. South of I-64. I had someone come into my DMs and say they got a wall cloud over there into Carmi, Illinois. That could potentially produce a tornado.
Tornado warning, I think.
Tornado warning for
just
Octobeha County in northeastern Mississippi.
No,
South
never
Central
mind.
Clay County
Mississippi.
in northeastern Mississippi.
Northeastern Mississippi.
Yeah, where in northeastern? Oh, it's Starkville.
Oh yeah, that's due.
It's Starkville, huh?
Oh, the
that.
the Ackerman cell. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Yikes. Another one. And it's for the other one in
Tornado
Illinois
warning
now.
for Central White County in southeastern
Grayville.
Illinois.
Yeah, just went tornado warned up there. Roseland might have a TDS. Roseland might have a TDS. Maybe. Unsure at this time. Another tornado. That's 3 tornado warnings. That's the Tupelo
Tornado
cell.
warning for northeastern
Troy.
Chickasaw County
Yeah, there
in
it is.
northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Pontotoc County in northeastern Mississippi, northwestern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, Lee County in northeastern Mississippi.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, someone
I
came.
don't think that was CC, by the way, in Roseland, Nate.
No, I think it actually was.
It doesn't
Debris fan.
seem to have amounted to much.
ZDR, CC, it doesn't matter. Because what would happen would be the rain wrapping around it. That would nullify most of the CC because it's not pure. So it probably was like some sort of weak tornado. I think that actually was. So we did more than likely have a tornado that spawned over here. Velocities have weakened. That's the good news. Bolivar, Wilmer, you guys are not out of the risk though. Just because the rotation has weakened, it does not mean that this thing is not off the ground. It does not mean that this thing is off the ground. What that means is that you have to stay in your safe space, all right? Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. The Jackson, Tennessee camera just went out. I went to look through it, and it's not there anymore. Let's go back up to the cell over here in Carmi. Looks like the velocities have became a little bit more broad, so that's the good news. So that tells me it's probably not as strong as it once was. So yeah, I do think that is the case. I do think that is the case. Please check HRRR wind gusts. Shows 100-mile-per-hour winds for out. What?
Excuse?
Is that for real, Mark?
I think that's a joke. Even if
It better not. It better not. I swear. I swear. Let's take a look. It's in a book. The Reading Rainbow.
Yeah, that's not true. I see 70, but not 100.
Oh, crap.
See a lot more than 70, but I don't see.
Yeah,
100.
actually, I see 80. There's near 100 over near the border of Tennessee and North Carolina. Right up in the higher elevations.
Because mountains.
In the higher elevations, yeah. About 21Z. Not as much. 19Z. There is some. 18Z.
Yeah, not 100. Not quite.
A lot in the higher elevations, though. Over here in Tennessee and North Carolina. It actually says there is. Look at that. Which, that's kind of crazy now that I think about it. For the people who live over there in the higher elevations of Tennessee and North Carolina, though, that right there has 100 miles per hour as a wind gust, potentially. Can you imagine living up in the mountains over there? And you said you wanted to live in New Hampshire.
Dude, I'd love it.
Be safe,
I think
Mark.
you would too.
Be safe, Mark. Yeah, that's crazy. HRRR blistering. And of course the NAM's probably going to be worse. Because we know that we probably know NAM actually says it's not as bad.
What was the 3K?
Yeah, I went on the 3K. 3K usually does the doom. Because 3K doesn't really know how to balance itself. But yeah, that's crazy. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. That's really crazy. Actually, I want to see what happened in 17Z. Yeah, it's saying up there in the higher elevations over there. One thing
I repeat, and I will show you stuff later.
What?
I think if the opportunity arose, you'd love it up there. But I don't think that opportunity will really arise.
But not 4K? Yeah, there isn't a NAM 4K.
NAM's gotten caught in 4K, but
Jeez.
I beg your pardon.
What?
That's not okay.
Wow. That's...
Like I said, that's not okay.
Wow. Let's go up north. Columbus. Tupelo. Jackson. Jeez, there's so many severe thunderstorm warnings now. Let's go to Paducah's radar.
Interesting. It is very windy.
Very windy. Tornado sirens going off in Jackson, Tennessee. Yeah, get into your sturdy structure right now. If you're in Jackson, you need to get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of your building. Because there is a tornado warning for good reason. I want to see T-Dot. Where is this? North of Lexington. This is looking eastbound, so it's not really all too helpful. And that's looking eastbound too. Some of these cameras in Tennessee are very... This is the reason why I don't use Tennessee Dot. Tennessee Dot's stupid. They need to fix their cameras. Point it the correct way.
Why don't you go down there and do it yourself, Nathan?
I don't live in Tennessee, and that's the reason why I don't use their stuff.
So drive there, then. You have a Dodge Dart. You can do it.
Why would I want to drive to Tennessee?
Because Nashville's the music city? I don't know.
It's not like I'm seeing a Predators game.
Wait until the Jackets play there.
No. I think we don't play them anymore.
You sure about that?
I don't know.
Oh, no, you don't.
Yeah, Tennessee Dot sucks. True facts.
Copium. Ooh.
Ooh, what is that in the background over there? Jeez. How's Dyersburg doing? They're in the clear. They're fine. They're good. What is you? That might be a tornado. Bookend vortex near Geeville, Mississippi, northeastern Mississippi. Northernmost tornado warning in Mississippi. Really consolidated bookend vortex. Yeah, I know, right, B-Dogs? What about New Orleans? Let me check New Orleans here real quickly. There is a storm that's heading off into your general vicinity. Looks like it'll be severe for the most part. Could potentially have something tornadic, but otherwise... The only tornadic cell here that Actually, there's two, but one's severe warned and one's not. One's tornado warned. Is the one near Bolivar and Wilmer, up and along the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, along 55. The other one is paralleling I-12 near Hammond. So that's something to make a note of. Actually, I want to see... We're going to use all the traffic cameras here today. All of them. Unavailable, unavailable, unavailable. Well, that's nice. Thanks, Louisiana. Very cool. Appreciate your support, Louisiana Dot.
I am once again asking for your traffic camera support.
I know. Camera's traveling eastbound. Can't see all too much with that. That's westbound. A lot of lightning over there in Louisiana. What's this one over here? Hard to say for certain. Columbus. Jeez. That's a big line. Let's go to the Mississippi Dot. What's going on over here? West. Switch to video. Not bad.
Oh god. Oh. Blah, 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 blah.
You okay over there?
I took a sip of seltzer and I forgot that it's carbonated. So that was a surprise. I didn't appreciate.
Need to consider the following.
I can imagine you were just making a face like, look at this idiot on your side over there.
Close enough. Monitoring. SBC just put a mesoscale discussion for Louisiana. Monitoring for a downscale evolution from squall line to supercell across southeastern Louisiana, far southern Mississippi this evening.
Huh?
Yep. That could potentially turn into a supercell threat, apparently. It would be the thing that's moving onshore, though.
Also, for what it's worth, I'm I'm out of here for the night at 10 p.m. So I hope most of the stuff has died down by then.
That's understandable.
Why is it spicy? Not that it's spicy, it's just, yeah. Oh.
Yep, no problem, Deborah. A lot of strong winds surging on through here now. You gonna pick that up?
Did you hear that?
You gonna pick that up?
Ah!
I gotta have fun.
Pick up the phone!
A little bit of a lighter moment.
There we go.
Looks like that cell near Bolivar is still rotating.
Come on!
That's as classic as you can get. All right, let's take a look and see the power outages now. 57,000 people without power in Mississippi. 57,000 people without power in Mississippi. 36,000 people without power in Louisiana. 21,000 people without power in Tennessee. And that is mainly located in towards portions of southwestern Tennessee, like Shelby, Fayette, and Hardman. And then 18,000 people
Nate.
without power in Alabama.
Nate, Lance said in the chat probably about cars extended warranty. That's a W comment right there.
There it is. There it is.
Morning is the master of random noises today. Okay, listen. At least y'all haven't been hearing train horns all day long. That
That
I
is
can
true.
pride.
That is true.
Mostly because I've had my window closed because it's 44 degrees. I would like spring back, please.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? There's a cell that's right near Corinth, crossing in towards the Selmer and Savannah area. That's going to be something that we're going to have to watch with our sky camera eventually.
Corinth. Deja vu experience much?
Yeah. Appears so.
Hey Nate, you need to watch out for areas north of United States Route 190 in Louisiana, north of Covington.
The severe
the cell south of the
warning?
tornado, the cell south, severe considerable south of the tornado.
Yeah, the
warning.
Hammond. That's the thing that
Kinda
I've
looks-
been watching.
Kind of looks like it wants to wrap up a little bit more in latest scans.
Go back in the past 15 minutes. You'll see that it's doing like a little cycle.
It seems like it's having a moment.
It is. It is.
Although, however, it is very windy along that line. I mean, goodness.
Oh yeah, for sure. Where's the rotation in Louisiana headed? So the one that had the tornado warning is now headed into Mississippi now, near the Warnerton area, as well as the Tylertown areas, maybe Sandy Hook, Kokomo, Columbia. The other area over here, all right, this one has 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, with it possible near Hammond and Ponchatoula. And then eventually that'll be heading off towards Covington, St. Benedict, and Folsom. All right, so if you know anyone who lives over there along I-12, north of Pontchartrain, they need to watch out for that very strong, severe storm that's surging on through. It's very strong. Also, a couple flash flood warnings in Baton Rouge. If you're under a flash flood warning right now, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Patrick, this is definitely not a bust. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Plus, the event isn't even over, too, but this is like nowhere near bust material.
So, Nate, can I just address that comment for 2 seconds here?
Go for it.
So, obvious new tornado watch.
Good job addressing that comment.
Shut. There's Mississippi Panhandle, Alabama Panhandle, as well as the Florida Panhandle, south of all the southern states. It's an extension for the supercell threat. Anywho, so I know they name dropped a 15 sig day 2, like initial day 2. So everyone thought this was going to be a giant tornado outbreak and all that, which I could get. But just because it wasn't a giant tornado outbreak does not mean it busted. There have been numerous tornadoes today. There have been probably a couple strong tornadoes. That one near Jackson may end up getting an EF2. We've had several more tornado warnings than storms that have actually produced tornadoes. Now, I get your point, but the amount of tornado warnings that we've had today and the fact that the event is still a few hours from being done officially, plus the wind, this could probably verify for wind when all is said and done as well.
Morgan.
That's something that also is not being noted.
Morgan.
What?
80-70 probs.
Excuse me?
How 70 probs. Wording, and I quote, several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely.
Is it a... No, PDS needs 80 for SIG tours, right?
Yep.
that's a consider the following moment if I've ever seen one before. Bands of well-organized, fast-moving storms, along with the possibility of semi-discrete supercells, will continue to develop.
All I gotta say,
70 surface dews, 55 to 65, 1 to 2 kilometer jet.
I said 80.
Tornadoes with widespread damaging wind.
80-70, by the way, for people who don't know. That's an 80% chance of 2 or more tornadoes to form within the tornado watch. So this specific tornado watch right here in southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, extreme western Florida. And a 70% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes being EF2 or stronger. So this is a heck of a watch. This is a heck of a tornado watch. I mean,
this goes until when exactly?
4 in the morning.
Have fun! Folks, you all know your dedicated weather streamer, Nathan Snyder, will be here with you guys until 9Z today, covering all there is to cover about the tornadic activity.
Excuse
me? My
me?
dude is a dedicated YouTuber. Why is there a tornado warning to the southeast of Jackson? What are you?
Hold up.
Oh. That's really
Tornado
weak.
warning for
what?
Northern Jasper County in east central Mississippi, central Smith County in central Mississippi.
That's really weak.
Yeah, they're predicting a little quick spin up here. Near Raleigh.
Y'all are in Raleigh, Lewin, Montrose, Silverena,
Bay Springs, wow. Pashuta.
Along State Route 18. Go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or low, steer most part of your building.
Reed's actually on that cell. He's in Pashuta.
Oh my goodness.
He's out in
It's
front of
actually
that.
not, because Pashuta is out of the tornado warning, so you need to cope.
I don't need to cope. Reed needs to cope.
I mean, he could try and go west on 18, but before you go west on 18, you have to go north. So,
hey, he'll have fun. Maybe. Excuse me?
damage report out of Madison County, Tennessee. Structural damage at the Forest Cove nursing home near the hospital. Window blown out of the hospital as well.
Yeah, I just got that. Came across my area. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Kentucky. With a tour possible tag on it.
Yo, it's going towards Owensboro. What the heck is this?
It's in Madisonville right now. It just passed Dawson Springs.
Did it?
Yeah, Dawson Springs is just to the west of it.
Oh, crap. That is a left flank velocity enhancement and a half.
I actually don't have a good radar right now. I'm going to switch to KHPX.
Yeah, Fort Campbell's probably your best bet.
Get out of here, Paducah.
Be gone.
Load up, please. Michael with the 10 says 80% of this money will hit your bank. 100%. You will smile. 80-10 props. There it is. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. We just had a report of hurricane force winds in Gracie, Kentucky. West of Hopkinsville. This is north and west of KHPX.
75 miles per hour. That means Hopkinsville probably got oofed.
This was a picture of what appears to be a tornado in eastern Memphis.
Huh?
Yeah, that appears to be a
That's
tornado.
very. Yeah, I think that's definitely a tornado. I'm just.
Wow. He's also filming really high up in the sky. Can't
Weather
really.
doesn't make sense.
But my goodness, what a shot there. Thank you. Keep sending stuff to me on Twitter so that I'll be able to see what's going on. This is over in Owensboro. It's sent by Evie. Look at how strong these winds are. She's out in front of this too. She's about to get the strong hurricane force wind making storm that's gonna move on through. So my goodness, watch out for that very closely.
Madison County, Tennessee, major structural damage via the sheriff.
Where's that wildfire specifically? More reports out of Jackson. Extensive damage to the plant on Smith Lane. Numerous reports of trees down near the Jackson Hospital. Lot of reports coming in. More reports over here. This is along the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. 8 miles west of Dover. Says several trees down in the western parts of Stewart County. Jeez. We're fortunate right now that there's only one tornado warning at the moment. There's only one. But at the same time, all this now is bringing a lot of hurricane force winds.
It's very windy.
Very. I think the cell might be trying to do it over north of I-12. Folsom, now east of Hammond, heading towards Covington, actually north of Covington. So near Sun, Talasheek, Folsom, Zona. It might be trying to start to congeal. We'll see what it does in the next scan, but... Oh, well, there's the latest scan for you. Oh, wait. I need to wait another 20 seconds in order to get the velocity scan. Alright, latest velocity scan came in. Velocity still show very significant winds behind this cell heading into Hammond and Ponchatoula. Or, Ponchatoula. Jeez, I am sleepy right now. Time for me to go to bed.
My name is Nate, and I don't know how to speak English.
Losing my mind right now. But yeah, very strong damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds here along the cell near Ponchatoula, Hammond, approaching the Covington, Folsom area. So if you're north of Pontchartrain, if you're north of Lake Pontchartrain, expect very strong damaging winds. Expect very strong damaging winds. Maybe even an upwards of hurricane force possible. Alright, so watch out for that. Do I use AccuWeather Pro for this? Nope. I do not. I use GR2 Analyst. I use GR Earth, I use Radar Omega, sometimes Radar Scope, and then other stuff. It's been really windy all day in New Orleans. Yeah, there's even been reports of damage over there from the strong damaging winds. So it's been crazy. It's been crazy to say the least. Oh, interesting. I want to see something here. Alright, the legendary sky camera from Tuscumbia. Can I pull it up? Now that's really interesting.
Just for you.
It does work. We're looking at a Dollar General right now. We're looking up to the north and west, so it's not exactly what I want to look at. What about the cell in Phil Campbell? Do I see anything in Phil Campbell? Not really. Not really. What about Savannah? Nope. What about Ayuka? Starting to get a little dark over there. Starting to get a little dark over there. So that is something to consider. Waynesboro. Is that a helipad? That is a helipad. Where are we looking at specifically? This is Waynesboro. There's a camera right here on this helipad. Interesting. I'll watch out for that a little bit more later on. Etheridge. Yeah, clearly nothing out there quite yet. Yeah, 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts in the mountains. Maybe even 100. Did I notice how strong the warm front was in the western PA, West Virginia, and western Maryland area? Not really, because it was warm in central Pennsylvania as well. And according to the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center, the warm front's not even over in western PA quite yet. So, not quite yet. It was still pretty warm in my area.
My lord.
What?
Are you gonna let me say this?
No, I'm just kidding, yeah.
Ryan Reeves has scored a hockey goal and the Rangers lead 1-0.
I regret. Just got Radar Omega and you're so lost, would I consider doing a little tutorial? Yep, I can even do that right here, right now. So,
I'll be back, Nate.
What you can do is at the top left-hand side, okay? I'll try and zoom things in a little bit.
1-0 Rags.
All right, top left-hand side. You see this over here?
Yes.
There is a little green thing, and it pulls up all sorts of stuff right here. All sorts of radars and stuff like that, all right? You can pull up radar towers if you know what the radar tower is and stuff like that. So you can pull that up there. You see these gray dots? These gray dots are your radars, all right? Pull that up, pull that up, pull that up. There you go. Bottom right-hand side, all right? So let's get my, my big face out of the way. Bottom right-hand side, down here. Follow the arrow. You see this green wording? You click that over there. Has reflectivity. Reflectivity is your rain. High-res velocity. That's your winds, of course. It doesn't look exactly like what I got. High-res spectrum width. That's spectrum width that I typically talk about with your turbulence and stuff like that. And then there's all sorts of other stuff there, too. that you can look at as well. Echo tops all the way at the bottom, so you can see how tall the thunderstorms actually are with your enhanced echo tops and whatnot. Who's Ryan Reeves? He is a thug. True facts. Now, if you go up to the top left-hand side, all right, so you go to the 3 lines, pulls up a side menu here. You can go over all the way down to radar settings. Radar settings. You can do a couple things here. You can do your unit of measure, change it to miles per hour, kilometers per hour, whatnot. You can do storm tracks with it, I think. Full coverage radar, I think. Display settings. You can do all sorts of tower codes. So you can show tower codes and stuff like that, which will tell you what your actual radar is. So like the K, GWX and whatnot, stuff like that. So it'll show you just like this. You have like KGWX, KDGX, and stuff like that. That's basically the basics of Radar Omega. Basically the basics of Radar Omega. As I said, Radar Scope's a little bit easier to use because at the top right-hand side you have like radar, and then you have like all your radars over here that you can go in towards, and you can just manually select it that way. Turn it off, shows you the towns and spotters and stuff like that if you wanted to turn on spotters and whatnot, but it's still there. What site do I use? I use, well, this actually isn't a site. It's actually a program called GR2 Analyst. It's the best radar out of all radars. However, it costs a lot of money, so it does indeed cost a lot of money. $250 to be exact. But hey, it's well worth it in my opinion. You can do 3Ds, you can do slices, you can slice through a storm, see what's happening in the atmosphere. Like for instance, this is what I mean by slice. Do that. So you can see what's going on through a storm by just taking a slice of it. See that? Take a look at the different levels of the atmosphere and whatnot. It tells you what's going on. This is what I mean by 3D. And it literally takes a 3D of the storm and not just makes the values, you know, higher in some spots. It literally takes a 3D. Look at this. All right, Radar Omega's 3D is not 3D. This right here is 3D. 10 out of 10. Best radar. And by the way, well, I would say by the way, but I don't really have something to show you with that, so I can't say by the way. But during a supercell, it looks absolutely insane. Like, I'll actually go in depth with it. Right now, not really doing a whole lot, so that's the good news. But yeah, GR2 Analyst is the best radar. And if you want, and if you're considering this as like a profession in the future, or as a hobby, and you know you're going to have this as a long-term hobby, this is the radar to go with. Love it. I love radar in general, and GR2 Analyst is the way to go. Yeah, I always recommend it to anyone who's up on the rise and stuff like that. But, you know, as I said, costs a lot of money. So that's the only thing. So I say Radar Omega. Radar Omega is good to use. Or Radar Scope. Radar Scope is also really good to use. So either one of the two you could use. Velocity. I cannot look at that. So let's take a look at this. Ooh, here you go. There's your Tuscumbia cell. Starting to move in towards the view. Yeah, that 3D is really insane. I would show you... Actually, can I show you examples? Do I have pictures? Let me see. Do I have pictures of a supercell in 3D? Watch me not. I have the velocities in 3D. Oh, there it is. Here you go. This is a good example. See this? Inflow notch right within there. It's a nice little cave. Wraps, moisture wraps around in, and then you can literally see the tornado here that did damage. Right there. Alright, so this 3D is 3D. It's legit 3D. If there's a big tornado on the ground, it has it right there. So, that's pretty cool. Is Gulfport, Mississippi in a risk for severe weather? Yeah, they are in a risk for severe weather. They are in a tornado watch at this time. So I would watch out. I would watch out for the threat of severe weather across your area. For sure. Looks like this tornado warning cell is not exactly as tornadic as most people may have thought, which is the good news. Morgan kind of called that it probably was a little bit weak. So that is the good news there. Starkville, Mississippi. Where is Starkville? Starkville, Mississippi. Oh, I'm a forehead. I knew exactly. I knew where Starkville was, just not very bright. Give me a bit. But yeah, this was in Starkville. This was from Darius here. It's a picture of him looking off towards the, I believe it's the west. And it's got quite a lot of activity over there, too. How is Hammond? Your husband's in a truck stop? Is he expected to stay in that truck stop, or is he expected to leave? Where is the truck stop in Hammond? Is that it? I've got no clue. The line's starting to pass through Hammond, by the way. Alright, so it's not... No, it's starting to leave Hammond. Truck stop. Oh, if he's in the pilot one right there, if he's where I think he is, he should be starting to get out of the clear here soon. The main line of storms kind of just passed on through. So it should be fine. April Rain and Sunshine with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, April. Everyone say thank you to April. Really does mean a lot to me. It really does. So thank you. So yeah. I think it's the pilot. I think that's what we're talking about there. The pilot truck stop. It's close. It's close to being completely over for them. So if he just sits there for the next 5-10 minutes, should be all right. Should be good.
Did I miss anything of significance?
No, not really. Although there is a cell that's starting to develop north of I-10.
Taylorsville?
No, I-10 in Louisiana.
Okay, well, Taylorsville is actually kind of a thing.
Where is that?
Northwest of Laurel.
Jackson, maybe? Is that the best thing to use?
Yeah, you're going to use that radar.
Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation over.
Just a bit, though.
Jeez. This is once again over near Starkville here.
Can't believe that Southern Watch is 80-70. Yeah.
Irwin, Tennessee is fine. They will be fine. They're going to get some very strong damaging winds overnight. Okay. But for the most part, they should be fine.
To the Starkville, Mississippi, right here.
Sheesh. I'll retweet that for people who want to see that.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Can I bring up something off topic, but still slightly
Time to go
related?
to Central Virginia. Bro, what is that photograph? What is that photograph in Central Virginia?
Oh.
It doesn't make any sense.
There's a naval aircraft down in the water. Wallops Island, Virginia. 2 medevacs requested.
What?
4 people on board, 1 fatality.
Prayers. Prayers. That's all I gotta say. All right, well, I am really, I'll give you my thoughts right now, guys. All right, I'll give you my thoughts. Okay, because right now we're in a little bit of a pickle. We have no tornado warning, so people must be thinking, well, there's no reason to stick around. And you're kind of right for a little bit. Here's my thoughts. The potential for things to start becoming tornadic will reinvigorate itself probably in about a half an hour to an hour from now. And it's specifically in the new tornado watch of southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and western Florida. Reason being is because there's going to be a lot of thunderstorms that are coming off from the Gulf of Mexico and are just kind of going inland. They're going to move and surge inland and collide. So you're going to have water spouts that'll move ashore, and they could be strong water spouts, of course. So that's kind of what I'm a little worried about a little bit later on. And I'm expecting activity to increase here after a little bit. So listen, all I got to say is when the time is right, you know, of course you can still do it now, and that would still help me out significantly. But
hey, Nate.
when the time is right, hold up. When the time is right, please help me get this information out to more and more people. You know, share this live stream when you can, and stuff like that. And even, you know, copy the link to the live stream, send it to friends and family on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Or by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. We already have 1,300 people that have already done it so far. But, you know, if we can continue to get that number up, that'd be greatly appreciated. Tornado warning. I knew it. I knew it. I knew the cell. It's going to go right over I-55. I knew it. I knew it. This thing is producing a tornado. It's producing a water spout, technically. LA Dot. What you doing here, Chief? Can we get a camera? Unusable. Unusable. This is...
Nate, you having a moment over there, my friend?
These cameras are stupid.
Northeastern St. John the Baptist Parish in southeastern Louisiana. Southeastern Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Well, we kind of knew this was going to happen. I mean, I did say that this was probably going to produce a tornado and head off across areas of acres. It was over near the Welcome, the Sorrento, the I-10 areas.
What
now
is
here
that
it is.
warning?
It's over the interstate.
It's a warning.
It's over the interstate.
Ugh.
That's the only reason.
Also, Nate, side note, the crash occurred, the plane crash, right?
Jeez, yeah.
Just off of Chincoteague.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was right on the coast.
I'm very surprised. Yeah, no, this is... We kind of knew this was going to happen. Here it is. This is probably a water spout ongoing, in progress. This is going to move right over I-55. Right over I-55.
Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern.
Yeah, this is probably
northeastern Mississippi,
on the ground.
Northwestern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
On the water.
It's a lot of rain. Look at KDP. No one's going to see this thing.
Oh, yeah. New tornado warning for the Amory areas, as well as areas east of Tupelo.
West?
East. I said and then I went east.
No, you said west.
No, I didn't say west all in one word. I said ooh. I stopped myself.
Ooh.
Yeah, this thing is moving right over I-55.
All right, I think Jackson's radar is really no longer necessitated.
I'm still gonna use
Switching Jackson to that. Another tornado warning.
Oh, I'm gonna get a good cam here in a second.
For Marion County in south central Mississippi, Northern Forest County in southeastern Mississippi.
Is it Roberts,
Lamar
Newton, and
County
Meridian?
in southeastern
Question mark?
Mississippi.
No, it's Hattiesburg. What is that?
I'm gonna get a good camera here in a second. I got a decent camera, kind of.
What are you?
We're gonna watch this very closely. We're gonna come back to this in a second, because I have a feeling this looks like this is heading off straight towards that camera, if not due south of it. So we'll be able to see the winds whirling in all sorts of different directions with that.
Assuming the camera doesn't get knocked.
That's true. Let's actually move this over. The heck was that? Oh crap, hold up, go back. It's starting to go, guys. There's the strong winds, blinding rain.
The thingy kinda oofed itself at acres.
It's trying. It's still going. Oh, wind picking up. Wind is now picking up.
There's more daylight over there than I thought there'd be.
I know, right? Let's try and refresh it. See if we got... Show video. So we'll watch this very closely. Let's go back to the other tornado warnings here. This is approaching the Hattiesburg area, so this is probably one of the extensions from the old tornado warnings that were over near the Amite areas over of Louisiana. And that does kind of seem to be the case here. There is some pretty good rotation south of Columbia. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away once again. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And then we still have that rotation over there near Acres. And that's heading off towards the Covington area, so I'll watch out for that very closely.
A little bit more broad now, if I'm not mistaken.
What, the Acres cell?
Acres, yeah.
Oh, for sure. I would have to agree a little bit. But this thing definitely produced a strong water spout. Water wedge. But yeah, this is heading off
Either
towards
that or was over the either that or was over the marsh. Either way.
Yeah.
Water wedges.
Yep. This is really interesting to say the least. These storms here in the south in a really good environment of helicity and Cape. All right, probably the best environment that you can get it. So this is the stuff to watch for the most part. Let's go back over to the cell over near Amory. It did have some decent rotation and then it gusted out. So maybe a brief tornado over there. Maybe. Very strong surge of a RFD, rear flank downdraft over there, but nothing really too significant from what I can tell. So that's kind of the good news. Let's go back down south. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. My goodness. There are a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. And then an additional 4 with a damage threat considerable tag. Yeah, visibility is just really low. Can't really see too much, but I can see the wind moving from left to right. So we are indeed kind of looking north. Is there any cameras over here near Covington? Yes, there are. So this would be an interesting camera to use when the storms do arise. It could come off into this area. So we'll have to see if this does end up showing us anything. Let's go back over here. Looks like the line of storms is now starting to approach the New Orleans area. So there you go. New Orleans is very close to this activity approaching. Very close. Expect it to be there. I'd say within the next 30 minutes per se. 30 minutes. I have no clue where. Oh, that's over down there. Interesting. That cell near Bogalusa just screams to me. I don't. It looks like a storm that produced a tornado a while back, but I'm just like, huh? So I'm watching that really closely. Bogalusa cell heading towards Poplarville. Is that another water spout that's forming?
Not on my screen unless I'm seeing something that you're not.
Acres, smaller.
Acres? What? No, Nathan.
But like it's to the east of I-55.
Are you talking about
now.
that smaller couplet?
Yeah.
That's a stretch.
I wouldn't say so.
I think that's a stretch.
Go to SRV. And then spectrum width, of course, tells you that there's 28 knots of turbulence.
Oh, there. Okay, I didn't have a new frame. That's great. Okay, maybe that's realistic. I thought you were talking about the thing.
No, not
that
the old
wasn't
one.
even-
Not the old one.
Okay.
The new one. That's why I said new. Definitely thought there could have been a new one right there. See, got reports of damage of 1-inch sized tree limbs broken, shingles blown off near the Ponchatoula area. A little bit south of Ponchatoula. So definitely something to watch out for. You're in Elmwood Park, Illinois. Should you be worried? Isn't that near, like, Chicago? That is in Chicago. I knew it. Yeah, you guys are in the clear. You guys are fine. Elmwood Park sounded really familiar to me. I can't remember why.
Is it because there's a town like that right next to my town?
No. I called out Chicago almost immediately.
Okay, because I'm almost certain you drove through it both times when you were here for my girlfriend's birthday.
Yeah, that water spout's going. That water spout is going.
Water wedges.
That is a water wedge. I'm just kidding. It's very, very small. Noodle. Get the boat. We're chasing on the boat.
I'm going motorboat chasing.
Ooh. Check KGWX Columbus Air Force Base for me real quickly. I just want to double check that I'm not seeing things near Aberdeen.
Oh. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. Quincy, you guys need to be in your safe spaces yesterday. That is definitely a tornado that is heading up towards your general area. That is not in a warning box.
That's a tornado confirmed. That's a tornado on the ground.
I think that's the most clear-cut tornado we've had all day.
And I get we're right next to the radar, but like that's as clear as day.
As clear-cut. Yeah, that's as clear-cut as it gets.
That's a tornado. That is a debris signature.
Even look at ZDR, it shows it.
Ow. Yeah. That tells me everything I need to know.
It's still down. Yeah, if you're in Quincy or areas south, you guys need to be taking your precautions now. And this might even hit the radar.
Jeez. Yeah, this is getting really close to the radar. I just thought this thing could potentially hit the radar.
Which would not be good, bearing the location that it's at.
Yeah, that's...
Because we kind of need Columbus's radar for the rest of the night.
That's not.
Holy left flank velocity enhancement in Amory. Holy shiza.
Yeah, I looked at that. I was trying to figure out why is that a thing.
Look
Then I
look in the
realized-
upper levels.
Yeah, I saw it. I kind of afterwards I was like, okay, you know,
Nice.
that makes a lot more sense.
Why is there a severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana?
Yeah, that is a
Why is there
tornado.
a damage for considerable warning in Indiana?
It's more hurricane force winds. That's all I could say.
And a new tornado warning.
I wonder for what.
Tornado warning for Jasper County in East Central Mississippi.
It's for
Clark
Quitman.
County in East Central
Excuse
Mississippi.
me?
What?
It's not for that. It's not for Aberdeen. It's for Quitman. North of Laurel. And now another one, and that's the
Yeah, that's
the
gotta
thing.
be. Oh yeah, Tor confirmed. It is confirmed.
Tornado warning for southeastern Itawamba County in northeastern Mississippi,
Mississippi.
northeastern Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi.
Yeah, that is confirmed. That has the confirmed tornado warning on it.
So yeah, folks, if you're in Gatman or Quincy, you guys need to be in your safe spaces now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, like a bathroom or closet without any windows.
And if you're near Highway 8 or Highway 278, from Amory and eastward towards Sulligent, Alabama, you need to get into your safe space, all right? So now since the tornado's on the ground, we got to spread this information, all right? As many people as possible, guys. Because, you know, when a tornado's on the ground, a tornado does damage, okay? Regardless of its strength. And you see here that it is lofting debris, okay? So it is doing damage at this time. If we try and get this information out to as many people as possible, someone could possibly stumble on our live stream who is trying to figure out why they just got issued a tornado warning. And if they live in these counties here of Itawamba and Monroe and Mississippi, all right, they can get into a safe space. They can get in a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, so they can put as
Okay.
many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible.
Nate, I hate to be that guy, but if this tornado keeps on its track, it's gonna blast the radar.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. It's
Yeah.
going right toward it.
I don't, and even if it doesn't directly impact it, the RFD can. The RFD is gonna get it too. So guys, we gotta continue to try and share this information. You know, copy the link to the live stream and share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people, essentially helping me spread the information.
Oh my good. What?
This thing is still going. This thing is still going. Here is a look from Orange Beach, Alabama. Look at this.
There's debris to 4,000 feet on this thing.
To 4,000 feet?
That's what I thought.
Jeez.
You can look, but I think it's 4,000 feet.
Yeah, that's really windy across the board. That's crazy. Appreciate it, Mitch. But yeah, this thing is still in progress. Right there's the debris signature. Little reflectivity right in that red ZDR. Got a lot of grays in that for the most part. Spectrum width still shows that there is a little teeny bit of turbulence, although it's not as widespread anymore. Not as widespread, so that tells me that this thing might be shrinking a little teeny bit. But regardless, all right, regardless, it doesn't matter. Tornado is a tornado is a tornado. This thing could potentially be producing one here near Quincy. So once again, please share this information with as many people as possible. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Copy the link to the live stream and share it with as many people as possible. My goodness, yeah, that thing looked like it was still going. Velocities tell me not as much anymore. Kind of looks like it's fizzed out on its approach towards the radar, but once you get this close to the radar, that's when things kind of just become impossible to see. So now we just gotta hope that that tornado really did dissipate. Because if that did hit the radar, then we wouldn't be able to see anything. It would probably be the worst case scenario for anywhere around the actual radar, because we can't use the radar anymore. Probably would be broken.
Well, I do think the tornado lifted.
I do agree. Red like wine. I do agree. Yeah, let's go back to that down there. Spectrum width. Yeah, there is a little bit of a water spout. I'd say that's kind of in progress over here, or at least water spouts that are constantly recycling here. Due south of Madisonville. So,
go
for
I don't think it may have lifted. It's so hard to say because we're so close to the ground.
Yeah.
But from the looks of it, it just spat a lot of debris. But that may be contam. Looking up, it doesn't look that way. But suggests there may still be something going on in the Quincy area.
Madison, Alabama still has time. It's not there quite yet. There's a thunderstorm that's moving on through, but it doesn't look like it's super significant, so I'd note that. Yeah, as of right now, it looks like it's not as much of a threat, but trust me, all right? What's happening right now is you have basically a line of not fully mature potential rotations. So you have the one right here that just formed, all right, within the past minute or two. You have another one that's a bit further south, another one that's further south than that, and then you have another one that's south of that. This is going to basically parade all the way through up along the line. Northern one's going to dissipate. The next one down the line is going to form, strengthen, dissipate. Next one down the line is going to form, strengthen, dissipate. And that's the cycle right there. So the Mandeville and the Lacombe area, all right, eventually when this storm does move on through towards Slidell and Eden Isle, they need to be on high alert in my honest opinion, because it potentially could. So it's not completely out of the risk quite yet. Not out of the risk 100%. And that's kind of funny. That is not a debris ball, but that is where the tornado actually is. You can't have a debris ball over water because, you know, water is water. It doesn't pick up as debris. But there's a lot of spectrum width over there. Check New Orleans. I am checking the New Orleans area while I'm over here. These lines of storms are starting to approach the Kenner in the New Orleans International Airport general vicinity. All right, so if you're near the International Airport, I highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure. If you're in New Orleans, I highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Now, the thing of it is that I know you guys have been recovering from the strong, severe storms. You're still recovering from Ida. Just get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, all right? Stay away from windows. That's the best thing here that I can tell you, okay? You don't have an underground shelter. You don't have, you know, some people don't even have roofs. So the best thing that you can do is get into the lowest, innermost part of your building. Wildfire reported. What? Capo. Excuse me?
Why am I excusing you?
Yeah, Morgan. Don't pay attention
Why
to
am
the
I
fact that,
excusing you?
that Birmingham, right next to the radar, has a report of a wildfire. Wildfire report right next to I-459, which is the Beltway.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, there's wildfires out in front of this. I mean, we already knew about the ones in Tennessee. Liz with the 10, thank you so much. Says thank you, sending support so you can keep helping people, staying up to date. Do I think Atlanta will experience extreme weather? Not as extreme as what's going on right now. But everyone say thank you to Liz. That really does help a lot.
You're welcome.
There it is. But yeah, I do think Alabama, in between Atlanta and the stuff that's occurring right now, is probably the next thing to really focus on. But Atlanta's kind of at the lingering end of the event. So I think they still can get some stuff, but not as significant.
Oh.
But thank you so much. Really does mean a lot to me. Yeah, there is an entire conga line of water spouts along this storm that's heading straight towards Mandeville and Lacombe. So that's something to consider. There's been 40 plus confirmed wildfires in Alabama. Is that true?
There's no way. I feel like we would have heard more if that was actually the case. Also, Nate, check DMs when you have a chance, please.
Yeah, I just saw it. That's Maka S. Bay Spring? Where's Bay Spring? Oh, that's a supercell. Yeah, people need to watch out ahead of time, okay? Poplarville. There's a cell in Poplarville, Mississippi, which is right along the border of Mississippi, Louisiana. Right along I-59. Yeah, that's a supercell. And that could potentially, you know, congeal a little bit later on. So watch out for that. That could potentially do it. That could potentially be a significant one. Bay Spring is Quitman. Where is Jackson? There it is. That's... Let's see. That cell that's approaching the Paulding Pashuta area over here along I-59 looks to be creating a lot of strong damaging winds over here. There's an area to watch along State Highway 18 though. There is something to watch along State Highway 18. As of right now, really interesting. Jeez, that's crazy. Yeah, if you guys find anything, please be sure to at me, at Nate_Snyder, so that we can continue to try and share information on Twitter. Alright. Here's my Twitter right here. Link is in the chat right now. So at me, at Nate_Snyder, so that we can continue to get stuff out. I'm retweeting all the stuff that I'm getting here. All the stuff that I'm getting. So please be sure to send stuff to me so that we can continue to try and get perspectives out. Haley with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thanks for your updates. How is Central Indiana looking? Central Indiana. So it depends. Depends upon where you are in central Indiana. If you're like anywhere along the beltway of Indianapolis and north, you guys are fine. If you guys are like along I-70 and north, you guys are fine. It's areas kind of south of that, more towards like the Seymour, Bloomington, Bloomfield, Bedford areas, especially if you're along I-64 heading towards Louisville. That's where things become a little bit more intense. So a lot of stuff over there. But thank you so much, Haley. That really does mean a lot to my channel. So thank you so much. Any word on outlook for Bowling Green, Kentucky? Don't want a repeat of what happened in December. More than likely will not be a repeat of what happened in December. You guys are right on the border of a 2 out of 5 and a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. All right, you're right along the border. And you guys are actually in a severe thunderstorm watch at the moment. So, according to this, looks a little bit more of a hurricane force wind threat. Just got some reports over here near Owensboro of trees down along Highway 56. And then some trees down over here 5 miles northwest of Corydon with more trees down. Also got some reports of damage over here in Camden. Trees and power lines down, creating power outages. Brewston also has the same, and Holiday has the same.
Can I sneak a word for 2 seconds?
Go for a word.
If you're south of Mandeville, you need to be taking to shelter right now because there's an actual... I'm pretty convinced there's a water spout that's about to move ashore in your general vicinity. South and east of Mandeville along 190. You guys need to be taking your proper precautions.
They just issued a tornado warning for Purvis and Toloa.
County in southeastern Mississippi.
Huh?
It's south of Hattiesburg.
Oh. What are you?
Purvis.
That's fairly weak. Oh crap, I did not want to do that.
Oh no, look at Storm Relative. Storm Relative puts things into perspective. Yeah, Mandeville, there's a water spout that's heading straight for the coast. Mandeville, Lewisburg, just as Morgan said.
Yeah, it's very important that you guys take your proper precautions.
St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana. You guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds here. I would say...
New tornado warning, and it is for Mandeville.
Okay. Yeah, half an hour to 40 minutes is when some stuff in your area could start to come on through, so I'd watch out for that. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning for the water spouts that's moving ashore, so we knew that was going to happen. Yeah, let's see. There's a lot of stuff happening over here, as I said. Mandeville, probably getting a water spout that's moving on shore right now. All right, so if you're over there, need to really watch out for that. I want to see, is there any cameras over there that is generous enough to show us what could potentially be happening?
No, because the cameras don't like you, Nate.
Not in Louisiana, they do. They don't. Louisiana and Tennessee don't really like me for my cameras. They don't. They tell me to go consider the following.
Yeah, and you definitely do.
Yeah. Let's go back to radar. Seems how cameras are not really going to help us out. That cell near Paulding and Pashuta, that could be potentially wrapping up here soon. That could be wrapping up here soon. Right along I-59, south of Meridian. Heading off towards the Quitman, Stonewall, Snell areas. If you live over there, I highly recommend you watch out for these storms, because this could potentially really move on through and become significant. So it does look like it is trying. It does look like it is trying.
Storm near Mandeville fizzed, and now there's one south of it about to head on shore that's also producing a tornado right now.
Jeez. As I said, it's an entire conga line. That entire outflow boundary is just creating water spouts that's moving ashore. If I was, National Weather Service in New Orleans, I'd probably issue a tornado warning from Mandeville all the way over to Slidell. Maybe even a little bit further to the west of Slidell, like Lacombe, in between Lacombe and Slidell, because that entire boundary is just creating tornado after tornado, or in this case, water spout after water spout after water spout. And it's just
water wedges.
It's just going. It just keeps going and going and going. Yeah, look at that. Big spectrum width drop right there. That is a water spout. We already know that's the case. Let's move off further along the line. Poplarville, once again, supercell in development. That's going to be the cell to watch. We mentioned that about 10 minutes ago. So that's a supercell right there. Check that off the list. Another cell up towards Purvis. Does have a little bit of rotation, but it's a little bit too linear for my liking. You can see the kind of bowing characteristic just like this. Yeah, just a little bit. Go to UC in Cincinnati. It's curious if you should leave the dorms tonight, seek shelter. Outlook on Cincinnati would be really appreciated. I think you guys should be fine. You guys are in the 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, so you guys are good.
Jeez. 31 knots right as it's heading on shore in Lacombe. Spectrum width.
Oh yeah, that's gone. That's a water spout. That's
not a water spout anymore, Nate. I don't think that's really a water spout now.
It's actually really close. It's still on the water, but it's about to.
Regardless,
it's about to be a tornado.
Areas between Mandeville and Lacombe, you should be in your safe spaces.
Yeah, if you're near Lacombe or Mandeville here in Louisiana, you need to get into your sturdy structure right now, because there's a water spout that is on the water that is about to move ashore. It's about to do damage as it moves across. So, U.S. Highway 190. Highway 190. You guys are probably going to see a water spout that's going to turn into a tornado here soon. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please stay away from windows. Get in the lowest innermost part of your building. All right, because this thing is definitely going. This thing is going. And this is approaching populous areas, guys, so we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream. Share it with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Send it to friends and family and on social media, from text messages and stuff like that. Please help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube so that we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. Oh yeah, that has moved ashore, and it's no CC quite yet, but we probably will see a CC here in the next scan. And by the way, by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right? That essentially helps me spread information, and that's the big thing there. So please be sure to continue to hit that thumbs up button down below. We need to continue to try and spread this with as many people as possible. Jeez.
All right, it's on land, but I don't see. Oh, it's in marsh. I don't see CC yet.
Next scan. Just wait for the next scan. It'll happen. It'll happen. And then, well, there's the next scan. Velocities increase. There's your debris signature. There it is. There is your debris signature. It is officially moved on land. We do have a tornado in progress right now. We do have a tornado in progress. It is now moving right over the U.S. Highway 190 general vicinity in between Mandeville and Lacombe. All right, that's where it's at right now. And of course, we have our debris signature right here, indicated in our correlation coefficient. That is very evident. So, tornado in progress right now. This is heading towards I-12. This is heading towards I-12. But this is on the northern side of Lake Pontchartrain. This is in between Mandeville and Lacombe. This is just to the west of Slidell, just to the south and east of Covington. So if you know anyone who lives over there, north of New Orleans, this is on the opposite side of the big lake, in between New Orleans, all right? Like right near New Orleans. That's the best way for me to describe if you don't know what the area is over here. This is Lake Pontchartrain, right in here. The tornado warning is on the northern side of it, and it is just to the east of the tornado warning where there is a confirmed tornado right now moving on through. All right, so if you know anyone who lives over there, just to the west of Slidell, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. How often do waterspouts turn into tornadoes? Is this normal? Yes, very normal. It's easier to form waterspouts than tornadoes. Mainly because there isn't as much friction at the ground. Winds can travel freely.
CC drop is continuing, and there might actually even be a second tornado
on
the ground right now.
Yeah.
There might be twins.
There could be two, yeah.
Or at least there might have been two. The newest frame suggests no, you're wrong.
Still a big debris signature here.
Yep. And tornadoes definitely confirmed also by ZDR as well, if you look at it. Big gray spot.
Yeah. So there it is. Do I think the storm altogether will get
tornado warning?
Do I think it will get stronger or weaker before it hits northwestern Florida? They predict to hit at 3 a.m.
Tornado warning for Central St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana,
Tallahassee,
Mississippi,
Pecan, and Nicholson.
I think in between now and then, I think the event will get stronger, but I think by the time it gets to you all, it'll be what's kind of happening now, if not a little bit less, but still, obviously, you know, tornadic. So there's your tornado reported. We knew this was the case. We knew that there was going to be a water spout that moves ashore. We've been trying to warn the people of Mandeville and Lacombe in Louisiana. And here it is. So now it seems as if the velocities have died out. Water spout has died out now because it's overland. There is a new area. There is a new area to watch. A new potential water spout over here just south of Lacombe, heading off towards the north and east. This will be in between Lacombe and Slidell if this thing continues to intensify. So if you know anyone who lives in between Lacombe and Slidell, all right, Lacombe and Slidell here in Louisiana, there could potentially be another water spout that moves ashore and becomes a tornado. Okay? So, once again, this is moving ashore. It's near the Lacombe and the Slidell area. This is off to the west of the I-10 bridge and the U.S. Highway 11 bridge. This is off to the west of that. And there could potentially be a water spout trying to get stronger and move further ashore.
Nate, you said the original rotation died out, but there is still a fairly prominent debris signature northwest of Lacombe.
Debris usually lingers more than the actual velocities.
Yeah, well,
when you're this low to the ground, when you have no velocities, you have no velocities.
Are you sure about that? Look up one tilt.
Look at the latest scan. Debris fan.
Oh, dang.
You gotta remember, the radar's right next to us, so we're looking up 500 feet.
For Jones County in South
with that velocity.
Laurel, tornado warning, Laurel.
Jeez.
Deja vu. There's another water spout south of Lacombe on the freaking water about to go towards Slidell.
I told you. I said it.
Stop.
I told you. I said it could potentially happen. We got another one.
Another one.
I told you. I said this was going to happen. And it still is happening, all right? If you know anyone who lives near Slidell in Louisiana, north of New Orleans, Louisiana.
North of Louisiana, there it is.
North of Louisiana, there it is. North of New Orleans, Louisiana, all right? If you know anyone who lives north of New Orleans, in the Slidell area, the Pearl River area, there is a tornadic storm off in that general vicinity that is on the water right now, potentially producing a water spout that is moving ashore. All right? So if you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them go and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. The old one, the one that was over near Lacombe, that one's died. All right? That one is not really showing you a whole lot of activity. I don't foresee this to become, something tornadic later along the line. What I do foresee is this over here, this water spout that is located right here. All right, you see red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards, right in the middle, right there. That is where I see some tornadic rotation, and it is heading right off towards the middle of Slidell and Lacombe. All right, I'll turn off, I'll move this up a little bit more. You can see here's Slidell, here's Lacombe, and here's the water spout. I'm going to take the radar away, show you where everything is at. This is starting to move ashore now, all right? This is going to start to move ashore. We're probably going to see another tornado here soon from this water spout that could potentially turn into a tornado. So, Slidell, Lacombe, Highway 433, Louisiana Highway 433. There is another one that's surging on through, and you need to watch out, okay? So there's another one that's going to be moving ashore. Looking off of the areas out in front, Poplarville, looks like that storm's kind of becoming a little bit linear. Not really too much to say with that. Let's look at some of the cells over in Hattiesburg and Laurel. Radar is pretty far away, so there is one area of pretty good rotation south of Moselle and north of Hattiesburg. So that is something to consider. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, so there is some classic rotation right there along Interstate 59 and along US Highway 11. So Route 11 right along there. Definitely need to watch out for that if you guys live over, especially towards the Laurel and the Waynesboro general vicinity. Could potentially be something off into your area. So let's go back off towards our water spout here. There also seems to be a supercell over the water right now, north of New Orleans, Morgan. I want a second opinion. But Pontchartrain. Look at southern Pontchartrain.
Southern whoozy what?
Lake Pontchartrain. Southern Lake Pontchartrain. That's north.
You're talking like just north of the city?
Yes.
Yeah. I would happen to agree.
All right, so we have a water spout to the north of that over here, heading off on the coast, onto shore here, along the coast of northern Lake Pontchartrain, in between Lacombe and Slidell. And then we have a giant supercell that we'd have to consider for later on. This actually, if we take timings of this, if this supercell is heading off to where I think it is, all right, this could be heading off because right motion, eventually towards Burlington, Bay St. Louis, and then eventually towards Gulfport and Biloxi. So that is something to watch out for very closely. Our water spout is now starting to march ashore. Still has some really interesting spectrum width. Not as high of a spectrum width as it once had, so maybe the velocity's kind of weakened just a tiny smidge, and I do think that is the case. But you can see the little bit of a hook right there. There is a little hook right within the line. Look at that. Little inflow notch with that too. So this thing is starting to march ashore. And we're going to have to really watch out for this.
remains moderate.
Figured as much with that. Turn off radar. Jeez. Did they extend the moderate further southeast? It's almost near Enterprise now. Actually is an Enterprise. I think they might have extended it. Which is even crazier. That's pretty crazy. All right, let's go back to this water spout here.
New tornado warning.
For that cell. No.
Tornado
Meridian.
warning for southern
Meridian,
Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
For good reason, too. Look at that. Enterprise, Mississippi, the other Enterprise. That has a lot of rotation. That's heading towards Meridian. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we have a new tornado warning here. This is for Meridian, the city of Meridian in Mississippi. If you know anyone who lives in Meridian, along I-59 or I-20, or along U.S. Route 45, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So guys, we have 6 different tornado warnings at the moment. We need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. Yeah, that is really good rotation. So that is something to watch out for. Let's go back down towards our water spout here. Yeah, we just checked out the new outlook, Caleb. Just checked it out. I don't see the area of rotation anymore, nor do I really even see as to where there could potentially be. Well, there is some area that I could watch that could potentially spike something later on. But I don't see a TDS with that, so that's the good news here. Might be a new water spout, however. New water spout that's
with that
formed.
supercell northeast of Orleans.
Yeah. New water spout.
This is interesting, to say the least. I mean, I guess this is what 1,000+ mid-level cape and over 300 helicity will do for you at the lower levels.
Yeah, I want to take a look at... Oh, big mistake. Big mistake. Why did I look at that?
What?
Go to ZDR. We're looking up that close. That low to the ground.
Why is Eden Isle doing something? What is that? Oh, that's a separate storm that just formed.
Yeah.
Oh. Nate, look at KDP over the lake.
Oh my... Yeah, good luck with trying to see as to what's happening in front of you.
Good luck going over the bridges on 11 and whatever that is.
And 10. And 90.
10. Yeah, have fun with that, folks.
And I drove over 10 to get to New Orleans, you know, in my lifetime, all right? 10 is a giant bridge, a long bridge, and there's some instances to where New Orleans is so far out of sight that it's not in the horizon. All right. Now, once you get closer, of course, towards the opposite side of Pontchartrain, that's when things start to become more visible. But if you're like on the northern side of it,
issued a new marine warning for it.
yeah, for good reason. All the tornado warnings got canceled over in that area. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's a SVRC over in Wiggins, New Augusta, Richton, Leakesville. That's basically east of Hattiesburg. Oh, that's right. This is starting to get towards Mobile. This is starting to get towards Mobile. Yeah, that's fun. I just realized something. Don't fail me now, cameras.
Oh, no.
Come on. Come on. Give me something. That's a lot of lightning. Holy crap! Holy crap! Look at this here, chat. Look at how much... Oh my... Good Lord!
Okay, that's a lot of white lights from cars.
No, that's... I mean, yeah, but no. Oh my...
Okay, now
look at how much lightning!
Jeez.
Look at how much lightning!
Dude, I'd be terrified if I was going over the bridge right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my... Caleb, we've already checked the new day one. We've got it. We know. Dude. Look at how much lightning.
Yeah, hey Nate, do you want to drive over the bridge?
Jeez. Oh my... By the way, this is not Kansas, everyone. This is in Louisiana. Now, I'll be more specific. This is north of New Orleans, everyone. This is on the I-10 bridge on the approach to New Orleans. Yeah. By the way, you can't turn around on the bridge. You can't turn around. There is no way to turn around until you get across. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll keep that up on the side here.
Excuse me. There's a TVS on the lake.
There you go. We got it for you guys who want to watch up top. That right there is insane.
That's a lot of rain.
LA traffic cameras. My goodness, that lightning. Over and over and over again. Yeah, traffic cameras. Is there any other cameras that we can look at? I mean, just the lightning keeps going over and over and over again. And it's absolutely insane.
It's pretty nonstop, too.
It is very much so nonstop. Big severe thunderstorm warning for New Orleans. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Oh, tornado warning. For nothingness.
Oh, the water spout's going. I repeat, the water spout is going.
Yeah, the water spout is absolutely going.
Yeah, that's going right over I-10. Right over I-10.
Tornado
it's
warning
literally for nothingness, though, other than the highways.
Yeah.
Louisiana.
And maybe... No,
oh, it just
actually,
crossed.
Nate,
it just crossed. It just crossed.
Nate,
Tornado warning for Northern Perry County.
if you're looking at
southeastern
CC, it's not
Mississippi,
down, that's inflow.
southern Wayne
And
County,
also,
southeastern Mississippi,
if you zoom in,
northwestern Greene
there
County,
is
southeastern
one
Mississippi.
area of residence along United States 90. It's right next to the. It's on the. It's on the water.
I'm trying to see if I can spot a tornado here. Let's actually go full, all right? I apologize for people who might be photosensitive.
New tornado warning for Waynesboro.
We're gonna see if we can spot. This is not Mississippi. Because this is crossing right over the interstate right now. Jeez. Big water spout that's crossing right over the interstate.
New tornado warning again.
Tornado warning for northeastern Noxubee County in East
Oh,
Central
that's
Mississippi, southeastern Lowndes County
northeast
in
of
northeastern Mississippi.
Sugarlock.
Sugarlock. Yeah, big water spout that just crossed the interstate. That's really concerning in my honest opinion, because you just had a tornado, borderline tornado / water spout that just crossed over a bridge. It just crossed over a bridge of commuters.
That could go very wrong very quickly if something just doesn't. And I can't imagine people know. It's the middle of the night and it's being surrounded in rain. I mean, you already looked at the KDP values.
This thing is...
This is not good. And especially for that one area of residence along 90. Actually, no, there's more than one area. There's a few houses actually along 90 right where the tornado is heading, just before the bridge. That's not good at all.
Now, a lot of this area here, a lot of that area there, actually was impacted by Katrina. So some of that actually is not, besides the one that actually is along the water, stuff that's along the water obviously was rebuilt. But some of the other stuff that's further in, that actually...
Regardless of that, this is still not good at all, because this is likely down, and those... I'm just gonna be blunt. Those areas will not withstand any tornado. That's just the situation of the matter.
No.
Another tornado warning. Getting all of them in now.
Wow. Oh, that's the cell that was near Poplarville. So they pulled the trigger on that now.
Is it Maxie?
Southeastern Forest County
in
Maxie. Southeastern Mississippi.
Oh, why? Oh, my goodness.
What, does it look good?
Maxie's gone. Gone. The rotation just went. And, yeah.
Okay, I don't like that ZDR drop one bit.
That's something to watch out for very closely.
Spectrum width isn't as organized. I'd like to see it a little bit more organized before I say that.
I think the only reason why stuff is kind of going meh right now is because the radar is currently getting hit by a giant thunderstorm.
It's also possible.
But for it to pick up that velocity throughout
another
all that,
tornado warning.
My good.
Pickens County.
It's in that's in Alabama.
That's for Reform, yeah. Carrollton, Reform, and another one.
In West Central Alabama.
Another tornado. That one's gone too. Prairie Point, Macon, gone.
Tornado warning for southeastern Noxubee County in East Central Mississippi, northeastern Kemper County in East Central Mississippi.
Oh, that one's for scuba and areas along the state route.
Yeah.
Another one.
Oh my. Is that Alabama?
No, it's an extension of Maxie jurisdiction issue.
Yeah.
Beaumont, McLean.
Southern Perry County in southeast.
So we now have 10 tornado warnings, ladies and gentlemen.
10. 10 tornado warnings. Guys, we got to spread this
information.
information.
Now's the time that Nate said to share this information.
Now is the time.
Oh my goodness. Nate, look at reflectivity on Ed and Isle. Look at it. That is classic.
Oh.
Regardless of velocities, that is classic. Classic hooking signature.
Wow. Guys, now is the time.
Probably the best. It's probably the best thing we've seen all day.
Now is the time, guys. Now is the time to help get information to as many people as possible, because this is pretty serious now, guys. All right, this is really serious. We've got 10 tornado warnings.
Nah, one of them's now confirmed. Pickensville just went confirmed.
Oh. Jeez.
That's the one that's heading up towards Carrollton.
As I said, yeah, that
Reform.
one, Prairie Point. Yeah, that one's the one that I said went. That one's gone. So yeah, that one's gone. I need to move a radar over.
Wow, that's discreet. Yeah.
Which radar can I move over? KNQA. I'm gonna move KNQA over to Mobile.
Oh, it had a CC drop that's immediately faded.
Maxi might be gone too. Maxi might actually be on the ground. Maxi might be on the ground. Let me go over to Mobile. Gotta double check. Oh yeah, it's gone. That one's on the ground. Ball game.
Crap.
Yeah, guys, I said this was gonna start to ramp up here. I said about an hour ago, I said there's gonna be a little bit of a calm, and then things are gonna go. Things are gonna go again.
Dude.
All right, here we are. Exhibit A. I'll go to the other tornado warnings to show you B through Z. Exhibit A.
B through Z.
All right. And yeah,
Can
that
we go
was.
into Greek letters?
Let's hope it doesn't. Morgan, there's a supercell, the Maxi supercell, according to Mobile, Alabama, with spectrum width, actually is a supercell. It outlines the entire supercell on spectrum width.
Oh my lord.
The entire supercell is outlined on spectrum width.
Alright, you know what? This is kind of a blind shot, and Maxi just went confirmed. This is kind of a blind shot, but I'm gonna take a 3D and see if I can see anything at all.
Dude, you can do spectrum width. You can go to spectrum width and then narrow it down. You'll be able to see it.
Holy there's an overshooting top on this storm. Excuse me.
What? New tornado warning.
Yep. Extension to Pickens, I believe.
Extension to Scuba.
Alabama, northwestern Greene County.
So now it's in Aliceville.
Dude, look at it. It has an overshooting top. I swear.
Let's take a 3D of it. Let's dance. Let's dance.
Overshooting's a fairly general term because it's like 45,000 feet, but still.
Another tornado warning.
Southeastern St. Tammany Parish,
St. Tammany and
Tammany,
Hancock County in southern Mississippi.
Oh, that's Slidell. That's for the supercell. That's for the supercell.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Burlington, Shoreline Park, Lakeshore. You guys need to be in your safe spaces. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building, because this is some very good structure, and whether or not it's going right now does not mean it cannot go in the future.
This thing has some good elf, though. This thing probably is going to. That's what I said. I said, watch out, Burlington, Bay St. Louis. All right, that was the area that I said probably could be hit by the supercell as it was crossing over I-10. Okay, here it is. You have a new tornado warning for that area, and this is a big time supercell, very strong supercell that's moving about. Spectrum width even shows, oh my goodness, that outflow boundary and that forward flank convergence band. That's insane.
That's fairly textbook. That's really textbook.
That is textbook. If you go to storm relative velocities, you can even see the ELF across the board. ZDR shows you a SVC. This is a bona fide supercell. This is the ones that can potentially produce the strong ones. This is what we were afraid of. This is what we were afraid of. This is what we were afraid of here. When we said that there could potentially be some strong tornadoes. This is one of the storms
For what it's worth, Maxie had debris, no longer does, but still is an insane spectrum width area.
Yeah. Let's try and dance a little bit more with the spectrum width here.
Just look at isosurface on base.
Or
it has an overshooting top.
Oh my goodness! I just went on to spectrum width with with 3D. I can clearly see the air current.
Mm-hmm.
This is outlined. And of course, if I narrow it down to the high turbulence right there, there's the tornadic rotation right there. Go on to reflectivity. And right in there, somewhere, is where the tornado would be. I actually think it's right there. So that's where the tornado could potentially be. And that's insane. So we have numerous tornado warnings at this time. Guys, I'm probably not going to be able to cover every single tornado warning here. Okay? So I need your guys' help here to try and help get the information out. If you see, or if you hear your county or parish that is under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to get into your sturdy structure and share, and share with other people. Tell them to get into your safe space. What?
Geiger, Alabama, on the border of Mississippi. It's near Scuba. I'm seeing 140 on top of like 38 or something like that.
What? Oh!
That's a very strong couplet.
Oh!
Although it doesn't look all that organized. That's the confusing thing.
SRH values of 386. Oh, that's latest nice. Velocity. Latest scan just came in at 121. I'm at 81 on top of 67. Probably contam. More than likely contamination right within there. So we'll go with a safe value of 29 on top of 81. That probably is contamination a little bit. And I would probably more inclined to believe that. But
either that or there's an actual tornado on the ground at the moment.
Either that or there's a significant tornado.
I'd frankly be more inclined to opt with the first option.
Yeah, I think it is contamination a little bit, but it still has significant rotation for contamination even.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maxie's gone broad.
This is north of I-20, all right? Just for reference as to where this is crossing the Mississippi-Alabama border. This is north of the I-20 area, north of Livingston, north of Boligi, and this is almost due west of Utah. This is moving off to the north and east towards the Aliceville, the Panola area, as well as Alabama Route 14, all right? Or Alabama Highway 14. It's crossing over Alabama Highway 17 right now. All right, so if you know anyone who lives in those areas, and west of Tuscaloosa, all right? This is west of Tuscaloosa, and this is expected to continue to stay a bit west of Tuscaloosa as this continues to move on through. So if you know anyone who lives near the Gordo areas, the Elrod areas, as well as the Carrollton and Aliceville area, as well as Panola and Geiger, you need to tell them to get into their sturdy structure right now because there is a very significant rotation developing over near Geiger. You can see the greens and blues moving towards the radar, the grays, reds, and even bright reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Spectrum width indicates that it is still kind of half and half. There is a little bit of contamination, so we can't exactly see the full story of what's happening at the ground. But we can tell that there is some significant rotation developing over there. We're going to have to continue to watch out for that. We also have the cell that's off near Pickensville. That has kind of deteriorated a little bit more, but there is still some rotation with that. Carlton, as well as Reform, Macedonia, and Gordo. You need to watch out for this because this cell could potentially re-intensify and could potentially even produce a tornado later on. So please be sure to stay in your sturdy structure if you haven't already here in Alabama. Latest scan came in the Geiger cell, and my goodness, that thing is... Wow. That is, that's still going. 71 on top of 70. That is some pretty strong rotation.
So maybe it's not contaminated?
Maybe not. Maybe. Confirmed tornado over near Meridian.
What?
Yep, confirmed radar. Confirmed tornado. And yeah, that is the case. There is a hint of a debris signature. It's not the classic debris signature that you would, typically find. But there was a confirmed tornado over here. Still kind of confirmed.
What radar are you using,
too.
Jackson?
Yeah, I'm using Jackson. It's about to cross over Mississippi Highway 19. All right, Mississippi Highway 19. That's where it's at. Range folding is not going to help you guys. All right, this is a very difficult to kind of dissect tornado. The only thing we can use really is dual pole, and if that's the case, we'll circle where the area to where the correlation coefficient drop could potentially be. There's that. And yeah, there's the actual debris just a few minutes ago right there. Correlation coefficient, yep, that tells me that this thing more than likely was on the ground and could potentially even still be on the ground as this heads towards the I-20 area near Tumsuba area of Mississippi, as well as eventually into Cuba and York. So if you live over there in Cuba and York, in Alabama, in the Tumsuba area of Mississippi, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space because there is more than likely going to get a lot more activity here as this continues to move about. Madison, Alabama is in the clear right now. You guys aren't getting there yet, all right? You guys are getting showers and thunderstorms, but the main line is not near you guys yet. I'll check it when thunderstorms actually are in your, in your area. Going back to the New Orleans cell. Sure, Logan. You'd have to talk to me in Discord a little bit later. Going back to the New Orleans cell near Pearlington. This cell is still going. Still going. Still has some very strong rotation in the upper levels. This looks like a classic supercell. And it's now starting to move ashore. So we'll see what this thing does as this continues to move about. It looks like it's also kind of gusting on its rear flank side. So on the rear flank side, looks like it's gusting. New tornado warning.
Yeah, York and Livingston Extension and Meridian.
In west central
Alabama. So that makes a lot of sense. So it's basically the areas that I talked about. And yes, I will be on stream for as long as I need to. As long as there is numerous tornado warnings, the potential tornadoes to form, I will be here. Wow. Okay, so I was actually correct. Carmi, Illinois. You remember that about, I'd say 2 hours ago, Morgan, when I said that could potentially be on the ground? Mm-hmm. There was a person that reported a wall cloud over there, and there's actually some damage. Damage over in Carmi, Illinois.
Yikes.
Here's some of the damage pictures from some of the people who were over there. And yeah, look at that. Definitely some sort of shed that got blown over. So possibly something tornadic off. There we go. Hopefully, kind of scared me a little bit, but had to reconnect a little bit. But yeah, Pearlington, Lakeshore, US Highway 90. Lot of activity over there that still continues to show up. So we have 9 tornado warnings ongoing at this time. 9 tornado warnings. We need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That is a big supercell that is trying to develop there. North of the Pearlington cell. It was actually the cell that created the water spouts in Mandeville that's heading off towards Kiln. And eventually towards Saucier. Take a look at that, Morgan. Supercell that's trying to develop north of the Pearlington supercell.
Yeah. A little bit.
See a forward flank downdraft over there.
A little bit maybe. Although this, the current Pearlington storm is looking better than it has in a while.
Yeah, it is looking like it is trying to kind of congeal a little bit more.
It's opening up its inflow notch a little bit more as well. You know what? I'm going to bite. We're so close to the radar, so maybe screwery, but I'm going to take a 3D.
Yeah. Looking back to this cell over in Meridian, remember the confirmed tornado warning here that's near Tomsuba. And yeah, this thing still has a debris signature. Still going. Still going on the ground. And it is paralleling I-20. Actually has probably one of the strongest debris signatures we've seen from this cell here so far. And yeah, there is
tornado warning.
These velocities are very, very strong here.
New one for Waynesboro, apparently.
In southeastern Mississippi.
Carmi, Illinois. My bad.
Oh my goodness gracious. Nathan,
what?
New scan on Pearlington, and oh my goodness. This storm structure is ridiculous.
Ow.
And for the record, ladies and gents, no, that's not CC. If Nate ends up looking at correlation coefficient,
no,
that
it is not.
inflow.
That is inflow. That is not a tornado. All right, you'll see.
Although the new storm relative velocity scan is saying 71 on top of 6, so maybe soon.
Yeah, your spectrum width is also saying 24 knots.
Yeah.
This thing is tightening up.
Pearlington, if you're not already, you should be in your safe spaces, although it may well be too late if something's on the ground.
Yeah.
Base San Luis, you guys need to be in your safe spaces. Waveland, Shoreline
Wait a
Park,
second.
those
Wait a
general
second.
vicinities.
Mississippi Dot, I love you.
Okay, Nathan.
There's traffic cameras in this area. Come on. Oh, they work! We could see something. We could potentially see something from that supercell, Morgan. Oh boy. Mississippi Dot, there's a reason why I love you the most. There is a reason why I love you the most. Oh, PDS. Meridian.
Meridian?
Yeah, PDS. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Tomsuba, Mississippi, and along the interstate of 20, as well as U.S. Highway 11. If you guys live over near Tomsuba, Cuba, York, according to the National Weather Service, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Tomsuba, or 7 miles southwest of Cuba, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So to repeat, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Tomsuba, Mississippi, and this will be heading off into Alabama near Cuba and York and Livingston, as well as Bellamy and Lolita. If you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions right now.
Tornado warning.
Excuse me?
Central Clark County.
I'm going to be truthful. I don't know how they're getting that.
West Central
I really don't.
If you take a look at the CC a couple before, there's a tornado warning for Thomasville, Alabama for the prefrontal.
Oh, come on.
Oh, the prefrontals are rotating. The prefrontals are rotating. All of them are doing it. All of them are doing it. Everything is rotating now. Everything is just blistering. Yeah, Thomasville now has rotation. If you're in Thomasville, Pope, Lamison, Dixon's Mills, Miller, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. New MCD for the stuff near Demopolis. Locally hired tornado threat over the next 1 to 2 hours. That's...
Tornado warning for southeastern Kemper County in east central Mississippi, northeastern Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
Extension further north. Yep, so a second PDS tornado warning has been issued. This is for Kemper and Lauderdale counties until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Tumsuba, or 8 miles southwest of Cuba, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Kemper and Lauderdale counties here in east central Mississippi. This is right along the border of Mississippi and Alabama, and this is about to cross in towards Cuba and York, Alabama, in towards Livingston. So if you live along there, along I-20, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. If we take a look at the velocities here, you can see the reds are moving away, greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere would be. So we do have that tornadic rotation right there. I do not see a debris signature anymore. There was a debris signature earlier. But yeah, there was the debris signature right there. And we were looking up 5,700 feet up into the atmosphere, but it did have some very strong confined velocities. Still kind of does to an extent, but it's a little bit more displaced. Let's go back down south to this cell near Waynesboro. It looks like this is two supercells. Two supercells here. One right here, one right here. So at the bottom of these hooks is where the tornadic rotation would be existing. And they are heading off towards the Waynesboro and Winchester as well as Chicora area. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. So this is right along the border. Once again, Mississippi, Alabama. This is on the Mississippi side in Waynesboro, Mississippi. All right, we got to try and share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, share it Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Send a text message to friends and family if you know anyone that lives over in these areas so that we can continue to try and get this information out. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information. So please be sure to help me do that. Let's go back to the cell over here in New Orleans near Pearlington. The velocities kind of died a little bit on it, so that's the good news. Let's see if we can get out there. All right, so our camera's off there. So we still have a lot of time before this actually approaches that area. We'll see what goes on in that area. But my goodness, this is definitely a heck of an area. Heck of an event here so far. Just got a report of damage. Just got a report of damage. Let's go up towards the storm here. So we have reports of damage here. 3 miles south of Bigby Valley here in Mississippi. A mobile home was damaged on Tom Bennett Road. So we have mobile homes damaged. That's the reason why we say mobile homes will not do it for you. They will do damage to you These tornadoes will do damage to you. They will not protect you. Some could be even completely obliterated. So we need to, get the word out whenever we can. Now, these cells up here in Aliceville don't seem to be as tornadic as they once were. That's the good news, but it is trying. The one area that I watch out for the most is the one near Cochrane in Aliceville, just south of Aliceville. That'll be heading off towards the U.S. Highway 82 general vicinity, so I'll watch out for that very closely. Looks like the velocities have actually tightened, so I might be actually biting my words a little bit. Eating my words. So this is...
Hey, I did the same earlier, so you're not alone.
This is a lot of stuff that's really starting to kind of materialize along this line. So we'll watch out for that. Maybe there could potentially be something that's trying to form here south of Aliceville. Let's go down a little bit further down to the south. And the cells here near Waynesboro, they're kind of discombobulated for the most part. Nothing's really too consolidated for the most part, but it's just they all have significant wind shear and they're all warned for a reason. All right, there's a good reason why they are tornado warned. So, Waynesboro, Winchester, Chicora, Calera, do not get out of your safe spaces. All right, if these things do consolidate, it's going to produce a tornado right over your area. So you need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So this is in Waynesboro, Mississippi. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them right now. Let's go to the Mobile radar. Thomasville, Dixon Mills, Pope, and Lamison area. There's a couple cells that are producing a lot of rotation near your area. They could potentially produce a tornado, so I would watch out for that very closely. And then, of course, the cells that are down south near the McLean and Neely areas, as well as Leakesville, they could potentially be tornadic as that moves on through. So watch out for that. I do see some very strong damaging winds there. I see a big bowing segment, big gust front, a lot of the winds being surged in behind this, and right at the peak of that bow echo is where the most significant damaging winds are going to be. That's the reason why there's a giant severe thunderstorm warning for this area, with a threat of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible within these areas. So that's the reason why we got to really watch out for this very closely. Yeah, very strong damaging winds heading on through Leakesville. Let's go back to the tornado warning over here near Bay St. Louis. That's not it. Gotta find my radar here.
That's not it.
Here it is. At the surface, it looks like the rotation is actually diminished quite a bit. Flash flood warning has been issued for the city of New Orleans, which usually is what happens after every single time you guys get rain. So you guys know the drill. Turn around, don't drown. Woo! We'll come back to this camera here in a second. Things will start to fire off here soon with that. Looks like the Aliceville cell is starting to kind of congeal a little teeny bit more. That is something to make a note of. Just got a report here, 2 miles southeast of Tumsuba. Trees and power lines down on Shelby Grisset. So there is damage reported in that area. There is damage reported. If you're, yeah, you can't build underground spots over in Louisiana. All right, they deal with flooding practically all the time.
Nate?
New MCD for prefrontals. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, they mentioned warm sector supercells ahead of the convective band. So I'm going to wait and try and get that to actually, read. These storms have recently developed in the warm conveyor belt within an environment characterized by intense low to mid-tropospheric wind fields, but weak but increasing buoyancy. The low-level moisture contribution to buoyancy will be the key factor in the conditionality of tornado potential with these storms. As a result of an increasingly favorable environment, tornado potential will likely begin to focus over central Alabama during the next 2 hours. With these warm front supercells, a strong tornado is possible, especially if updrafts can further intensify.
Yeah. We still have 10 tornado warnings. 10. Just a reminder here, guys. All right, here is what the event is, okay? So first off, we cut the event in half. We're about halfway to a little bit over halfway through the event. You see a bunch of these different colors over the states. All right, we have the dark green, which is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5. Orange is a 3 out of 5. And red is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If you are in the orange or in the red, you need to pay attention to the stream, or you need to be weather aware. If you're going to go to sleep, you need to have some way of getting notifications if there is a significant weather event that is occurring around you. All right. If the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, or if they issue severe thunderstorm warning, any sort of warnings in general need to have a way of getting notifications. Because this is going to uptick significantly in this portion of Alabama. Which tends to get overshadowed. All right. A lot of stuff over there. Aliceville is going to go. Aliceville's going to go.
In the near term, I agree.
That could potentially produce a tornado here soon. And that'll head off towards the Carlton
area. Needs to wrap its RFD a little bit more. And then it's going to head off towards Gordo, Mooresbridge, Samantha vicinity.
Carlton,
doubt it will
reform.
Find it. I don't think it's going that far north. I don't find it likely. For the folks that may be wondering, I do not find it likely that Tuscaloosa is impacted by the storm. Maybe the extreme northwestern extents like Elrod and Coker, maybe, but that should be mostly strong gusty winds at that point.
Yeah.
Is there still PDS for that other thing? Yeah, there is apparently. Although I don't know how much I still believe that.
Yeah.
It's fairly weak at this point.
New tornado
Very
warning.
messy, but
Tornado warning for southwestern Washington County,
Extension.
in southwestern Alabama, east central
McLean,
Perry
Lakes,
County in
Lakesville.
southeastern Mississippi, central Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
It's for the big... Oh my goodness, McLean's going. McLean's going. That thing's going. Debris signature on the ground right now. It's on the ground. It just went again.
oh, that's going to be strong. That's not good at all.
That's going to be a strong one.
McLean's about to get blasted.
And you want to know the worst part about that too? You want to know the worst part about that? Out in front of that tornado just so happens to be 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is on the backside of this thing. You have a...
And so they probably already thought they got the worst of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the scary thing, too. This
Just
thing...
hope and pray that CC drop isn't too bad in the next frame.
Oh, no, it is. Oh, it just went. Oh.
I don't have a new frame yet.
Oh. It's not as bad as you think it would be, but it's a lot.
That's not as bad as I expected, but McLean is small. And it's probably not the largest tornado I've ever seen.
Oh, it just ran over that. Oh, there's a lot of congealed populace there, though, in McLean, and it just went right over it.
Yeah, it went right over it.
It just went right over it. Try and find a scanner.
Yep. This is what county again?
This here... Oh, that's a yellow TVS. This just crossed the border into this county. Green.
Green?
Yeah, green. Right along the
Not
border.
Mississippi, you idiot.
It is Mississippi.
Oh. Mississippi, you double idiot.
Jeez. That's... gone.
Yes.
Send me a link when you can, too.
Finding your DMs there. Have fun.
Wunderbar, arigato. Turn that down. Because it's going to play an ad.
Yeah.
But it's... That's gone.
It's no longer a yellow TDS. Ow! What am I hearing?
McDonald's. Oh, that thing. Yeah, that hurts my ears.
Ow!
Ow.
Oh, it's done.
It is done, thank God. My ear just died.
Yeah. It's worth noting that the McLean storm has echo tops of 47.
Yep, just reported. They just said tornado on the ground. Emergency management just said tornado on the ground.
CC drop is lingering.
Oh, there's a
but
new
a new one just formed. There's
one.
a second one. That one's gonna that's gonna be bad.
This thing just recycled right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, in about 5 minutes. Look at the spectrum width on the new thing too.
Good. There's 2 spectrum width drops. There's the old one that just went over McLean. There's the new one that's a lot stronger up towards the north.
That's gonna head right for Neely.
Hold back just a little bit. Hold tight just a
Oh,
minute.
and there's populace over it. Like, not as big populace as you'd think it would be. But it's like McLean populace.
Just hold back a minute, Tommy, where you can take cover here. Copy.
Can we talk about the fact that on the southern flank of the supercell there's an inch-sized hail?
Are you safe in Pearl River yet? Yeah, Pearl River is safe. You guys are good.
It's picking up pretty bad over here in McLean, so just hold tight. It's pretty rough right now.
I did not hear a single word that guy just said.
Yeah.
The police signature in it, so it had some building material or something in it.
Oh, they're talking about radar. They're talking about radar.
There's a lot of lightning with this storm.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot. 53 flashes per minute. Goodness gracious.
Well, you remember how many lightning strikes there were with the cell that went across I-10, right? Near New Orleans? We literally watched that.
I'm just looking at my place file. New scan, and it doesn't actually appear that there is any CC.
That might be the best news I've heard from the storm all day.
Oh, the storm just collapsed. Well, momentarily it collapsed at least.
Yeah. Get a new scan here in a second.
I already got.
Maybe it's... It still has rotation. Don't get me wrong.
It does, but it's for the moment. I mean, like the moment. It is not. Oh
What?
God.
Not again.
God bless.
Stop. Stop.
Okay.
It's over. Ow. My goodness. Yeah, this cell is really...
I'm available if needed. Give me a holler.
Give me a holler. That's the most Alabama thing I've ever heard someone say.
That's in Mississippi, so go away.
God.
Oh, the Springdale, Arkansas cell this morning was confirmed as an EF3.
I meant to mention that to you, but you were going on one of your whole strings of I can never get a word in, so, you know.
That sounds about right. Oh, Big Branch. That was over northern, like, Mandeville. Got damaged.
Oh, God.
Oh, not again. That was only once.
McLean just went confirmed. Radar confirmed.
Here's damage over here in Big Branch. That's on the northern side of Pontchartrain, near Mandeville. It looked like a water spout went on through there. I mean, we did see a debris signature off in that area. There is some of the damage. I'll retweet that for people who want to see it on Twitter. Yeah, the cell, as you said, went tornado confirmed. So it did go confirmed. Very strong damaging winds out in front of this. Look at this big bow echo. So you have your tornado on the backside, and then you have 70-mile-per-hour winds out in front of it. That's the scary thing about this. If this thing decides to reform, it'll be on the backside over here. Leaksville will get all the strong damaging winds. And then when that's done and they think it's done and over with, then that's when the tornadic storm, the tornado, could potentially come in behind this. That right there is... Wow. My goodness. Excuse me? New MCD, southernmost MCD. Quote, a significant tornado threat is materializing across southeastern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama.
All right, well, I guess I'm not going at 10. Well, sheems. Maybe at 11, but I do need to get some work done on the side here, so I'm going to go a little bit quiet.
CC drop Livingston? Oh, that's the Meridian cell. Hold up. Jackson. Livingston. Oh, that's huge. Goodbye. That's a tornado on the ground over there. That's a huge debris signature. Oh boy. Big debris signature. Big debris signature. I don't even... Where did the rotation come from? It's right along I-20 now. Alright, if you're near Livingston, near Epes, south of Boligi, heading towards the Forkland area, there is a debris signature. Another potentially significant tornado that is surging on through.
A lot of debris down. A lady just called me and said the window blew out of her daughter's house on Magnolia.
All I heard is something about debris.
Southwestern Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama.
Coffeyville.
Northwestern Washington County in southwestern
Waynesboro.
Alabama. Northwestern Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
Folks, if you
East
live
Central
anywhere
Wayne County
along
in
the
southeastern Mississippi.
if you live anywhere along the I-20 corridor, oh gosh, new tornado warning.
I gotta pull this up. There you go. Yeah, check the Livingston cell along I-20.
Extension of Waynesboro.
Livingston cell has a big CC drop.
Yep. If you live anywhere along the I-20 or United States Route 11 corridor, you guys should be taking to your safe spaces. I'd say up to about Utah right now. You guys should be taking your proper precautions.
Wow. And then the cell over near Waynesboro is pretty strong too. Heading towards Silas. Gilbertown. So those areas near Coffeyville, Campbell. Yeah, that's a big storm. Let's go over here. Birmingham. Oh, wow. And the prefrontal over near Catherine's going, too. What was that background? People already know that I enjoy what I enjoy. So there it is. Here, let's actually see what it was. Curious. Oh, it's just a nice sky one. There you go. Those tones that I'm hearing are the ones to activate and deactivate the sirens? Really? Sheesh.
I doubt that. We wouldn't be hearing them so frequently.
McLean 37, the Henry McLean units that's en route to McLean, they're going to be the trees down on 198 near the firehouse.
Did I hear trees down on 198 near the firehouse?
Yeah, I did hear that too.
Power line down on Ruthie Bolton Avenue. It'll be near Ruthie Bolton Avenue. It's going to be electric fire.
A fire? Is that what they said?
Maybe.
We're going to try to get out. We're going to need it. We can't hold up a little bit longer. We want to try to make sure we're safe before we go out.
What?
Jimbo.
What am I hearing?
1022 to 37. As soon as it passes over Neely, I'll head that way.
I
Jimbo.
don't know what I'm hearing.
37. Go ahead. Everything all right up there?
Yeah, Silas. Or Silas.
Pretty good. I made it to the fire station, but it's got a couple of trees down
Go
there, and then on 198
up here.
in front of your house.
Wow.
Yeah, looked like it touched down right here at my house. There's trees down everywhere.
Yep, there's damage over near McLean.
Quicker than slack, I'm gonna try to get to wherever we need to go to first. Let's view. We don't need to get around these fire lines because the poles have broke over and everything right here at the house.
Oh, poles, power
Don't
poles.
get around them.
Power pole snapped. And once again, this is expected to continue, guys. All right, we have
I'm heading in that way, Jerry.
we have some stuff from the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center saying that this is expected to continue, and the actual event is supposed to amplify. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa County in west central
Oh,
Alabama.
Tuscaloosa.
East central Pickens County in
What?
west central Alabama.
Is it, it's probably for the, Gordo cell.
South of Gordo.
Okay. That would make sense.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa County.
Wow. That has... I don't think this is a thing, but it has a right flank velocity enhancement.
A right
also
flank
known as
velocity
inflow.
enhancement.
Also known as inflow.
I mean,
A lot going into the storm.
you probably could have saw a left flank confluence band then.
I'll go back to the house, get my tanks all, one little bit of gas, and all like that, and head that way.
Yeah, this is very useful. I cannot hear a single word that they are saying.
Hey, Echo 1.
Jeez. So yeah, this is a new tornado warning north of Tuscaloosa. This is heading off towards the Samantha areas. Tuscaloosa County is in a tornado warning, as well as Pickens County, and that'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a lot of activity expected here. That'll move on through.
The same circulation supposed to come toward Leaksville.
This is quite the activity here.
Hey, B4, Mount Pisgah. There's going to be some really strong winds headed.
Jeez. But yeah, the cell near Gordo. 2 cells actually near Gordo. Seeing 2 areas of rotation, one that's about to approach Gordo, one that's going to be south of Gordo near the Elrod area. These 2 different areas of rotations could potentially try and produce tornadoes and head towards Moore's Bridge and Samantha. So if you live north of Elrod, north on Highway 82, all right, it's about to approach Highway 82 here, but if you live north of Cooker, or if you live along Highway 82 from Cooker all the way to Gordo, there is a couple areas of rotation over here that's going to be moving on through and could potentially produce a tornado. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Prefrontals are starting to gain a lot more traction.
Any in particular?
Thomaston, for the southernmost.
Wow. Thomaston's actually looking really good.
Yeah.
Wow.
My goodness. There are so many storms here that can just spin up real quickly. This right here is kind of the concerning part for me too. Let's go back to the Mobile radar, see what's happening with Leaksville. Don't see too much. This thing is really just gusting out right now. So it looks like the supercell is kind of lagging behind, which is the good news. Let me see if there's anything over the water that could move ashore. Let's go to New Orleans and their radar. Little bit of rotation over there heading into Gulfport. Ooh. Yeah, Gulfport, Mississippi does have a little bit of rotation. So they're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it does have a tornado possible tag on it. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. So be mindful, be very mindful, because this could potentially be a new area of rotation. If a tornado does form here, which this does look like a bona fide supercell.
P.
Gulfport.
Really?
Yeah. Gulfport, Mississippi. Next velocity scan comes in. It says...
That's a really good hook.
I know. That's why I'm scared for this velocity signature. Oh, yeah. It's intensifying. There it is. There is a spectrum width drop on it, too. 25 knots. 25 knots. Yeah, Gulfport. If you are in Gulfport, Mississippi right now, get into the lowest innermost part of your building right now. All right? If you know anyone that's in Gulfport, North Gulfport, South Gulfport, areas along Long Beach, get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right? Lowest innermost part of your building right now. Go
New
now.
tornado warning.
McLean Bush truck will be 10-8-25.
Knoxville, Utah, Clinton vicinity.
Yeah, extension for the Livingston cell.
Yep.
County in west central Alabama.
Yeah, guys, don't wait for the National Weather Service to issue this tornado warning. All right, this is gonna go tornado warn. All right, I'm telling you right now, this cell right here that's approaching Gulfport, it's going to go tornado warn. It's gonna happen. You need to get in your. You need to take the initiative right now. If you are watching the stream and you are in Gulfport, you need to get into the lowest innermost part of your building right now. You need to go. You need to go.
Oh, Nate, Gordo, go look. Birmingham radar.
Plastic thing by fire truck.
Actually, no, probably Columbus radar. Either way.
2 areas of rotation, I see.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go back to Columbus real quickly, see? Yeah, Elrod right over there. Let's go back to Gulfport. And as I said, you need to go right now. Ryan saw the CC drop and said it was a tornado debris signature. That's not a debris signature, all right? This thing could potentially have a debris signature, all right? But this is not a debris signature, all right? I'll circle this here for you right now. Go to the velocities. Not it, okay? This is not a debris signature. Not a debris signature. But that's just funny that he said that it was. And it's clearly incorrect. Clearly false. But yeah, not a debris signature. Latest scan came in, no debris fanning whatsoever.
Speaking of debris signature, Elrod.
Oh, really?
I think so.
North Gulfport is getting tighter. North Gulfport's getting tighter. It's heading there right now. Once again, if you know anyone that lives in Gulfport, Mississippi, all right, this is a major populous area along the beach of Mississippi, southern Mississippi, right there, okay? This could potentially produce a tornado here soon, all right? It hasn't done one yet. It hasn't done so yet, all right? If you say that the CC drop was the debris signature, no, it was not, okay? No, it was not. But this thing could potentially show you one for real, and that's not what we want to see, all right? So to prevent any sort of, surprise, there's no tornado warning at this time for the cell. Take the initiative. Take the initiative for yourself. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building. All right, get in the lowest innermost part of your building. What's the beef? He said there was a tornado on the ground with this, and there's not. Because he said that this CC drop a couple frames ago, this right here was. If we circle that, go to the velocities, nowhere near it. So, it's kind of a little mongering. Fear mongering. Yeah, Gordo and Elrod. That thing's going. Yeah, Elrod might be starting to get a CC drop right there. Elrod might be starting. I see a little bit of contamination on the southern side. The inbound velocities, I see a bit of contamination.
It just got confirmed.
But Yeah, radar confirmed.
McLean 12.
Yep, indeed.
You made it up to the firehouse yet?
Yeah, that cell over north of Elrod in Tuscaloosa County now has a confirmed tornado. This is a confirmed tornado heading off towards Samantha.
I'm trying to make it over to the Church of God and see what's going on over there.
Check the other radars. It's been down for like 3 scans. Really? Yeah, Columbus actually had a better grip on it. Columbus had a lot better grip on it. So yeah, that's a confirmed tornado. You can even see the little debris ball right there. Look at that. You can see the clear debris ball with that. You can see how it wraps around just like this. So if you know anyone that lives over near Samantha, alright, the Samantha general vicinity, let's try and pull up some other areas over there. So Samantha, as well as, there isn't really a whole lot of stuff out here, thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness there's not really a whole lot. The Spring Hill Church Road area, south of the Newtonville Community Center. All right, if you're near that, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get to safety right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back down to the cell that's over along Gulfport. Still, let's see if we have an updated scan here. Velocities have weakened significantly. That's the good thing. It still is rotating, however, so watch out for that very closely. Southwest on the Gulfport cell? Are we talking about the stuff that's off the shore? Don't see anything over there. Don't see anything. Let's go to Mobile's radar, see if there's anything up north. Your Leakesville. And that could be trying again. That could be trying again. North of Leakesville. Maybe a potential bookend vortex over there near Vinegar Bend and Fruitdale in Alabama. There could potentially be something that tries to form there soon. And I would not be surprised if that was the case either. We could potentially see something there relatively soon. Jordan Hall went right through the tornado.
Yeah, it did.
The last power line down going to Ruthie Bolton, so we might have to wait there. Nobody go in that area.
Got
Do
a
you still have the
report.
scanner up?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Why, did you hear that too?
Yeah, power line's down.
Plane 37. Go ahead for 37. Alright, I was coming in. There's a tree across the road here at the football field.
Oh, deep. Oh my gosh, deep debris signature now.
Where?
On Gordo, Elrod, 28.5%. That's giant, and ZDR backs it up as well. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, that's gone. That's
It's gonna be
gone.
crossing 171 in the near future.
That's gone. Yep, that right there. That right there is gone, everyone. This thing has produced a, not just a strong tornado.
Nate, McLean reports trees and debris all over Old Highway 24.
Yeah.
Beyond the scanner.
Yeah, this is a big debris signature. This is heading straight for Samantha. So if you know anyone who lives here in Tuscaloosa, Jesus, I can't speak right now. I'm losing my mind. This is just, I'm infatuated by the debris signature. It's just, if you live here in northern Tuscaloosa County, north of Tuscaloosa, near the Samantha area, you need to get into your structure now. Safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building right now. Big, deep debris signature right here, indicated from correlation coefficient. ZDR backs it up. Verification is true. There's your velocities right there. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Latest scan just came in. Debris signature got larger. Debris signature just got larger. Velocities have kind of weakened a bit. That's the good news. Debris signature has not. Just got a report of damage over here. Or actually, this is the official confirmed from the official National Weather Service observation. Tornado debris signature noted on radar. Along Elrod. Near Elrod. So Samantha, Alabama. This is north of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. If you're in northern Tuscaloosa County here in Alabama, you need to get into your sturdy structure right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. All right, very deep debris signature here. And this is moving across State Highway 171 right now. That's where it's moving across. It's just to the south of the Moores Bridge area. All right, so here's Moores Bridge, right where my circle is. Here is Samantha. There is the tornado right there. The tornado is moving off to the north and east, so it'll be just passing by the Samantha area. All right. And it's getting very close towards the North Side High School. All right, if you're near the North Side High School, you need to get in your sturdy structure right now. So this is currently crossing right near the Brownville Food and Deli. All right, the Brownville Food and Deli right there, the gas station, as well as the Montgomery Volunteer Fire Department. Just passed right over that. Still deep debris signature. Still very deep debris signature. If you live near the North Side High School or north of the North Side High School, you need to get in your sturdy structure right now. All right, this is a very concerning situation for you guys over near Samantha in the northern Tuscaloosa County, Alabama general vicinity. Guys, we need to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. All right, here down at the bottom part of your screen, there is Tuscaloosa. There is where the actual tornadic rotation would be. Let's actually go over to... let's go to 1 and then correlation coefficient. All right, so here is Tuscaloosa right here. Here's the Moores Bridge area. There's Samantha. And north of Samantha over there is the general vicinity of the North Side High School. The North Side High School, okay? It is heading off towards the North Side High School. As a matter of fact, the North Side High School, for reference, is right at this bend here, all right? You can see this is where the high school is. You can see the baseball fields over, so you can see the bend in 43 right within there. If we zoom out here real quickly, all right? Right here is the North Side High School. There is the tornado debris signature. It just crossed over State Highway 171, all right, right near the Brownville Food and Deli and the Montgomery Volunteer Fire Department. All right, that's where it just crossed right over. So if you know anyone that lives over there or near the North Side High School, and then eventually off towards the Wyndham Springs area, north of the Wyndham Springs, near the Sulphur Springs Free Will Baptist, as well as the Campground United Methodist Church over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We'll get back to this here in a second. I want to go back to the cells that are along the coast, the Gulf Coast. The rotation around Gulfport has now moved off further north. Gulfport is not in the immediate tornadic danger, but I highly recommend still staying indoors because some strong damaging winds and spotty hail is still possible. So let's go back up to the cell. The tornadic debris signature has weakened a little bit. You can see how it's not as blue as it was. You can see how it's kind of fanned out a little bit more. So that's the good news. That tells me the rotation has kind of died a little bit. It's kind of weakened a little bit. But still, all right, if you're near the Northside High School, you are not in the clear. You are not in the clear. You could still potentially get a tornado here that spawns right near your area. So Northside High School, areas near the Northside High School, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now.
New tornado warning.
Yeah. Jeez.
Choctaw? It's an extension of Silas.
Tornado warning for Central
Campbell.
Choctaw County
Oh.
in southwestern Alabama.
And then we have a jurisdiction issue.
Northwestern Clark
Yeah.
County in southwestern Alabama.
So we'll look at that here in a second. Here's some of the damage here on the northern side of Lake Pontchartrain. This is near Big Branch. You can see the tornado damage across the board here. Trees down. Even power lines that were kind of tilted over. That were down over in some of these areas.
Oh. Hey, Nate, be very wary of Marion. Very wary of Marion. Okay.
Which one is the Marion cell?
The one along the U.S. route.
There's a bunch of them
One of
under.
the prefrontals.
Oh, that one. Yeah,
One of the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
prefrontals. West of Selma.
Near the Uniontown area?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll watch that.
That one.
Actually,
doesn't
that
look
one was
too
near
great at the
Thomasville.
surface.
That was near Thomaston
Yes.
originally. So that's
Yes, it was. Doesn't look the best at the surface right now, but it's good with height, and it's going to continue to be in a fairly open environment, and it's heading right up into Birmingham.
Right.
So it's absolutely something to watch.
Let's try and see if we can catch some other areas here. I'm gonna double check here the cell that's near Samantha. Looks like there is still rotation on the storm, even a little bit of debris that's still being kicked up, but it looks like the tornado is kind of seated. All right, that is the good news here. You are still not out of the clear if you're near the general vicinity of the Northside High School. All right, Northside High School, north of Northside High School. You need to stay in a sturdy structure right now. All right, as a matter of fact, there's an area over here right along Campground Road. All right, Campground Road right there. If you know anyone who lives over there, there's a tornadic rotation that's about to move right over that area. All right, the storm is trying to rotate a little bit more. You can see greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be as this heads off towards the north and east. So there is a lot of stuff here still ongoing. You'll have to watch that very, very closely. There could potentially be something tornadic right along that area. Let's go a bit further down south. Let's take a look at the Fruitdale general vicinity. And luckily this thing is just bowing out. Luckily this is now just mostly a strong damaging wind risk. But there is a huge severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Actually, this is for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. This is a SVRD. So a damage threat destructive. Damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of McIntosh, Jackson, Waggerville, Vinegar Bend, Tensay, Mount Vernon, Gulf Crest, over here in Alabama. If you live over here in those portions that I just called out for, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible within your general vicinity. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Very strong damaging winds that are moving on through. Very strong damaging winds. So this is a pretty concerning situation for areas over in McIntosh, Citronelle. Once again, State Highway 43 in Alabama, or US Highway 43 in Alabama, as well as US Highway 45 in Alabama as well. Let's go off to some of the tornado warnings up north. We're kind of in a bit of a radar hole here, but we have one that's over here near Campbell and Toxie and Gilbertown, heading towards Sweetwater and Miller. So let's see what's going on over here. Rotation is still evident with this near Campbell. You see reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. So right over here, due east of Toxie is where the tornadic rotation would be. There could potentially be a new tornado warning that's issued out in front of this near Sweetwater, Miller, Linden, Thomaston. If you guys live over there, I highly recommend watching out for the storm very closely. And if there is a new tornado warning that gets issued for your area, do not be surprised if a tornado does form there. Also have the cell that's over near Utah, and then that cell near Marion. Oh my goodness. I wonder when they actually are gonna try and issue a tornado warning on that cell.
Which cell?
The Marion cell. I wonder when they actually are going. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Oh, that?
The Marion cell.
Birmingham. Oh, it just coupled. See, it was fairly broad for the past few frames, but it just coupled now. They shouldn't hesitate at this point. I expect it to come out within the next 60 seconds.
Mississippi coast near Ocean Springs. Give me a second. Let's see. So Gulfport, as I said, Gulfport, they're out of the immediate threat of a tornado. Oh, where is Ocean Springs? New tornado warning.
Probably what I just said.
Marion.
Central Perry County in central Alabama.
Okay, so for the area over in Ocean Springs. All right, Ocean Springs, you are not out of the clear as of right now. You haven't had storms that moved on through your area quite yet. All right, I'm expecting you guys to get hit by this within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So now is the good time for you to get into the lowest innermost part of your building because you have some very strong damaging winds moving on through your area. Yeah, that cell over in Birmingham is going. That's really good that they issued a tornado warning there because this thing, if this thing does go, all right, this would be a significant tornado. And we can see here on reflectivity, this is as classic as you can get it. Look at the hook here. Classic bird wings here as well. Like an eagle. Flying eagle. This is a heck of a prefrontal thunderstorm. This is a supercell. This is a bona fide supercell. So my goodness. This is something to really watch out for. No debris signature quite yet. That's the good news. We'll come back to this cell here in a second. We'll come back to this cell. I want to go back up.
Got it. Nah, I was going to say something, but never mind.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a really, really enhanced forward flank downdraft with this. So what I'm wondering is if the cell at any point might choke itself off if it downdrafts too much. Now, the flanking line around the side of the storm probably will prevent that when it comes down to it, but it's hard to tell at the moment.
You've got me interested.
What?
I'm looking at the lapse rates.
Probably not that good.
Marengo County in southwestern Alabama.
Mid to upper sixes. It's good
Tornado
enough.
warning for Sweetwater.
Mid
Did
to
you say
upper.
mid to upper sixes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's about a degree over what was expected.
Yeah, that's good enough. That'll do it. Lower level lapse rates tell you right there that thing could potentially go. Yeah, there's the extension. As Morgan said, we said that this was probably going to be tornado warned in the future. Sell near Sweetwater, Thomaston, Linden. So now is the time for you to go ahead and take your proper precaution if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Man, that Marion cell is going. That thing is... I wonder how long it'll hold on for before it just finally either A, goes, or B, deteriorates. Oh, that's a ZDR column. That's a ZDR column. Hold up.
I'm gonna 3D this thing. I can't resist.
I'm slicing. I don't need to. If I find a ZDR column, it's over.
There's an overshooting top. You're not gonna see an overshooting top with the slice, my friend. Wow. That's ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
Oh, whoa. Well, there's your ZDR column. That's your Tornadic updraft column. Oh. Wow. Wow.
Oh, it coupled. This is bad.
This thing is going,
oh,
guys.
It's down, CC. It's down. Sprott, critical that you're in your safe spaces.
Are you on 230? Are you on 232?
236.09.
Oh, wow.
Sprott, it's incredibly important that you guys are taking your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Yep. This is a significant tornado. This is a significant tornado. This is a significant tornado. So Sprott, Alabama, Marion, Alabama, areas north of Tuttle, Alabama, heading towards Lawley. If you know anyone who lives over there, south of Centerville, Alabama, north of Selma, Alabama, and north and east of Uniontown, Alabama, there is a tornado in progress right now, a tornado on the ground, and it is not a, it's not a small tornado, it is not a weak tornado, it is a strong tornado. It is a relatively strong tornado. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, right now. Underground or lowest innermost. Oh my goodness, that thing just went. Goodbye. Goodbye.
The velocity is weakening, but that may just be because of the fact that it actually touched the ground finally.
This thing actually is contaminated now. This actually has
Nate, also worth noting, south of Knoxville along I-20.
Yeah.
Discrete couplet there. Ton of spectrum width.
My goodness.
Tornado warning for
Yep, now officially confirmed.
In central Alabama.
Yep, confirmed. Moving northeast at
and
55 miles an hour.
This thing is screaming. But yeah, this is it's gone. This is a strong tornado right now, and it's heading straight for Sprott.
It's heading. Forget that. It's heading straight for Birmingham.
After a long while,
it's an extension of Barry. An extension of Barry.
Jeez, yeah, that's selling Marion. Going. And we said about, what, 5-10 minutes ago, we questioned as to how long this thing would continue to just keep building and building and building until it finally produced. Here it is right now. Debris went up to almost 12,000 feet.
Already?
From what I can tell. Yep.
McLean 22.
12,000 feet. Oh my goodness,
That
latest
is the
scan.
deepest drop I've seen all night.
That right there is strong. That's the lowest correlation coefficient can go. That is the lowest correlation coefficient can go on a radar. 20.8%. That is the lowest a correlation coefficient can go.
Smoke
More than likely.
in the thing.
More than likely. Yeah, that is the lowest a correlation coefficient can go. That tells you that there is significant damage, a significant tornado is ongoing right now. Luckily, it's going over trees right now. Luckily, it is going over trees. But if you're near Sprott, you know, if you're further off towards State Highway 14, State Highway 20...
Sprott is not large.
I know. That's the one good thing. There's residential areas just barely north of Sprott. But if you're near Sprott, if you're along State Highway 183, if you're along State Highway 14, if you're along State Highway 219, there is a significant tornado ongoing right now with lowest debris signature you can get.
Oh my.
And look at that supercell.
New scan. Did you have a new scan of CC?
Morgan?
Gosh.
Oh my. Oh.
This might miss Sprott.
Just barely.
Which would be excellent. It's going to miss it southeast.
Wow. Yeah, this is a significant tornado ongoing right now. And it's heading straight near the area of Sprott. Latest velocity signature just came in, still ongoing, still very strong.
And folks, this is why Nate and I were extremely grateful that there were no prefrontals earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Because think about how much worse it would have been in daylight.
This thing has over 1,000 joules per kilogram, 1,100 joules per kilogram of
do the
Cape.
job, and then some.
347 storm relative velocity from 0 to 1. Eastbound shear of 60 knots.
That makes me think.
That's supercell characteristic. That's long-lived. This thing could potentially keep going.
V-rod of 47 knots. C-rod of 61.5. Although I think it will dissipate soon. Even briefly.
Yeah.
It's going to have to recycle in a minute.
I'm not sure. Because eastbound shear... Oh, the debris signature just got...
It just started to fan.
Just slightly. It's still massive debris signature. Massive debris signature. Actually, you know what I think happened, Morgan? I think it's starting to kind of surge RFD a little bit more.
Yes.
RFD surge.
Agree. So I think it's going to take it a few minutes to recycle and then get back together.
The big question here now is, does the tornado still stay on the ground? Because during
I
this,
doubt it.
Because during this time period,
I think it lifts for all of probably 5 minutes.
The one thing I can say for certain, though, all right, if it's still on the ground, it weakens just a bit. It weakens, but this is still a massive debris signature. You know, I think the best thing here to do at this time is to treat it as if it's on the ground. Because when you have a debris signature like this, I mean, you don't officially know unless if you have storm chasers on the ground, and even then, it's 10:44 Eastern, which means it's 9:44 Central. Oh, that debris signature's still strong. It's still going. Morgan, it's still going.
Yeah, it is still going.
I think it actually is. It's the eastbound shear. It's the eastbound shear.
Nate, look at PHI. Look at how distorted it got.
Oh my goodness. KDP even treats it like it's rain.
So it's probably a giant condensation funnel. That
Not even a funnel,
actually,
it's a tornado. Large condensation tornado going over trees.
That could be a mile wide. I wouldn't be shocked.
This is a large tornado, guys. All right, this is large. Very large. This is extraordinarily dangerous right now. Extraordinarily dangerous. If you are south of Sprott, or if you're even near Sprott, if you're north of Subtle, if you're east of Marion here in Alabama, all right, there is a significant tornado in progress right now. We need to get the word out to as many people as possible because this is a very concerning situation. Very concerning. All right, Morgan and I are trying to wrap our head around trying to figure out as to what this thing is going to try and do next. Regardless of what we think, right now is all that matters. And right now, it's telling us that there's a significant tornado in progress right now. The debris signature here, is over 1.5 miles wide, which means the tornado is more than likely about about half the size of that to maybe even, a fourth of that size, which still tracks it as about 1/4 mile wide at minimum. 1/4 mile wide at minimum. That is a large tornado, very large tornado. And it's doing significant damage here. The correlation coefficient, which tells us as to what is rain and what is not. All right, just for reference, all the red around us is rain. And then all this blue and green is debris being kicked up. It's not rain. Radar is telling us it's not rain.
It's definitely going to lift at least momentarily. If you take a look at reflectivity, the hook, it's actually starting to invert itself. So once the actual hook itself can no longer sustain a tornado, it's going to have to lift for a few minutes at the very least, which will probably get it to the Centerville vicinity. At that point, it will push farther off into the north and east and into the Birmingham area. So, folks in Birmingham, you got to be on high alert.
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, cannot emphasize that enough.
The big thing here, guys, the big thing here that I want to mention real quickly is that these storms go through periods of cycling, okay? So they go and produce a tornado, and then when the tornado is done, the tornado does not have any, enough energy. It becomes rain wrapped, it lifts. The storm, doesn't produce a tornado, and then eventually it goes through and gathers more momentum, gathers more energy around it, and eventually produces another tornado, all right? That entire process right there is called recycling, okay? So what we are mentioning here is that this storm has the potential to recycle and move off further and further north, all right? So the big thing here, as of right now, that we can notice is that this storm already produced a significant tornado, may even still be producing a significant tornado right now. It has very low CC, so I'm believing that it is still on the ground right now at this time, okay? That is the main thing that I want to drive home. If this thing does go through a recycling phase, okay, the tornado could potentially lift, and then down along the line, there would be a new one that develops.
Debris fanned. Look at Heiberger on...
Oh,
it's still down, and debris even fanned.
Yeah, debris did fan. Actually, no, that might not be even debris. It might be hail.
I think that is.
It could be debris, though. What's the shear from 850?
Shear from 850, 2 seconds.
If the shear from 850 is due south, or not south, southwest, you'll get it. People are saying debris signature in Sweetwater.
Due from 190 degrees. So, yeah, barely southwest.
Yeah.
It's at 60 knots, though.
Oh! Tornado warning in southern Mississippi might go. Tornado in southern Mississippi might go. That might be on the ground. This is north of US Highway 90. North of US Highway 90. Near Latimer, Van Cleve. If you're in Van Cleve, Wade, Hurley, Big Point, this thing might go. This thing just popped out of nowhere, and this thing probably could produce a strong tornado. This thing could go too. 52 on top of 73, 109 knot delta velocity.
CC gone. There it is.
Yep, big tornado. Another strong tornado heading towards Van Cleve, Mississippi. Another strong tornado. Latimer. Looking off towards the north to try and see these other cells. Sweetwater.
Oh my
Can't
goodness.
tell.
123 on top of 45. 43.
Oh my, yeah, that's a strong tornado. That's a strong tornado as well. Very strong tornado ongoing. Very strong tornado ongoing here in southern Mississippi now. This is north of
Nate, take storm relative and use it.
Yep. This is north of I-10. North of I-10 right now. This is near the Van Cleve, heading towards the Wade, Hurley, and Big Point area. So this is north of Biloxi, Mississippi, all right? Here is the southern coast of Mississippi right there. There is the significant tornado in progress. Significant tornado off near Van Cleve, north of I-10, and it's heading off towards the State Highway 57 area. Just went confirmed. Radar confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. Guys, we need to continue to try and share this information out, all right? We got to get the information out to more and more people, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by hitting that like button down below, you're actually helping me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, all right? We got to continue to try and spread this information because more of this, all right? This is the peak right here. We're starting to get to the peak of this event, and it's in the middle of the night. The middle of the night. Right before people go to bed, they're not thinking about weather. That's good. They're not thinking about weather right now. They're thinking about going to bed. We need to tell people that this stuff is coming towards them.
Nate, heads.
Sweetwater went confirmed. Sweetwater went confirmed.
Yep. Heads, I probably will have to head off at about 11:15, 11:30.
Yep. It's fine. Yeah, there was a debris signature there. Due west of Sweetwater.
Brief.
No, it's still. It kind of was still going, actually.
What radar are you using, Mobile or
Birmingham?
It's still there. It's so hard to tell. I'm looking at
South of
9,000
Myrtlewood.
feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying, right over there, more than likely. Go back to Mobile. This thing is still going.
Oh,
big
Nate.
debris. Big debris. Big debris.
Nate.
Tornado
Go for it.
Yoline, north of Heiberger.
Alabama.
Um,
Central Bibb County
where?
in central Alabama.
It's in the severe thunderstorm warning north of the Tor reported for Sprott. Look at that thing.
I'll look at that in a second. I'll switch with you. Go look at Van Cleve. Go look at the debris signature now.
Okay, but I think the O-line cell just got warned. Yep, it did. Just northwest of Centerville, West Blockton, Woodstock. You guys need to be in your safe spaces. This is a fairly strong storm that is starting to get ahead of the line, and it's going to do exactly what the Sprott cell just did. All right, ladies and gents. So
Sprott's recycling.
And if you are along I-20 near Lakeville or Caffey Junction, you guys need to be taking your proper precautions. It's absolutely quintessential.
Dude, right now, this is at the peak of the event. All right, this is when things really start to fire off.
This is our gentle reminder of what prefrontal Dixie supercells can do because we haven't had that in a while.
Northwest Chilton County in central
confirmed
Alabama.
tornado warning extension further for the Jefferson Maplesville area. That's a large tornado that just went over there. Chilton, Bibb County, confirmed tornado for you all. Get into your safe space right now. This thing is recycling. It is recycling, and it's probably going to produce another tornado towards Ashby, Randolph, Lawley, eventually towards the Calera and Montevallo area. So if you live over there, you need to get in your safe space. And there's a reason why this is all in the...
It's recycling rapidly, too.
There's a reason why this is in the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. There's a reason why this isn't a 15% chance for tornadoes.
Is it really still?
Yes, it is still in it. And the significant tornado risk
it's about to exit.
The significant tornado risk goes all the way over to Talladega and Auburn, as well as general vicinity of Tuskegee. So this thing, even past it, it's still in a significant tornado risk across the board. But this is the big time storms that are firing off right now, and they are producing significant tornadoes. Van Cleve is... Wow. That's a tornado in progress again. Once more. Tornado in progress here in southern Mississippi. If you know anyone who lives in southern Mississippi, Wade, Hurley, Big Point, Van Cleve, you need to go and take your proper precautions right now. Lowest innermost part of your building. Lowest innermost part of your building. You may not have basements down there. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado, this significant tornado as possible. Big time turbulence drop. Debris also indicated from radar. This is a significant one, so we need to continue to share information. Remember, if you see any new people that come into the chat, tell them to hit that thumbs up button down below so we can continue to spread this with more and more people on YouTube. All right, we need to continue to spread this with more and more people around. This is the peak of the event, and it is continuing to still show that this is going to create a lot of significant tornadoes. So we need to continue to share this with more and more people. All right, that's the big thing here. The more people we can inform out in front of this, the better. Because these tornadoes, these significant tornadoes, are not going away anytime soon. They are not going away anytime soon. So this is heading off towards the Van Cleve areas in southern Mississippi. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them go and take their proper precautions right now. You need to tell them to go and take their proper precautions right now. Get into a sturdy structure.
Oh my god. Lolly went.
Lolly?
Oh my god.
Where? Oh, well, what do you... Oh, it's on the ground again. That's big. That's huge.
Okay, let's just discuss the fact that...
velocities went goodbye.
Yeah, let's just talk about the fact that 3 minutes ago it was barely existing, and...
I can't believe it went through that cycle so quickly.
Yep. It took about 5 minutes.
Wow. Wow. This is approaching Lawley and Randolph in Alabama. This storm has had a history of producing significant tornadoes. You can see near Sprott. It produced a large and extremely dangerous tornado over there. It diminished for a little bit.
Velocities with height. Insane velocities with height.
Storm relative velocities. 92 on top of 41 gate to gate. 92.
133.
Jeez. Wow.
Can't make it up.
That's strong.
And that gives me the opportunity to put even more emphasis on the reason that people in Woodstock and Cathy Junction should really be taking their precautions as well as West Blockton.
CC right now.
I hope that wasn't anything. I really hope that wasn't anything. That's the deepest drop I've seen probably in several months.
Debris ball once again 1.5 miles wide. Debris ball once again.
The reflectivity spiked to 60 dBZs.
Oh my god, big debris signature. Right there, there's the debris ball on reflectivity.
Hey Nate, do you want your gut to hurt? Look at KDP.
Oh my... I
don't even know how that works.
At 0.9 tilt, which is 3,000 feet above ground level, it's a 106 on top of 62. 62, Morgan.
Yeah, well, they stopped registering at the surface, so it could be stronger at the surface.
That's
we have a 130 with the pixels that are registered. We have 131 on top of 12.
Lolly,
and that's nothing to sneeze at.
Lolly, Randolph. If you guys live over there near US Highway 82, okay? If you live over there near the State Highway 219 area, or if you're east of that, all right, near the Active, the Lawley areas, further off, south of Centerville. This is south of Centerville.
Velocities came back. It's 150 on top of 27.
Morgan, that is not only the most deepest debris signature I have seen, that is the most evenly distributed, lowest debris signature I've ever seen.
This thing's probably a mile wide.
This thing is a large tornado. This thing is large. This thing is extremely dangerous. And Birmingham, as noted, is now a PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here. This is for Chilton and Bibb counties, and that'll be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Talladega National Forest. And this was 10 miles southeast of Brent. So,
did your alarm just go off?
Yeah, it is 11. This is a large tornado. This is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has once again been issued for Chilton and Bibb counties here in Alabama. And that'll be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Very significant tornado in progress. And as Morgan mentioned, 71 on top of 107. That is a significant tornado.
Yeah, well, now I see 149 on top of 26 on regular reflectivity. If I switch over, it's 91 on top of 87. Or sorry, 82.
The debris signature got worse. I don't know how it gets worse. It got worse. Debris signature almost 2 miles wide.
So the good news, if there is any, is that this is basically all trees.
It's approaching Highway 82.
It could start impacting residents as it approaches 82, and then as you push off north and east, Ashby really starts a trail of residential areas going up into Birmingham.
Yeah.
And if this thing gets to Birmingham, we're going to have some serious problems.
Very serious problems. Yeah, this is about to approach the area near Hill Creek. All right, if you know anyone who lives near Hill Creek.
Tuscaloosa.
Yep, new tornado warning, Tuscaloosa as well. If you're in Tuscaloosa, you need to get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation in Tuscaloosa as possible. So if you know anyone in Tuscaloosa, tell them to get in their safe space this instant, right now. We need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream and tell people there is a significant tornado ongoing right now and potentially more can come. All right? So please share this information. All right? Copy the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Say that there's a significant tornado ongoing right now, so we can try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Because I guarantee you that people are going to be coming whenever they see a significant tornado. All right, I'm going to edit my video. Edit the video. Oh my goodness. That debris signature is huge once again.
Mm-hmm.
Huge.
It's probably... I think it's 3 miles wide, gate to gate. Let me look. 2.5 miles wide.
I just updated. Large significant tornado ongoing right now.
Nate, for what it's worth, Bray is good.
Tornado
Good.
for
Good.
East Central Washington County in southwestern Alabama, Central Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
Yeah, 146 on top of 21. My goodness, that is huge. Huge debris. This thing is eating up everything. This thing is eating up everything.
Southwestern Alabama, huh? Mobile.
Jackson, Grove Hill.
Is it any...
No.
No, it's not.
It's south of the Sweetwater cell by about 30, 40, 50 miles.
Oh, that's strong too.
Let me check it. Let me go
Not
Mobile.
as bad as the others.
Oh yeah,
but
Jackson.
That's still definitely a thing.
That thing could potentially produce a tornado too. If you know anyone who lives in Jackson, Alabama, southern portions of Alabama, eventually into Grove Hill and Watley, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this thing could potentially produce a tornado as well. We've had a bunch of these rotations that have spun up here today, and they have given us not a whole lot of time to try and warn people ahead of time. We luckily have found this one, And, we're praying that it doesn't produce a tornado, but in the environment that it is in right now, it could potentially do so. So that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Jackson, Watley, and Grove Hill. So if you know anyone who lives over there in Alabama, all right, this is specifically for Washington and Clark County, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even potential tornado as possible. Looking back to the significant tornado, this is down to the south and east of Centerville, about to cross over the U.S. Highway 82 general vicinity near Hill Creek. If you know anyone that lives near Hill Creek, south of the Bibb County Airport, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
The CC somehow got worse.
I'm going to try and see if I can get specifics here. Tabernacle, Mod, Active, Trio. If you live anywhere over there near Vic Road, Martin Road, you need to tell people over there. Antioch. Here, Morgan, get a scanner over there. Get a scanner in that area.
On it.
Trio, Tabernacle, Mod, Antioch, Bibb Mill. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now. All right? If you hear any of the areas that I call, there is a significant tornado in progress that is heading directly for your area right now. So Trio, Mod, Tabernacle, Bibb Mill, Thomas Mill, Oakley, Ashby, Tucker, Lawley. You need to get in your safe space right now. Not in this part?
Nope. Chilton's got nothing. Actually,
Bibb.
Chilton may have something.
What about Bibb?
Not. Bibb only has weather radio feed.
Jeez. Eventually,
They're gonna have to wait until it unfortunately gets to Birmingham.
This is heading off to the Shelby County area eventually, so you
It
might.
may be starting to recycle again. I must say.
Yeah, I would have to agree. This thing has
kind of falling flat, and then it's going to recycle right in the Birmingham metro, so that's also great.
Left flank velocity enhancement is absolutely insane.
Yep.
Yeah, this thing is significant right now. Once again, you can see the big blue ball right here, and the big thing here to take away from this is the correlation coefficient. Anything that is red, that is rain. Anything that is blue or green, that is either one of two things. That's either hail or that's debris. Up here near West Blockton, that over there is a combination of both hail and debris. All right, and you can tell. Actually, no, I think that is debris. I think that's debris fan. That is debris fan.
Yeah, it's all debris.
So that's all debris being picked up by the air. Picked up by the air, by the wind shear in the upper portions of this storm, and is being pushed off to the north. So that's all debris being picked up by the volatile environment right now. And it is moving off through areas that aren't even seeing a whole lot of rain. Okay, so that is debris. This down here, this big blue blob, all right, all of this area is nothing but debris. Nothing but debris that's being kicked up. And we still have a significant tornado still. Earlier, it was very significant. In upwards of 170 miles per hour, we saw on the radar. It consistently stayed at that for quite some time. About 5 minutes ago, it is still on the ground right now, still doing major damage, and it's crossing over U.S. Highway 82 right now, just to the east of Centerville. So if you live near Centerville, all right, I'm going to call out some names again. Once again, Centerville.
Hey, Nate.
Or south and east of Centerville, near Trio, Antioch, Thomas Mill, Oakley, Ashby, 6 Mile, Bibb Mill, as well as areas along State Highway 25 near Breerfield, and eventually off towards the Wilton area. All right, now is your time to go. Now is your time to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Go, Morgan.
The debris fanning can be seen from Jackson radar 20,000 feet up.
Oh my.
Go look for yourself.
How high is the debris being kicked up with this storm right now?
What do you mean?
Debris as high as 20,000 feet right now with this cell.
Yep. Jackson, Mississippi radar can see it.
Oh boy.
It can see the storm structure. It can see the debris that's being shot.
there's Jackson on the left-hand part of your screen. The tornado's all the way over here. If that radar can see across that stretch, okay, that stretch.
In fact, you can even look at tilt up on Jackson and still see it 23,500 feet.
My goodness. So 20,000 feet, based off of historical data, tornadic data that people have, done research on. Whenever tornadoes loft their debris above 15,000 feet, it is a very significant tornado. Very significant tornado. And we still are seeing that at this time, right now. So very strong tornado, still ongoing. Velocity still show us that it is rotating more and more. Your greens are moving towards the radar. Your reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation, or tornado, I should say, is located. It just passed over U.S. Highway 82. It is approaching the State Highway 25 area right now near Montevallo. I think what this is doing, Morgan, is this is doing what most significant tornadoes do and wobble a bit. So now, whenever it recycles, it kind of curls off to the left. It's going to kind of go through a stage of recycling and then wobble off to the right, curl off to the left once again. And I think that'll just continue to be the same thing over and over again as this continues to move up. So this is still a significant situation, very concerning, moving off towards the southern portions of Birmingham and towards Alabaster, as well as into the Montevallo and Ashby areas.
You can also see the debris on Mobile radar at 24.
Oh, this is still going. This is still going. Big time.
Absolutely.
Big time. Still going right now.
Absolutely. When I can, just really quickly, the Jackson tornado warning has gone broad. So areas like Grove Hill, Whately, you guys still remain in a tornado warning and should remain in your safe spaces. But for the moment, it just is a lot of gusty winds.
Yeah.
So that's something to note.
Yeah, as I said, still very significant tornado, confirmed tornado. Just to remind everyone where we are at, okay? This is in Alabama, all right? This is south of Birmingham, south and east of Tuscaloosa, and due east of Centerville, okay? This is the exact wording from the National Weather Service, all right? Tornado warning remains in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for north central Chilton and southeastern Bibb counties. At 10:05, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over the Talladega National Forest, or 7 miles southeast of Centerville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Go, Morgan.
I'm going 10-8 for a minute.
Go for it. Continue with the quote here. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That's the reason why we are live streaming right now. We are trying to get this information out to more and more people. We can't do it without you guys. Please be sure to share this live stream with more people on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you say that there is a significant tornado ongoing right now, more people will be likely to click on the video so that we can continue to try and get information out. And if these people may not even live in these areas, but know people who live within these areas, they can get information out to those people who I sure as goodness gracious know that they're not thinking about severe weather, all right? It's 10:13 Central Daylight Time right now over there, and I am sure they are thinking about, going to sleep right now. They're thinking about going to bed. We need to tell them right now that there is a significant tornado in progress and it's heading off into this general vicinity south of Birmingham, and that they need to be prepared. So please copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to try and share this with as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. Hit that thumbs up button down below, because we need to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Once again, very significant rotation here that you can see. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. The counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is located right there. You can see the debris signature has gotten smaller. All right, so that's the good news. The tornado has shrunk. The tornado has indeed shrunk. There is still rotation with this cell, and you can still see the debris here according to radar. You can see how the rain is all being channeled around and wrapped around right here into this big red ball here. And that is still indicative of a tornado more than likely still ongoing and in progress. And if we take a look at the velocities, we can still see that. We can still see the greens moving towards the radar and the reds moving away. So there is still a tornado in progress here just to the south and west of Ashby. So if you live over here near Ashby, near Montebello, areas near state highways 25 and 139, and then eventually off towards the Breerfield, the West Ashby Road, Thomas Mill, Oakley, Wilton, and Aldrich, as well as Valley Junction, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We have a new tornado that is developing just to the north and west, or the north and east of Tuscaloosa. So we have a new tornado that is developing to the north and west of Tuscaloosa. I wanted to see that real quickly to see what the environmental factors were within this environment. And it is telling me that we still have a very significant situation ongoing right now. And we have a tornado now indicative here by radar.
Central Alabama.
All right, so there's the new tornado warning in central Alabama. This is for the areas behind this. So this is near the Sprott and Subtle areas. This is where the significant tornado went on through earlier. We're going to see what the tornado warning is for this cell. And this also has rotation too. Look at this. Greens and blues moving towards the radar. Reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so we do have significant rotation off in this general area as well. So something to monitor as this continues to move off towards areas that just got hit by the significant tornado. Subtle, Sprott, you are not out of the risk. Get back in your safe spaces, underground, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Back off towards the Tuscaloosa cell, the National Weather Service has now confirmed that there is a tornado over into those areas. Just to quote them, a confirmed tornado was located over Deer Lick Creek campgrounds or near Holt, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So you can see there is the debris signature here, a lot weaker than the cell that's further to the south that had the significant tornado, still has the significant tornado, off in those areas, and still is producing quite a bit of rotation. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So this is the beginning of the peak of the event. Actually, it's been the peak of the event for quite some time. Significant rotation that is still in progress in most of these areas. And we need to really watch out for this very, very closely as these storms continue to move into view and get closer and closer to a much more populous area. The cell near Subtle is now gone. All right, this is now going. This is very strong. You can see very dark blues moving towards the radar and reds moving away. Let's see if we can take a storm relative velocity on this thing. And yeah, there it is. So you can now see the general area of rotation right within here. Very strong blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. This thing could potentially be the next one to produce a significant tornado on a long line of significant tornadoes. Let's go back down to the south towards the general area. Someone asked about the Van Cleve general vicinity. There was a significant tornado that went through that general vicinity. Now Van Cleve is in the clear. So Van Cleve is in the clear from this tornadic storm. You guys are, as James Spann would say, in an all clear right now. The line has passed you. You guys are fine. But areas near Big Point, eventually towards Mobile, Alabama. All right, Mobile, Alabama is a populous area here, okay? If you know anyone that lives in Mobile, Alabama, there is a significant storm with, at minimum, all right, at minimum, according to the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are heading off in those areas. That's over hurricane force. And I know you guys deal with hurricane force winds whenever hurricanes hit your area. The one thing that is really consistent with that is that you knew it was coming. Now, there's a cell that's coming on through, and you may not have known that this thing could have potentially produced hurricane force winds. So, Mobile, Alabama, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this, as well as the threat for tornadoes embedded with this. You need to watch out, all right? We need to share this with people in Mobile, Alabama, if you haven't already. Back off to the north, all right? Back off to the train of cells that could potentially be significant. The one near Ashby has weakened significantly, all right? The debris signature has gotten significantly smaller, and so I think the storm has kind of deteriorated just slightly.
That
could
doesn't mean good things for the recycling possibility right before it goes into the Birmingham metro, though.
Yeah, this thing could potentially recycle as this heads off through because this thing has had a history of doing that. There is once again a new cell that is just to the south that just went right over where the significant tornado went earlier, near Subtle and Sprott. That has some really decent rotation over there. Actually, stronger rotation than some other areas. So need to watch out for that. If that thing ends up producing, we're going to have a new significant tornado that's going to head along State Highway 14, State Highway 219 near Marion, Sprott, and Subtle. Going back to the cell that was confirmed over in just the area of Tuscaloosa to the north and east of Tuscaloosa, the rotation in itself is diminished quite a bit. That is the good news here. But the thing of it is that this thing still is a little bit tornadic. We still have some rotation here with reds moving away from the radar and greens moving towards. So this broad general area of rotation is where we could potentially see something tornadic later on in that stretch. It'll be heading off towards the north and east and eventually off towards the Short Creek general vicinity. So if you live over there near Short Creek, near North Johns, north of North Johns, eventually towards the area north of Brookwood. All right, so this is north of Brookwood, near the Holt Lake general vicinity, as well as towards areas along the Bankhead Lake area. All right, so Bankhead Lake, near the general vicinity of the Herd Shoals general vicinity. All right, Frankfurt Road, and then eventually heading off towards the William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility and the Oak Grove High School. The Oak Grove High School. This is where this is eventually going to head off towards. So if you know anyone that lives near the Oak Grove High School, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already and get to a sturdy structure. Yeah, that cell over there near Ashby is trying to rejuvenate itself. I think this thing could potentially recycle and head up towards the radar.
New MCD. Significant tornado threat will likely continue in central Alabama through midnight central.
Yeah.
They're mentioning that cell in particular.
Yeah. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for that very closely. Once again, we're still going to be live. We're going to be covering this all the way throughout the majority of this event here. And so please be sure to stay tuned if you need to know more information on these storms. Please be sure to stay tuned if you need to know more information on these storms, as we will be covering this for a significant period of time. Once again, we do have numerous tornado warnings right now, a couple of which have actually been confirmed by the National Weather Service that have actually produced tornadoes. And so we need to get information out to as many people as possible, specifically if you know anyone that lives in central Alabama. Central Alabama, there is more than likely going to continue to be a significant tornado threat, according to the Storm Prediction Center, and we need to watch out for this very closely.
Tornado warning for the radar site.
Yeah, it'll update here in a second.
At 10:22, a tornado-producing storm was located over Breerfield Ironworks Park or near Montevallo, moving northeast at 45. So they are still mentioning the possibility for tornadic redevelopment with this, and it certainly looks like it could start to go again soon.
Oh, yeah.
Here in the areas of Wilton and Montevallo. So if you do live along Interstate, this is 65, as well as United States Route 31 between Saginaw and Calera, Montevallo, Wilton. You guys need to be taking your proper precautions and getting into your lowest innermost part of your building. This feels like a deja vu experience for me because 1 year ago, just about on 325, I covered actually a tornado emergency for Pelham and Indian Springs Village. So
yeah,
this is very familiar territory for me.
Jeez.
Which is not something I'd like to say, but, you know, here we are.
Yeah. Let's go back over.
Rotation's getting better with height.
Wow. Yeah, that cell near Montevallo and Wilton, it just got issued a new tornado warning. It is intensifying.
Tornado warning for southeastern Jackson County in southern Mississippi.
Oh, so it's a new tornado warning for the Wade cell. Mobile. Southeastern Mississippi.
Oh, it's going right into Mobile.
Yeah, that's what I said. And not only does that thing have rotation, this thing also has 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board. So this thing has hurricane-force winds that are about to slap the general area of Mobile, Alabama. A relatively populous area.
It's also a lot of rain. Like, a lot of rain.
My goodness. Yeah, this is a concerning situation. Another tornado warning. It's for this
Tornado
what
warning
the?
for Central Mobile
Yeah,
County in southwestern
extension.
Alabama.
So Mobile County now has a tornado warning. And then there's also a cell near Pascagoula for water spouts moving ashore.
My gosh.
This is still going. There's nothing stopping this.
I hope you know Sprott tried to pull the same crap only moments ago.
I know. That's what I was really concerned about because what? I saw at 3:15Z. That's when it was like really.
I think Montevallo's down again.
Yeah. Wilton.
Yep. Down, going right into Wilton.
Yeah. If you're in Wilton, you need to take your proper precautions right now. Wilton, Montevallo. All right, there's a lot of people that live over here. As we get closer towards I-65. You need to tell people to take their proper precautions right now because this is going right through a populous area. Right through it. Big populous area here.
CDR column again.
Wow. Yeah, Montevallo. University of Montevallo is over here too. As well as the Montevallo Middle School. If you're over there near the University of Montevallo, the Montevallo High School, anywhere in Montevallo in general, all right? As well as Wilton areas over near the Calera Middle School, eventually off towards the Shelby County Airport. If you're near the Shelby County Airport, the Meadowview Elementary School areas across the board over here towards Calera, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the significant tornado as possible, because we do have it once again. We have a tornado in progress here that is right over Wilton. Right over Wilton. And yeah, this thing is pretty strong here. Once again, this thing has recycled. And this is heading off towards a very populous area. Very populous area. All right? We need to continue to try and share this information, all right? The more people we can get this out to, the better, because there's a lot of people that live within these areas. I'm going to turn off the radar here for a second to show you. Montevallo is no scrub town. It's even almost a city. It has a university in it, an actual college in it, has a lot of residential areas around it too. And then as you get closer and closer towards 55, you can see there's a lot more people that live over there too, especially near Saginaw.
It's about to go right through the northern extent.
Oh yeah, bingo. It's actually going to go right through the college. It's going to go right through the university. Right through the university. If you know anyone that lives near the University of Montevallo in Alabama, University of Montevallo, areas near the Stevens Park general vicinity, or areas right along Shoal Creek Park, the Alabama National Cemetery, as well as areas along State Highway 119. You need to take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or actually tornado as possible, because this is back on the ground once again. Very significant tornado ongoing. So State Highway 119 all the way up towards the Meadowview Elementary School. If you live in between Montevallo or around that near Underwood, areas near the Meadowview Elementary School, Shelby County Airport, as well as areas around the Calera Middle School, and then areas along I-65, of course, near from Alabaster, Saginaw, all the way down towards Calera. You need to get in a safe space right now. All right, now is the time for you to go in towards your safe space. Go back down to the cell over here towards Mobile, and this thing is once again producing a tornado. You can see it is on the ground and in progress to the north and east of Hurley. If you live over here out in front of this in Alabama, south of Semis, heading off towards the Mobile Airport over here. I believe this might be I think this might be the international airport. No, this is the regional airport. Mobile does not have an international airport, I don't believe.
No.
This is the regional airport. If you live near the regional airport areas around, this appears to be the University of South Alabama semis, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, because this thing is producing some very significant rotation as well. Look at this.
Nate.
Reds and oranges away, greens moving towards, and then right in the middle is where your debris signature would be. Go, Morgan.
Montevallo, I think, just dodged the biggest bullet in their entire lives. I think the tornado lifted right before it got to them.
Yeah, potentially.
That's huge if that's the case. Absolutely, absolutely amazing.
I'm trying to see.
Now, folks, don't get us wrong. This is still a tornadic supercell heading up towards Saginaw.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact that it avoided a college town is excellent news.
Oh, yeah. Because it did have a debris signature, too.
Yes. But that debris signature, it's turned into clutter, basically, and there's no height with it associated at all. Not even to 500 feet.
One interesting thing I want to mention here. I mentioned earlier when it was off near the general vicinity of a Sprott, it had 1,000 joules per kilogram of Cape. Now it's got
like 600 now.
600. SRH values are higher, but it's just not as big.
The storm's not as organized.
Yeah.
Too. It relies on that Cape to organize itself, and it doesn't have it now because it's just dragging so far north.
I will say, look at 1.3 tilt for me real quickly. Go to velocity, go to reflectivity, go to ZDR.
Yeah, I absolutely get your point there.
That just absolutely looks phenomenal. I'm not sure.
It may just It may just not be translating at the surface.
If you're on 31, I want you to go back to 24. So 331, I want you to go back to 324 at 1.3. Because it just looks it looked absolutely phenomenal on its approach to Montevallo.
And now it doesn't.
Yeah, now it's starting to kind of lose its traction a little bit. And that's the good news.
That's excellent news.
TDS noted on radar there. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, eastern George County in southeastern Mississippi.
That is really weird. It looks like they just issued a tornado warning for areas near Wilmer in Alabama. All right, so this tornado storm, or this tornadic storm here that produced the brief tornado, the storm that produced the tornado is now starting to cross the border from Mississippi into Alabama. All right, that's what it's doing right now. And they just issued a tornado warning for areas north of
Mobile.
Yeah. Well, it's radar confirmed. Because you can see the CC earlier. Now, the weird thing about
is it turning north?
No. It already went north. So the thing of it is, Morgan, you remember how I was talking about how with the water spouts, they were just forming along a boundary and then moving north? Same principle.
The hell? So are they just dragging along the direction of the shear? Because it's moving in the direction of it's moving in all the wind directions.
You know what you can do? Give me a VWP of Mobile, and I can tell you.
You gotta give me 5 seconds for that.
I have an idea as to what it would be. If it's what I think it is, then it explains so
what is
much.
This? This is fairly awful, but I allow you to have your field day with that.
I knew it.
What is it? It was so much better moments ago.
Your shear at 1 through 6 is within 20 knots of the right motion. And so because of that, this thing doesn't have any direction. Whenever something forms, whether it's a mesocyclone or whatnot, because it's so close to the right motion in general, it just goes in any direction. There was like a case study or something like that. I'd have to look at Cameron Nixon's thing a little bit more if that's exactly what it was.
So it really is moving with the wind then.
Yeah. You're getting stuff off the boundary and it's just being carried.
That's ridiculous. It's bonkers.
Report on the Mississippi coast. Yeah, areas along the Gulf Park Estates, Ocean Springs, areas near Biloxi, you guys are now in the clear. But the Pascagoula areas, you guys are not. You have a tornado warning for a water spout that is more than likely going to try and move ashore here. I think it actually already did, and it did. I'm not sure if that is that a power area that it went over? No, it's the Chevron refinery, oil refinery. So that's really interesting. Just passed right next to the oil refinery right over there. So that's an interesting thing to note. But it does have some interesting rotation. You can clearly see the hook right within there, wrapping around. And this is as classic as you can get right there with this storm. So watch out for that I-10 heading up towards Mobile. Let's head back up to Birmingham. The cell near Montevello. So hard to see. Looks like the RFD is surging and it's starting to gust out. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it looks like to me right now. Yeah, so these cells,
tornado warning.
These cells are heading off into the Birmingham area. I would highly recommend you stay in a sturdy structure if you haven't found it already. Because these storms...
reissuance for Mobile.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's the water spout from Pascagoula heading into Mobile.
West Central Mobile County in southwestern Alabama.
What are you? Why? Nate, there's an elf going right into Birmingham.
Oh, jeez.
Bessemer.
I'll look at that in a second. I was looking at something really interesting here, but I couldn't find it.
I may also get out of here in a couple minutes, just before, just in case anything gets out of hand again.
Pascagoula's going. Pascagoula's going. Pascagoula here. The current trajectory of this, I think, takes it on the southern side of Mobile. I'm not too sure. No, it takes it into Mobile. Crossing I-10. Yeah, Pascagoula could potentially have a tornado here right along the border of Mississippi, Alabama. Where is this? It's currently over marshland, but it's heading towards Grand Bay. If you live near Grand Bay and areas along I-10, you need to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Pinecrest, Grand Bay, Cloverdale, if you live over there, as well as towards the general vicinity of Meadow Lake and Union Church. If you live near Union Church, Meadow Lake, Pinecrest, Fernland, Cloverdale, as well as Grand Bay, you need to get in your safe space right now here in Alabama, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because there is a tornado warning with the potential of something to be ongoing here within this general area. And I don't know if that's a debris signature. I don't know. That could be a potential debris signature right in there. You can clearly see how this thing is wrapping its rain around into a bit of a ball, similar to what the tornado warnings earlier did, and how the significant tornadoes wrapped everything around into a ball. And so this is definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Let's go back to the cell up in Birmingham real quickly.
I think there's debris on Grand Bay.
In Grand Bay? That's what I was kind of thinking as well.
I think so.
The cell that's
light,
near
but-
the cell that's near Saginaw, it's really close to the radar, so I can't officially say anything as to what's going on. Treat it as if it's a tornado on the ground. Get into a certain structure. Underground and
Nate,
lowest innermost part of your building.
Elf.
On it.
Birmingham.
Oh yeah, and there's a couple of them. Luckily ZDR doesn't seem to be too strong, so I don't foresee it to like.
Yeah,
really...
well, it's a weak storm, so it's really not going to pick it up.
SRH values of 429.
Is debris? I think debris is fanning into Birmingham, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too. I think debris is
a
fanning.
Scary thought.
Debris is fanning into Birmingham from the significant tornado that was off near Montevallo, Ashby, as well as Lawley. Wow.
What?
That's crazy.
Oh, tornado warning for Marion and Selma.
Tornado warning for
Marion and
Central
Selma.
Dallas County in south central Alabama.
God, that's another one of those.
That's
things.
another one. Safford. Very significant rotation over there. Which radar is closer?
Just came together too.
Birmingham is. Birmingham's closer. Look at this rotation, guys. Very big and strong greens. Big reds and pinks almost. Right in the middle. Very strong tornadic rotation over here too. The storm's trying to do it once again. All right, we have over 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE with almost 400 storm relative velocity from 0 to 1 kilometers. And yeah, this thing is starting to congeal as well. This thing might go. This thing might become a tornado here as well. So yeah, Safford, Orville, Hazen, areas further along near Marion Junction. If you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Brookwood, Martin, Eleanor, Bogue Cheeto, Salem, Hazen, Marion Junction, Harrell, Massillon, Marshall. If you are in any of those areas that I just called out in Alabama, you need to take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even potential tornado as possible. So this is a new tornado warning for Dallas County in south central Alabama. That'll be in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Let's go back to the cell over in Mobile.
I'm going to scat. Godspeed on getting through the night. Do me a favor. Whenever you get the chance tomorrow, doesn't matter what time of the day, let me know your chase plans if you are going to go out tomorrow. Can you figure it out?
Yep.
All right, I'll talk to you. Good luck.
Yep. See you.
Good
night. So yeah, we do have quite a lot of cells here. The big imminent threat here, for the most part, is these cells that are approaching Mobile. There's also a cell over here near Semis. Semis also has some rotation right over here now. It is starting to rotate quite a bit. Lot of spin in the atmosphere over here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so there is something over here heading towards Semis. And then eventually off, if I look off towards the north and east, this is eventually going to head off towards the general vicinity of Mavilla, Cushla, Spanish Trace, I can't speak, Spanish Trace, there we go, Industrial Parkway, as well as, there's two of them. These things could potentially, there's probably 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. There probably could be 2 tornadoes on the ground. So Mafette Road, if you're along Mafette Road right now, along US Highway 98, get into a sturdy structure right now. There's probably 2 tornadoes ongoing right now We have one right here, and we have one right here. All right, so down here's where the radar is at the bottom part of your screen. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, red's moving away, green's moving towards. We have two areas to where there could potentially be a tornado ongoing right now that is heading off towards the Memphis Road general vicinity. If you live near Memphis Road, if you live near Cushla, Pretty Branch Estates, Semis, Fairview, as well as areas along the Parkview Estates, Pine Grove, Saraland, Spanish Trace, Mauville, Oak Grove, Smithtown, Satsuma, Creola, and then areas along I-65, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. Oh my goodness, big debris signature. Big debris signature. That is a huge debris signature right there. Huge debris signature south of Semis. Right there, big. You can even see the hook right within here, all the rain being channeled into that. That right there, my friends, is another debris signature, another significant tornado that is moving on through. Yeah, that is a significant tornado that just popped off, and there might be another one over here on that other cell right here. We might actually have two ongoing right now. We might have two tornadoes sitting right next to each other. And I would not be surprised, to say the least, if that actually occurred. All right, so we do have two tornadoes in progress right now. They're along the Memphis Road general vicinity. So if you're in Ponderosa, Scenic Hills, Howes Ferry Road, as well as areas along Morris Drive, and areas along the Memphis Road general vicinity, you need to get in your safe space right now, immediately. Immediately, we have a significant tornado ongoing right now. We can see that based off of this big blue ball right here, and then another big blue ball right there. So we have two tornadoes in progress right here, right next to each other, just to the west of Mobile, all right? So this is west of Mobile, Alabama, the state capital of Alabama. And this is expected to continue, or actually, I believe Mobile is the state capital. I could be wrong on that. I haven't done my state capitals in a while.
You're breaking up. What's that? Oh, there ain't houses damaged now.
Tornado
It is what, Montgomery?
Alabama.
It is Montgomery, so not the state capital anymore. Thought it was Mobile. Of course, I know all the other state capitals, but not Alabama. Monka S. There it is. So the capital's in Montgomery. I can name every other state capital and not Alabama. I've always had issue with Alabama's. That sounds about right. But we still have two significant tornadoes off over there. My goodness. Where is Mobile over there? Oh, jeez, look at that. Holy crap, I need a fan. Yeah, of course Montgomery is the capital. I knew it was an M, though. Knew it was an M. And the debris has fanned. Debris has fanned. But there is quite the debris signatures over here near Semis. More than likely still something ongoing over there. Holy. Check. Someone said check Birmingham. I don't see a whole lot over near Birmingham. Tornado warning up there has been canceled over near Alabaster, so that's good. There is some general areas of strong damaging winds over near Birmingham. I don't foresee them really producing tornadoes, but they could potentially. Debris is still being scattered. Look at all this. This was the debris from the storms down south. The debris from the significant tornadoes that went down south, that is all being fanned off towards the northeast. Oh my goodness. Reports of damage on the Montevello campus. Yeah, I'm not too surprised about that. Not too surprised about that.
Right out in front of my house. And it's right straight down past it.
But my goodness, yeah, 2 significant tornadoes that just formed right next to each other. Still going. One right there, one right there. And they are crossing the general vicinity of the Memphis Road area along US Highway 98. US Highway 98 here to the west of Mobile. That is where these storms have moved on through. And the debris looks like it has fanned a little bit more, so it doesn't look like it's on the ground at this moment. Maybe some brief spin-ups. The significant spin-ups regardless. Let's go back up further north. Yeah, Orville still looks like there could potentially be something over there. Is Prattville and Montgomery going to be okay? They're going to eventually be hit by these storms. So, I would say, as of right now, yes. Later on, no. They probably will be hit by those showers and thunderstorms. My goodness. Excuse me. Trying to see if there's any other areas of rotation here within this general vicinity. I don't see too much. We're this close to the radar. You'd think we'd be able to see a whole lot. But the actual pixels are kind of, you know, deteriorated in a way. So there isn't really like a super good way of trying to determine as to what is tornadic, what's not. We have a cell over here near Grand Bay. This thing has started to kind of spin a little bit more and rotate. And yeah, there is definitely something over there. I want to look at something here real quickly. Give me a second. Still don't see anything on the ground right now. But man, that hook is prevalent. Look at that. Wraps the rain around, a lot of moisture being congealed. You can literally see the moisture being picked up by radar too, as being channeled into that inflow notch. That is a heck of a cell right there. 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground in semis per local news. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's what we saw. That is indeed what we saw. But yeah, this cell over here near Theodore. There's a lot of lines going through. There's a lot of lines. Severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and stuff like that. Alright, the big thing here to say is that this thing is spinning. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. That is where we are looking at right now. So this is still south of I-10. Still south of I-10. And its general trajectory here appears to take this south of Mobile, heading off towards the Spanish Fort general vicinity. Now this takes it over the bay. And it looks like then it goes towards the Spanish Fort area. Now what happens usually when tornadic rotations go over water, the rotations typically intensify. So we could potentially be talking about a tornado on the opposite side over here near Spanish Fort in a half an hour. So I would watch out for that very closely, very closely. People are telling me Orville. Let me take a look at that again. Just joined. Dad lives in Birmingham. He was slammed by rain, walls, and wind. Lives near the university campus and narrowly missed the tornado. Sheesh. Orville is no longer in a tornado warning. So that's the... Oh, wait, no, they probably are still in the tornado warning. Yeah, they are, but the winds have decreased significantly. Cell over here near Centerville, due east of Centerville. That's something to watch out for very closely. That's another cell that could potentially become tornadic. So that's something to watch out for. You can see the big hook right within this area. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets issued a tornado warning. So we'll watch out for that very closely. Soul Inferno with the 4 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, is northern Georgia going to get hit early tomorrow morning? Yeah, I would actually say, you know, the definition of early tomorrow morning would have to be like 2 in the morning. So, yeah, I do think you guys can get hit. And then some more scattered showers and thunderstorms even after that that could impact your area. So, I'd watch out for that very closely. Let's move a radar over here to Huntsville. There is a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Huntsville and Madison. So let's watch out for that. But yeah, Inferno, thank you so much for the 4 months. And then Mark Mulo with 11 months says, keep up the wonderful work that I do. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. You guys are the best. That's the best way to support my channels, with the memberships. And so thank you guys so much. If you haven't already became a member, please be sure to do so. It's hitting that join button down below right next to the subscribe button that you hopefully have already hit already, because we do all sorts of analysis like this. And if you guys want to see more analysis like this in the future, this is the channel to go to. So please be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell as well to stay up to date with all the latest information that I do provide. But yeah, Mobile's about to get slammed completely. They are about to get absolutely slammed. And there is still a tornado warning over here near Tillman's Corner in Theodore. Rotation east of Brent, Alabama. Where is Brent? Is that a new mesoscale discussion that just got issued? When? About an hour ago. Significant wind damage and a tornado risk with a couple of embedded supercells can move across southwestern Alabama through 12 a.m. And yep, that seems to be the case here. That does seem to be the case. Soul Inferno with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, I'm asking because my sister and her family live there, and the way these storms are going is making extremely nervous and uncomfortable that she's going to get hit. She lives in Rock Springs. Yeah, I would just watch out. Rock Springs, Georgia, which is, as you said, in the northern portion of Georgia. They are going to get a severe thunderstorm here. It's going to move on through your area. I'll pull that up for you. And you can see here's the big line. It'll get to their area here in about... I'd say about 2 to 2.5 hours from now. 2 to 2.5 hours. So 1 to 2 in the morning. 1 to 2 in the morning. Something like that. Thank you so much for the 10. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, Brent, Alabama, south of Tuscaloosa over here. Let's see. So this cell over here. Basically, Centerville. Centerville is Brent. Yeah, this thing does have rotation. Not really super significant at this time, though. It doesn't look like it is really in a good position to produce anything. So that's the good news. Longest live stream here on YouTube may return tonight. Longest live stream is 36 hours. However, YouTube did not save it, so was unable to share people after the fact. But I will be continuing to go until about 1:30 Eastern. So 1:30 Eastern is when I'm going until. And then if it still looks to be a continuous, I'll stop the live stream at 1:55. Not 1:55. At 1:25-ish, something like that. Start up a new live stream and we'll continue to go until Kingdom Come. But we will have to pause the stream and then put a new one. There it is. Confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado here south of Mobile for the cell near Theodore. So this thing is on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground over there. And then that might be a tornado on the ground over there near Saraland. So we might have another 2 tornadoes. This time relatively far apart. Very far apart, actually. We have one right there. And then one right there. One of which we know is on the ground right now. Alright, so the one near Theodore and Tillman's Corner, approaching the State Highway 163 area. That is on the ground right now. So if you are anywhere near the Mobile Bay general vicinity. Okay, so Mobile Bay, anywhere near the Mobile Aeroplex, near the University of South Alabama. That general vicinity over there. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right? Because there is a tornado in progress right now. It's heading off towards the Lords, the Driftwood, the Bayview, and the McVoy general vicinity over there. So if you know anyone that lives over there, need to tell them to take their proper precautions. And then it's heading towards the airport. So this is south of I-10. South of I-10. And there is a tornado in progress heading towards, once again, Driftwood, Lords, McVoy, Riverside, and Bayview near the Tremere Park area. All right, so please seek a sturdy structure if you haven't already. There's also a cell over here towards Saraland. That also is producing a tornado at this time. You can see the velocities are, well, actually, go to the correlation coefficient here first. Circle that. Go to the velocities. We do have some velocities that indicate that there could be something like a tornado in progress over there. So this is indicative that there is something here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is paralleling the interstate. I-65, that is where this is currently at. All right? I-65, this is where the storm is currently at. It is paralleling that off to the north. So you need to tell people to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So we have 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. One still going here. That's approaching the airport. The Mobile downtown airport. Another one that's off towards the north, near the Saraland areas. It looks like the debris is fanned, so this one might have actually diminished a little bit. So the debris is kind of fanned out a little bit. It's not confined anymore. We do have a new tornado warning, however.
Tornado warning for northeastern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama.
Oh, what is this? So yeah, Baldwin and Mobile County, you now have a new confirmed tornado warning here. This is north of Mobile now. And it's basically paralleling I-65. Paralleling I-65 all the way up. There is a confirmed tornado warning for your area. So if you are over here, near Mobile and Baldwin counties, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Soul Inferno with the 5 says, thanks for all you do. My sister is now watching the weather and is getting prepared just in case if there is a tornado warning. Well, that's good. That is really good. That is very good to hear. So thank you so much for helping spread information. Thank you. And thank you for the 5. I really do appreciate that as well. The support to the channel. Jeez. It looks like the cell that's over near Theodore is now starting to kind of lift a little bit. Looks like the actual rotation is not as well defined as it once was. Kind of deteriorated a little and is now turning into more of a line, more of a linear segment. So that is something to note here as this goes across the bay. But that could change. We all know how, tornadic rotations interact with water. Things could amplify that way. So we're just going to have to continue to watch. We're just going to have to continue to watch this very closely and see if things amplify. Yeah, it looks like the debris signature is fanned on the Satsuma cell. Cell down south. Still debris signature over areas near the general vicinity of Driftwood, Lords, Bayview, McVoy, and areas near the Mobile downtown airport. So still potentially a tornado there ongoing south of the city of Mobile. Yep, there is a tornado on the ground. I watched local news, Beze. Local news, Weather Channel, especially back in 2011 to 2013, 2014. How do tornadoes interact with water? Do they get weaker? No, they get stronger because the moisture is more plentiful out there. You already have water there. You already have water. Water is a lot of moisture. And so moisture is what thunderstorms need. They continue to gain more and more strength. And then, of course, they intensify more and more. So, like, for instance, look at that. New potential waterspout that is developing over here in the northern side of the Mobile Bay. Spanish Fort, you need to watch very closely. That actually might be a continuation of the old tornado. All right, this thing might be trying to continue to produce a waterspout as this moves on through into Spanish Fort. So I don't think that storm is done yet. I don't think it's done. I don't think it's done. I think we could potentially see something over here near Spanish Fort and I-10. Potentially even a waterspout moving ashore here. So need to watch out for this very, very closely. People are being rescued and a mobile home was overturned and trapped. Someone plus damage in Perry and Bibb counties. My goodness. That tornado was significant. That tornado was very significant. There's also a waterspout over here near Heron Bay. All right, so areas over here near Point Clear. Point Clear near the, oh boy. The country club over there near Point Clear. As well as Magnolia Springs general vicinity near Summerdale, Robertsdale, and areas along US Highway 98. There could be a water spout that could surge ashore over there too. As a matter of fact, I see a lot of areas that could be trying to develop water spouts along this line now. I see a lot of areas. Technically KLWX, but the one that I'm looking at right now is KMOB. But I live under KLWX. Yeah, there are a lot of areas here along the line that's now starting to spin up. And that's all because this is over water now. All because this is over water. Yeah, mobile homes don't stand a chance against tornadoes. They don't. Jeez. There is not a CC on the water. All right, you cannot find a correlation. Wait, what? What? Is that a continuation from the tornado? So I guess it's still lofting debris in the sky. I think it's got like I think it's still got debris in the sky that's being carried. So I think this is on the I think this is still a water spout. I think this is on the ground. It's a water spout right now. It's technically on the water. Local media says there's a confirmed tornado crossing the Mobile River. Yeah, I would agree. This is yeah. It's picked up the debris from the land and it's carried it on the water. So this thing is still going. And areas along Spanish Fort, I-10 over here, specifically along the I-10 bridge. You need to watch out very closely. Areas near the original Oyster House. The original Oyster House and the Blue Grill restaurant. As well as areas near just basically the seafood plaza on the US Highway 90. US Highway 90 on Battleship Parkway. So all of the areas along the Old Spanish Trail, along Battleship Parkway, on US Highway 98, that is where this thing is eventually going to cross over. It's eventually going to cross over even towards the general vicinity of the Five Rivers Delta Center.
Tornado warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama.
That's a new tornado warning. Yep. So they decided to put a tornado warning over the water. And for good reason. For good reason. As there is a water spout in progress that is heading on towards the general vicinity of Point Clear, Fairhope, and Summerdale. So if you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Because this cell does look like it is producing a water spout at this time. So yeah, there it is. Lot of turbulence over here. Lot of turbulence with this cell. Rotation very much so evident. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So yeah, this is as textbook as you can get it. Nice little hook right within the line too. This is as tornadic as you can get it. But wow. Still really concerning situation for areas to the east of Mobile. If you live near Fairhope, Daphne, or not Daphne, Daphne, said it right the last stream. Daphne, Spanish Fort, Point Clear, areas near Magnolia Springs, Summerdale. You need to really watch out for this very closely. All right. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you have a mobile home, try and get into a sturdy structure. If you have a basement, use it. But otherwise, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So yeah, we do have a pretty strong water spout that's going to move ashore. This thing is going to turn into a tornado here. This thing is going to turn into a tornado here, and it's heading towards the country club near Point Clear. So if you're near Point Clear, if you're near Fairhope, near the Lakewood Country Club, the Grand Hotel, Golf Resort and Spa, that general area, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. All right, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm looking across some of these areas here. I see a lot of houses. So far, see a lot of sturdy structures that this thing could potentially go over. Yeah, houses. Here, let me show you. So this is the country club I was talking about. And then areas around it, you can see there's a lot of townhouses. A lot of houses in general. There's a country club over here. And resort over there as well. And then areas near the Fairhope High School, middle school. A lot of areas over there. I don't see a whole lot of mobile homes. Which is the good news. If that is the case. There's the Fairhope Airport.
Tornado warning for Lowndes County in south-central Alabama, southeastern Dallas County in south-central Alabama.
So that cell over there that's approaching Montgomery. Interesting. KHPX. Let's move that thing over. We'll come back to that tornado warning in a second. But yeah, this is gonna go straight for Point Clear. Straight for Point Clear. And then there is a water spout north of Spanish Fort. So watch out for that very closely. I don't see really a whole lot of other stuff besides maybe the cell near Stockton. The cell near Stockton is really interesting. As to whether or not that thing could try and congeal and become tornadic. We'll have to see. But Stockton, and then out in front of that, to the north and east along 65, need to get near, safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you don't have a basement, which more than likely is the case because flooding. Yeah, that's a significant water spout. That is a significant water spout. Point Clear, get to shelter now. Point Clear, get to shelter now. Point Clear. Fairhope. There's the Fairhope High School over there. If you live near the Fairhope High School or south of the Fairhope High School, near the airport, all right, you need to get to shelter now. Because this is a very significant water spout that is moving ashore. Very significant water spout that's moving ashore. Look at that. Very bright greens moving towards the radar. Very bright reds moving away. Right there. This thing's going to do damage as soon as it moves ashore. Big turbulence. You see that yellow there? High amounts of turbulence.
Warning for northwestern Butler County in south-central Alabama, northeastern Monroe County in south-central Alabama,
Extension.
southeastern Wilcox County in south-central Alabama.
Yeah, we'll talk about that there in a second. But yeah, 35 knots of spectrum width. That is very high. Very high spectrum width. For people who don't know what spectrum width is, it's basically turbulence. And tornadoes create turbulence. So when you have that high amount of turbulence, it is more than likely producing some sort of water spout and or tornado. And in this instance, it's a water spout. Went down to 25 knots of turbulence, so not as high as it once was. Still think there could potentially be a water spout there. We'll see. Let's go back and see what the tornado warning was about. Long a line. Yeah, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Yeah, over here near McWilliams, they just issued this tornado warning here. Pineapple, Oak Hill, Forest Home, as well as areas along Butler County, Monroe County, and Wilcox County here in Alabama. You guys have a tornado warning. And then eventually this will head off in towards Louds and Dallas County here in Alabama as well. So if you live over there, you also need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The tornado up south of Centerville and Brent had only like 100 to 2,000 joules per kilogram to cape with. No, it had 1,000 joules per kilogram to work with, according to RAP and satellite analysis at least. But it had 1,000 joules per kilogram of cape. Actually, it had 1,100 joules per kilogram to be exact. Now, that does not mean that shear didn't drive it, but, you know, the reason why it died when it went in towards Alabaster and Saginaw and even up towards Birmingham was because you had 600 joules per kilogram, even 400 joules per kilogram up there. Very low amounts of cape. But it had 1,100 joules per kilogram when it was over in Centerville and south of that near Selma. So it had a lot of energy. Lot of it. Let's go back over here. Once again, we said point clear. All right, it's a water spout that's moving directly over the areas that we've mentioned. All right, that resort. It's directly moving right over the Grand Hotel Golf and Spa Resort areas near the Fairhope High School, north of the Fairhope Airport, heading towards Fairhope itself. The city of Fairhope, that's where it's heading off towards. All right, the Thomas Hospital. It's going to head off towards the Thomas Hospital. In that general vicinity around it. So if you live near the high school or near the Thomas Hospital, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, all right? I know you guys might not have basements over there. So lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this more than likely water spout that's going to become a tornado as possible. So it's now starting to move onshore. Now starting to move onshore. Will Northeast Illinois be affected by the cell? No. Just a reminder for everyone. Just a reminder. If you are not in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you are okay. You are fine. Even if you are in the light green, it doesn't matter. Light green is general thunderstorms. Okay? You are okay. WKRG? Really? Grand Hotel. Oh! Yo! There it is! There's the water spout right there. It just went right through the Grand Hotel. Right near the Grand Hotel. There it is. Still going. Yeah, the water spout's getting closer. It's moving ashore. Holy crap. There it is, still going. Velocities decreased as it moved towards Point Clear, but we saw that right there. That was the water spout that was moving ashore. My goodness. Good call for whoever said that area of the cameras. I wish I could make it bigger, but I can't. Let's see. Visibility is dropping. Can't see anything anymore. But we did see a water spout just a moment ago. We did see a water spout just a moment ago here in the Grand Hotel. And it looks like it has moved ashore. Looks like something tornadic could have potentially turned into a tornado and potentially even do damage over there. See the next scan. Don't see anything, so that's the good news. Luckily, there's only 3 tornado warnings at this time. That's really good news here, too. Let's go back over to, where is Maxwell Air Force Base? Tornado threat is over from Mobile. I agree. I think Mobile is starting to get in the clear. Georgia is going to get some of these storms eventually, but it's kind of out away. It's not a loop cam because earlier we saw how... Alright, so originally the camera was faced this way right here. So now lately it's went off to the right. That's what we saw earlier. Well, not from this, but this is what we saw when we got done with the camera, is that originally it was facing this way, right here. And it wasn't moving off towards the right. Ah, my mouse. Thanks, mouse, for wanting to deteriorate. There is a lot of these storms here. They're producing strong damaging winds as well, too. That's the other hidden risk here, guys. Alright, these storms are now producing hurricane force winds, possibly across the entire line. Do see a little bit of rotation still near Fairhope, but it is a lot weaker. Lot weaker. Don't see debris signature either. So that's the good news. What about the storms offshore of Pascagoula? That will eventually move onshore and head off towards the Pensacola area and Gulf Shores. New TOA watch probs. Includes a couple intense tornadoes. 50-30. At least it's a lot smaller. It's a lot smaller. But yeah, 50-30 watch probs there. Small chance for strong tornadoes, but a half and half chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within the area. That's not too surprising. Not too surprising at all. Alright, so we've been live streaming for 11 hours. I need to set an alarm here for 1:10-ish. Alright, if we set an alarm for 1:10-ish, I need to turn off the stream and then turn it back on. Okay? So we create a separate live stream. And that'll basically then we'll basically start up anew and continue to live stream for as long as we want to. So 1:10, that's 40 minutes from now. I'll get an alarm, and then right around then is when we'll close the stream, start a new one, because we would have live streamed for about 12 hours. But yeah, we have live streamed for quite an absorbent amount of time. I actually want to see. We have 1,700 likes. My goodness. Thank you to everyone who's tuned into the channel. Yeah, 11 hours and 2 minutes. That's how long we've been live streaming for. That's crazy. Let's look off towards Huntsville. It looks like the line of storms that are that have passed Huntsville is no longer severe. That's the good news. But you guys still can get some activity, so I'd watch out for that. They'll be approaching the northwestern portions of Georgia in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Why do I have to do that? That's a very good question. So YouTube, after the fact, all right, does not allow me to save live streams. Does not allow me to save live streams, or at least record them past 11 hours and 55 minutes. Now, as of right now, we have been live for 11 hours and 3 minutes. Well, actually, it's almost 11 hours and 4 minutes now. Okay? So, if we try and close the stream before then and then open a new one so that we don't miss anything, we'll be able to look at some stuff after the fact, especially if there was significant tornadoes, so that people can watch after the fact, and I can even study myself after the fact. Whereas if I, end up keep going, I won't be able to study myself as to what I did. You guys won't be able to see after the fact as to what all is going on. So I'll have that stuff. But yeah, we're still gonna go. We're still going. We're still fighting. Wow. Telling my friend in Pensacola, Florida to keep an eye on this line. Yep, I would do so too. The cell that is approaching Montgomery does have a bit of rotation, so that is something to watch out for. That is something to watch out for. Still broad rotation on that. The cell that's over here in Pineapple and Snow Hill, yes, does have some broad rotation. Actually has 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, so it's actually still hypothetically in a decent environment. So this is something to watch out for the most part. I want to pull something up here. Give me a second. There we go. Anything that you guys want to send to me on Twitter, please be sure to do so. Alright, so that I can try and get information out. So if there's any sort of damage, please be sure to share it. I appreciate all that you guys have done for me. All right, what you guys have done for me is it's amazing. I really do appreciate it. As I said, you know, if you see stuff on Twitter, please at me. Here is the link to my channel in the chat. All right, so in the chat, that is where you guys should send stuff to me. We are also almost to 2,200 followers. We're growing our Twitter relatively quickly. We have 2 different channels that have over 1,000 followers, actually over 2,000 followers here. Speaking of followers and subscribers, you guys have done an amazing job. We're so close to 28,000 subscribers. All right, we're so close to 28,000 subscribers. Remember, the subscriber goal is 71,008 subscribers. 71,008 subscribers. So that is the plan here. Whenever we get to that, you know, that milestone for me is so monumental, all right? You know, sure, that's a lot of people, but that number means so much to me. So much to me. So we've been doing such a good job here. We're almost to 28,000 subscribers, and I really do appreciate all your guys' support. It really does mean a lot. So thank you so much. And it really does mean a lot. Really does mean a lot to me. Also, while we're in a little bit of a kind of, you know, even spot, you know, while I'm self-promoting and stuff like that, please be sure, if you have a Discord account, this is keyword, if you have a Discord account, please be sure to join my Discord server, all right? Couple things are happening there. First off, we are restarting our weather classes, so if you want to, you know, get better at weather, if you feel like that's something you want to get better at later on as a hobby or as a, you know, as an actual profession, and you want to get serious in it, start getting into the specifics and stuff like that, please be sure to join. Discord servers, where is that? All right, link is in the chat right there. Jazz with the 11 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot. Really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much, Jazz. We start now when things aren't as busy. I'll see here. I want to keep going a little bit. This tornado warning is in effect until midnight. And these tornado warnings, this is in effect until midnight as well. And 12:15. So still a little bit of time before they actually expire. I'm now going to edit the name of the live stream here. There we go. Put it back over there. Rob with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really does mean a lot to me. But yeah, in the Discord server, we are starting up our weather classes again. So all you have to do is just verify yourself. All you have to do is verify yourself and you're golden, my friend. And I also chill out there a lot as well. Were there any of the tornadoes today significant? Yes. There was one, so there was 2 significant tornadoes from the same exact thunderstorm. Let's see if I can actually pull it up here. No. Okay, so this was happened too long ago. Too long. Way too long ago. But about 2 hours ago, there was a significant tornado that spewed up debris all the way up into the Birmingham metro area. This was the debris from the tornado, and it all got shot up by all the significant winds in the upper portions of the atmosphere. So, that's crazy. Favorite game? I don't really have a favorite game. I just play games in general. Actually, I haven't been playing too much games, but if I had to say what my favorite game is right now, it's technically not a game, but it is a game. It's called Forecast Simulator. It's bettering my forecast and stuff like that. And it's so fun just to try and figure out as to where tornadoes could potentially be. But yeah, we had 2 significant tornadoes earlier on today. 2 large significant tornadoes that happened 2 hours ago, maybe 2.5 hours ago. And it spewed debris in upwards of 20,000 feet above ground level. That was very significant. So there's that. And yeah, we've been on it. We've been on this for quite some time. And we're still going. We still plan to keep going. Unless if I start to see things that kind of deteriorate a little bit, then I might call it. But yeah. Baldwin County. Let me see if I can find where Baldwin County is. Baldwin County, Alabama, is right here. All right, so here's Baldwin County, Alabama. Actually, it goes a little bit further. Excuse me. It goes a little bit further north than that. So here's the outline of Baldwin County. Right there. Per se. So there you go. Now there is a tornado warning on the southern side of Baldwin County. The actual area to watch, in my opinion, is right along I-10, near the Loxie area, north of Robertsdale. And eventually into the general vicinity of Stapleton, Gateswood. So if you guys are over there, that's the area where I would recommend you take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. All right, that's where I would recommend you do so. Because that's, there could potentially be some rotation right there. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. If something spins right within here, something called a bookend vortex that we call it, there is going to be something right there. It's going to happen. So, we got quite the activity here. And it looks like it just got updated. Yeah, my goodness. A lot of damage along the line. Here's some of the damage over here. Minor damage over here in Brook Hall, which is near the University of Montevallo. Trees got snapped, of course. Let's actually see what Span is retweeting, because he's got a lot of stuff here he usually retweets. Look at that. Tornado damage on the campus. The University of Montevallo. Look at that. That's part of the roof right there. You see the hole there in the roof. That right there is from it. My goodness. And then, of course, the wildfires over in Tennessee as well. Yeah, look at that. There is the damage to that roof. Here's also some tornado damage in Choctaw County, 5 miles north of Silas. Look at all the trees down over here.
How much longer y'all gonna be?
Look at that.
We coming out of Oak Lane right now. Alright.
Even power lines down over there. So yeah, it definitely looks like there is a tornado over there. Gonna have to restart soon. Yeah, my alarm goes off at 1:10 Eastern. I plan to restart it around there if I feel like I need to continue to go. If I need to continue to stay live. But yeah. In 25 minutes, the alarm will go off and I'll probably restart it, create a new stream, and then stream for however long I feel like I need to. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee for DeKalb, Warren, and Cannon counties until 12:15. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over there near McMinnville. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning right over the radar south of Birmingham. New severe thunderstorm warning over here. Or not really super new, but for Chilton and Shelby counties until 12:45 a.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then new severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag here. 70-mile-per-hour winds for Baldwin, Escambia, both Escambia counties, as well as Conecuh, Santa Rosa, and the surrounding areas over there. Once again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so almost hurricane force winds in some of those areas. Definitely need to watch out. I'll shut that off. Shut that off. Maxwell. Evansville. I need to move Evansville radar down over. What radar is that? KVWX. KVWX. So I'll move that over there. Let's see what we got. Ready for storms in the afternoon in Pennsylvania? Yeah, I need to figure out where I'm going to chase tomorrow, because I am going to chase and I am going to stream it. So I need to figure out where that's going to be at. Let's actually take a look at that here real quickly while we try and figure out if these other storms are going to do stuff. It's Triple R. Let's see. Where am I going to chase tomorrow? Guess we're going to find out. Let's cherry pick soundings just for the lack of time. Go to the 0Z. Let's cherry pick. Oh. What is this stuff over here in Louisiana? Or not Louisiana. Jeez, I'm losing my mind already. In central Southern Virginia. Really interesting photographs over there. 23Z. Supercell right there at the border. That's a really nice photograph. It's like this casual cell over here in Frederick. Let's take a look at the updraft helicities. See what this thing says. Something that moves on through along 18Z. Interesting. Reflectivity. Let's see what we got. Yeah, a lot of showers and thunderstorms that are over there. Lot of coverage over in towards portions of Maryland, as well as Northern Virginia. Seems to be kind of the case there. About the FV3. Worst case scenario says... I don't even know what that was. Do I think this is this outbreak was worse than the last week's one? If we're trying to compare like last Tuesday when the moderate risk was over Mississippi and Alabama to this one was definitely worse. This one was definitely worse. Yeah, that's right over my county. FV3 says there's something that goes right over my county. And then the ARW says let's put stuff over my county as well. Let's see. That's terrible. That's terrible. What in the world? That is legit. That is clearly legit. What I'm looking at here, some very strong speed shear. Very strong speed shear. Skinny cape. Very skinny cape. Where is most of the cape anyways? The surface-based cape here, according to the ARW. That is localized in Central Virginia. The only thing about it is in Central Virginia, nothing really happens. I mean, it kind of happens, but it doesn't happen. Last but not least, the NSSL. I mean, this is going to be interesting. Me chasing my own backyard. I probably should, to be honest with you. But... I'll look at this again very closely when we get there. Will I be live tomorrow? Yes, I will be live tomorrow. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, West Central Santa Rosa County in northwestern Florida, northwestern Escambia County in northwestern Florida.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a tornado on the ground. Well, that's exactly where I said it would be. Yeah, that's tornado on the ground right there. North of I-10. North and east of Loxley. So once again, the Loxley general vicinity, as well as areas near Gateswood. Near Rosenton. And then eventually towards the Barrenew Park areas of Florida, Walnut Hill. But yeah, there was definitely a tornado. Definitely a tornado that just went on through over there. Not too surprised about that at all. Yep, there's the new tornado warning. Did indeed produce a tornado. Actually, Looks like it went over I-10. Looks like it went over I-10. So maybe a brief tornado over there. And then that'll head off towards the Walnut Hill, McKinnon, Oak Grove, and Pine Barren areas. So watch out for that. These storms are going to continue to do that on this northern end. All right, anywhere along I-10, north of I-10, near the Quintet areas, Pine Barren, further along, this is going to probably continue to do this over and over and over again. So not really too surprised that that is the case. But yeah, definitely a brief tornado. Definitely a brief tornado that fired off over here. And it looks like it's kind of dissipating a little bit more, but it still is wrapping around a little bit. There is a spectrum width drop right there. There is a spectrum width drop right there. So there is still some turbulence. Still some turbulence indicated, meaning that there could still potentially be a tornado in progress with the cell. So once again, this north of I-10 here in Alabama, about to cross into Florida. So this is in extreme southern Alabama, and there is a bit of rotation here, as well as some turbulence right within that area as well. So not too surprised that this thing produced a tornado. This is kind of exactly where we thought there was going to be a tornado here about, say, 10-15 minutes ago, when we said we were going to, we were going to try and forecast tomorrow a little bit. But yeah, that is something to watch. What about these cells over here, the tornado warning over here near Montgomery? It doesn't really look too much. Doesn't really look like there's too much there with the velocities. That's the good news. How does this outbreak compare with March 5th? What did we have on March 5th? That tornado is now confirmed. Unsurprisingly. We knew that was on the ground. Though it's not on the ground anymore, the correlation coefficient has veered off, so that is the good news. What happened on March 5th? I completely forgot. Probably isn't something that was all too significant for me to not remember it. Treve outlooks. 1630. Oh, it's Winterset. You should have just said the Winterset outbreak, because I probably would have remembered it if it was just to that. Yeah, there's the 10. So this is a completely different event. Can't really compare those. I was thinking about you talking about stuff down south. I was trying to see what event happened in March 5th that occurred in like Alabama and Mississippi. I wasn't thinking about Winterset at all. I'm gonna be completely honest. live in southern Pennsylvania. It is 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So in 10 minutes, I'll get the notification, and then we'll more than likely start up a new stream. Unless if I feel like, you know, I'm good. Don't need to, but I think I will. It might be for a short stream. But, yeah. All of us in Prattville got nothing to worry about since the velocity isn't really there. Yeah, the cells over there that's heading towards Montgomery, I don't really see a whole lot on it, to be completely honest with you. Very broad, very disorganized. If there really was any rotation. It would probably be on the northern side near Loudesboro, along I-80, or not I-80, geez, US 80. But otherwise, yeah. Alright, so we're almost there. Actually, it probably would be easier. I think we probably could do it right now. Come back here in a second. New tornado warning. Birmingham. Shelby County in Alabama. That's really interesting there. Yeah, up there. Oh, yeah. Oh. That could potentially be a tornado on the ground itself over there, too. So, yeah, that could potentially be a tornado right next to the radar. Look at that. Look at how compact that thing is. So there it is. Right there. Red's moving away. Greens and blues moving towards. So there is rotation over there. That is a heck of a little storm. And that looks like that could be on the ground too. That looks like it could be kicking up debris and stuff. How long has this thing been on the radar? Just recently. This thing just spun up. Just fired off. And, oh, look at that debris signature right there. Big time debris signature right there. Look at that. So that is a tornado in progress right now. South of Chelsea, heading towards the Westover area along US Highway 280. So that is another tornado. Another tornado. Another tornado in this storm. My goodness. Can I forecast Bedford County, Pennsylvania? Yeah, we're probably going to get a lot of strong damaging winds and maybe even the chance for a tornado in our area. But I think it's going to be more of a strong damaging wind and spotty hail threat for us. Specifically for you guys. I think you guys are a little too far to the west. But yeah, there is definitely a tornado in progress south of Chelsea towards the Westover area. Looks like as quickly as it formed, it looks like it's kind of deteriorating a little bit more. There's the confirmed tornado report. So this is now confirmed. Shelby County, Alabama here. This is due south and east of Birmingham. There is a confirmed tornado over here. So something to watch out for very closely, because this thing does seem to continue to have that look of being a tornadic storm. You can see the debris signature here on the correlation coefficient. Some blues over there. And look at that. Bigger debris signature, actually. Now, we are relatively close to the radar. We're actually looking up 700 feet above ground level, and that's not really super high, you know, in contrast to looking at the radar, from the radar. So this is looking at a good spot and telling us that there is a tornado in progress with this cell, and it is heading straight to Westover. So if you live in Westover here in Alabama, due south and east of Birmingham along US Highway 280, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Check Honolulu. There isn't anything in Honolulu at this moment. Not at this moment, at least. But yeah, there is a heck of a debris signature over here. Velocity still showing there is something right here, right within there. Spectrum width says the same, kind of. But right within there. That's where the tornado more than likely would be. And of course, you can see the big debris. In the ZDR verification as well, you can see the grays right in the spot to where there could be debris as well. So yeah, there is definitely something. And it is heading off towards the Westover areas. All right. So we are going to I want to I think now would be, well, not now. In the next 5 minutes. So as soon as this debris signature over here near Westover starts to deplete, we are going to turn off the stream and then turn it back on. We're going to give you guys a new link in the chat to where you guys can go towards for a new, tornado outbreak coverage stream. It'll be a new stream that I'll be talking on. It'll be on this channel. So I won't be going anywhere officially, but still, we will be restarting the stream here within the next few minutes. Gulf Shores, there does seem to be some strong damaging winds right along the coastline here. So that is going to be something of interest to watch out for. That is going to be something of interest to watch out for. I see a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part along anywhere from Gulf Shores all the way along Gulf Breeze. And even further off the coast of that. So let's go back to the cell over here near Westover. Still debris signature over here. This is south of Chelsea, south of Westover, south of US Highway 280. All right. So if you are over here in this general area, near the Westover area, this will be near the Chelsea Park Elementary School. Chelsea Park Elementary School, as well as the Cameron Oaks Farms, and then areas north of the Chelsea Farms over here. If you're anywhere near the middle school, the elementary school, all the way over towards US Highway 280, all right, US Highway 280, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. So this is passing on through the general area of the Yellowleaf Creek Estates, right here. So this is right over that area, and it is passing, or it's about to cross over US Highway 280 towards Westover. Westover is where it's going, and then eventually after that towards Starrett and Vincent. All right, so Starrett and Vincent, you have a little bit of time, but areas near Westover, you need to get into your sturdy structure right now, because there does seem to be a storm that is producing a tornado right here in this spot. All right, we'll go back to the correlation coefficient. This right here tells me that debris is being pulled up into the sky. All the other areas in red, that is rain. We also have some air over here. But any congealed areas of blue, that tells me that there is debris being pulled from the ground and being slung up into the sky. Debris seems to be fanning a little bit more. Debris is being pushed off in different directions. So all sorts of interesting things there to make a note of. Am I going to be live streaming until that moderate risk is gone? Well, all right. Remember, guys, we are going to have a new stream here that we're going to put up within the next few minutes. Okay, so I still have 15 minutes until the stream. You know, I run out of space for it to continue to record. So we're going to do a new stream here soon. It'll be after this tornadic storm, the debris signature fans off. And then we'll continue with our live coverage. But we'll give you guys a new link in the chat. In the chat is where the new link will be. So please stay tuned. All right. If you want to continue to stay tuned to the coverage, please stay tuned, as you will continue to get it as long as you move to the next live stream. Looking up about 6,000 feet up in the sky. So this tornado was a really interesting tornado. Bit on the weaker side, but still one that did damage. And really interesting. Debris has fanned. That's the good news. Doesn't look like it is doing a whole lot now. All right, so I'm going to start a new live stream here now. So stay in the chat. Stay in the chat. And the new one will go up here in a second, okay?